can do about it. only friend is the city I live in, the city of angels. Lonely as I am, together we cry. I drive on the streets 'cause she's my companion. I walk through the hills 'cause she knows who I am. She sees my good deeds and she kisses me windy. I never worry, now that is a lie. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's hard to believe that there's nobody out there. It's hard to believe that I'm all alone. At least I have her love. The city, she loves me. Lonely as I am, together we cry. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah, yeah. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, yeah. Love me after. Yeah, yeah. One time. Is where I drew some blood. I could not get enough. Forgot about my love. I gave my life away. Where I stay.
We gotta go get something to eat, man. I'm hungry in the motherfucker.
Hey, yo, man. Damn, what's taking home so long, son?
50, calm down. When you coming?
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death on me, dawg. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. These pussy niggas put money on my head. Gone, get your refund, motherfucker. I ain't dead. I'm the diamond in the dirt that ain't been found. I'm the underground king, and I ain't been crowned. When I rhyme, Something special happen every time, I'm the greatest. Something like Ali in his prime. I walk the block with the bundles, I've been knocked on the humble. Swing the ox when I rumble, show your ass with my gun. Gotta tip a nigga, go ahead, lose your head. Turn your back on me, get clapped and lose your legs. I walk around, gun on my waist, chip on my shoulder, till I bust a clip in your face. Post to this beef ain't over. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men. Wish death sunny days wouldn't be special if it wasn't for rain. Joy wouldn't feel so good if it wasn't for pain. Death gotta be easy, cause life is hard. It'll leave you physically, mentally, and emotionally scarred. This is for my niggas on the block, twisting trees and cigars. For the niggas on lock, doing life behind bars. I don't see only God can judge me, cause I see things clear. Quick, these crackers will give my black ass 100 years. I'm like Paulie and Goodfellas, you can call me the Don. Like Malcolm by any means, with my gun in my palm. Slim switch sides on me, let niggas ride on me. I thought we was cool, why you want me to die, homie? Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me. Every night I talk to God, but he don't say nothing back. I know he protected me, but I still stay with my gat and my nightmares. Niggas keep pulling checks on me. Cypher said some bitch done put a hex on me. The feds didn't know much when Pop got shot. I got a kite from the pins that told me Tuck got knocked. I ain't gon' spell it out for you motherfuckers all the time. Are you a literate nigga? You can't read between the lines. In the Bible it says, what goes around comes around. Homo shot me, 3 weeks later he got shot down. Now it's clear that I'm here for a real reason. Cause he got hit like I got hit, but he ain't fucking breathing. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me.
To drive to work to pay for this car. Buy this car to drive to work.
Welcome to YellBRo. I am Jordan, and tonight we're playing videos. I don't think there's any crazy fights on, so that's right, videos. But first, please remember to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, helping out victims of Africom, the drone strikes and shit like that, helping out Cohen Daly, the Australian boy who fucking cancer that spread throughout his body, and you can help him out. All three of those are GoFundMes. They're in the description box. Also in the description box is helping out two of your favorite content creators, Stevie, aka Redneck Economics, and also Sleepy J, aka Sleepy Josh, aka Joshy Boo Boo. Better be taking care of Mona on her birthday. All links are in the description box. Please. Share it. Donate if you got money. Do it. All right, who's here? Alice, what's up? I watched the video. What happens when you have two dumb tigers and they're both prowling in the outfield? They run into each other like assholes. What's up, Prop? Mickey, what's up? Steve Cuddy. What's up, Steve Cuddy? Shadow Bend. Savage motherfreaker. That's Brian, right? What's up, Brian Aguilar? What's up with your name, bro? What you do? Who else is here? Oz, what's up, Oz Whistles? RLA, what's up, RLA? Damn radicals. Emblemed, Basketball American. How you doing? Who else we got here? Ed, what's up, Ed? Choosy, what's up? Jesse, what's up, Jesse? Tender Lungs. That's right. Actually, I was watching the what is it? Concurrent viewers. And it started going down as soon as I put on Many Men. It was on purpose. All right, it's like rock, little poppy rock, and 50 Cent. Fucking classic song from a classic album. That's right, I'm out here grifting, bro. I'm out here grifting on behalf of fucking drone strike victims. Basically, like, whatever people send me, like, hey, this is a donation I think is important and I want you to share it. So I do that. I do it. Yeah, homeboy ain't here, is he? Where is he? Q-port at. I know you're watching, bro. Step up, bro. Step up in the comments section. Uncle Drew, what's up, Uncle Drew? You should let Uncle Drew run your fan shop when you get one. You can sell the best toys. No more synthetic butt cheeks. YellBRo butt cheeks. Thank you. I'll let James be the model for that, though. Let James be the model and then just color it black. And then you're good. Let me open up my thingamajiggy. My channel. Got from you. I got some videos ready to go too.
Have you not been wearing a mask or social distancing? Did you recently attend a Trump rally? Then you or someone close to you is probably laying down. Hi, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor and CEO of MyPillow. No one should underestimate the value of a good rest. And I should know. When I was addicted to crack, passed out on a deserted street during a bender in Mexico, I realized this curb's doing zero favors for my neck. Then after talking directly to God and not myself, MyPillow was born. Years later, after a settlement for deceptive ads and an F from the Better Business
That dude
Bureau,
does have
I'm
that
a
smile.
multi-millionaire. How? Because
I can't do it.
America. There's no problem that a pillow can't solve. Freebasing in an alley? You're gonna want MyPillow. A woman wants to choose what she can do with her own body? That's gonna need a pillow. Wife left you in an ugly divorce? Use about 8 pillows. And if you vote Trump come November, you can get 2 of my pillows for the price of 2 of my pillows. Call my new number now.
That dude looks like Joaquin Phoenix. Just saying. He looks like him. Right? That dude, the pillow guy, he does have that like Jesse Lee Peterson smile. Like the camera's like in this direction, so he's like. That probably looked pretty sus. I decided to go with Japanese letters. All right, cool. Cool with that. That's why I love you, Yell. That's a positive trait. What? Butt cheek model? And I'm gonna swindle James into doing it and not me? Or do you mean the 50 Cent song? Oh, you mean the money part? Yeah. Well, you know, a lot of guys want out of an argument. So
Inequality.
kind of make something up and then go with that to get out of it. Curse me for views to make money. Like, first of all, no one's heard of me. No one's heard of you. The videos aren't monetized. You just heard me playing fucking Red Hot Chili Peppers and 50 Cent and shit. There's no way this video is monetized. I don't really get super chats like that. And all my links in the fucking description box are donations or charities, right? Or supporting other creators. So that dude has no excuse, which means he had to make one up, which is, yeah. I've actually heard that one before, too, as an excuse. Might have been a Crowder fan, where I was like, I was banned. It's kind of similar. I was banned from being live for 90 days. This was like a year or so ago. I was banned for 90 days from live streaming, and he didn't want to have a video debate with me. He's like, because you're going to edit it. You're going to take it down, edit it, and make me look bad. Like, no one knows who I am. No one knows who you are. Why are we doing this? Fucking argue. Holy shit. I see you. What's up? NERD. I do like that band. I kind of do. I love how YouTube has a New World Order Wikipedia disclaimer. How Global Puppet Masters created a New World Order. Of course. Matt Hunter. Matt Hunter. Oh, the cat. That is a funny way to start. Like, the cat sitting there. Gives zero fucks about cameras. Or maybe even Russell Brand. Feed me and that's it. Other than that, get the fuck out of my way. Cats are savages like that. Super independent. The Lock in 50 and Classic Rock and the money part. It's a package deal. Right. Right, we do it all here. Pause. I missed all the music because I was waiting until it was about to start. We didn't miss 50, did you? How dare you? Can't sleep on 50. I'll buy a couple synthetic forehead model. I mean, it's not my likeness, so. What I could do is chloroform him, knock him out, get some sort of clay, get a forehead molding, send it to a company, send it to Uncle Drew, he'll get it made out, and then I'll send it right to you, buddy. Just, $300. We're good. About why fact checkers post unnecessary easy fact checks to build reputation for lying to you. 519. Prop, you silly fuck. I see you. Hold on. We watch this guy. 519. Damn. Uh-oh, that browser's filling up, son. Damn. Opeth is still on about the Jimmy Dore argument people had with him. Says we aren't the same sense. What? Oh, our channels are bankrupt, YellBRo. Don't worry, we'll have a Jimmy video. Let's see. I think Cannabis put it down a video like last second. I saw it in the Discord. It has a nice comment a bit later in the clip. Okay. Afghan president appeals for help as Taliban close in on capital. Seems though those that actually live there are begging for Western intervention, but you know better, right? That might not. What's up, Ben? What's up, Anthony? That might not be true. Like, I think there's a lot of support for the Taliban in Afghanistan, actually. Truly. If you look at the numbers of, like, opium, or, as far as opium that was in Afghanistan, like, before and after U.S. intervention and, you know, the country basically being controlled by the Taliban, it's like, I recently, yesterday or the day before, I watched I watched two documentaries that were about Afghanistan. Well, one was more about this Australian unit that was just straight up executing people, like unarmed people, like putting them in handcuffs and then just shooting them in the chest and then walking away. But the other one was about, like, there's a lot of sympathy, I guess, in regards to the Taliban in Afghanistan. So no, it is not a clear-cut, we love our government, please come help us, U.S. I think a lot of people are like, you should have never showed up here. Like I said, that happens with U.S. personnel as well. Like executing people. A lot of times what happens is also they'll get some people that are affiliated with the Afghan government but work under the U.S. or one of these Western nations and has them do the fucking execution so that they don't get in trouble for it. Even though they're basically ordering it. It's a weird thing that happens, Matt Hunter, when you actually look into it. You actually get some like context and information about it. It's fucking weird. Forgive me, guys. My fucking allergies are going off. A little stuffy. React to this video, Anthony. Not my boss, bro. What's up? Faint signals from Vega? I don't know what I have to say. Guys, about climate change? Got a hefty list in front of you, bro. Am I covering the Tim Black stuff? Maybe at the end. Or I'm not really covering it, I'm just like playing it and then we just shit talk. Like I'll probably open up Discord. I don't think there's really any fights I care about on tonight. So, might open up Discord and we can just have an open discussion about it. Talk shit. Fucking nose keeps running. When are we gonna live stream strip poker? When you guys clear the donation goal for victims of Africom, or any of them, I will play strip poker. Show you my birthday suit. You want to hear my opinion? Alright. Do a video. Opeth straight up pissed me off talking about that shit. It's like, grow up and take it. Pause. Leave people's opinions. I hear you, man. My opinion has not moved at all, and Opeth and RSFO's logic did not move me. Because it's like we're arguing two different things. You don't realize it. At least it felt like they didn't realize it. I've watched No Jimmy this week. It'll be new to me. Hope someone recommended a video about Jimmy, I guess. What do we got here? You looked high playing guitar? I guess you're talking to Prop. The Aussie soldier who wasted the unarmed Afghani reminds me of a lot of guys in my hometown. Most of them in jail or dead now. Some seem to have hidden in the army. Yeah, there's a lot of weird behavior, and I don't want to say luckily, but like there was one guy who couldn't stomach it, right? And he even blames himself for like going through all that and not speaking up while he was there in the moment, right? They were doing more of like a gossipy talk about it over here with a couple of guys like, man, this is fucked up, right? And then when he got out is when he straight up said something. And, you know, he blames himself for that. But I also understand that, let's be real, if they're ready to just have someone, like there's a dude laying in grass like this with beads in his, like prayer beads in his hand, like this, and then he just pop, 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 3 shots, kills him, and walks away. Then I think even the dog attacked him after that. So the dog they have with them. And it's like, if they're willing to do that, imagine if, you know, some guy speaks up. It's like, we were taking enemy fire, and this guy just walked right in front of us, and I accidentally shot him. Now he's dead. Accidentally hit him center mass. Oops. So everything negative that happens in the third world is the fault of the West. Who conditioned you to believe that? Once again, what do they call that? Straw manning? He needs a new term for himself. Matt needs his own term for that. He is constant with applying ideas to me that aren't my ideas at all. It's just, I just look at the information and, you know, talk about it. You want to play Jackbox games? Maybe. Maybe. You need more girls if you do strip poker. Who said that? I think that's sexist. So, me and my guys will play strip poker on our own. We don't need you. MGTOW. We don't need women for that. Get some local honey, Yell. It'll help next time. And I don't even know what causes it. It's just like, some days it's just fucking, my nose just clogs up. Like I wake up, it's like I wake up that way and then it's just there. What's your psychoanalysis of why Tim Black went insane? I'm gonna be real. He made points. He made some points. I don't think it was all just straight up craziness. A lot of, you know, what would the word be? Afrocentric notions of things, like, but over the top with it. Making everything racial, which spoils the arguments that he did have. And he has some stuff in there, let's be real. I don't do blanket, you know, blanket, this guy's a piece of shit and everything he says is full of shit, and like, I don't do that. I try not to do that. Westerners have no business in the third world, but third worlders have every right to be in the West. Is that a question? Are you applying that to me or something? You suck at this, bro. You're legit terrible at this. As far as like argumentation and shit like that, it's like you're pretty bad, bro. Listen, just give Opeth 2 slaps on the butt cheek. He'll turn it right around, right? Yeah, Nico got petty. BJG. Brianna Joy Gray was more qualified than him, and he pretended like she isn't. She's way quicker witted than him, even though she sus half bootlicker now. That's in regards to what? Responding to Tim Black? I think they're all kind of That's just my opinion, though. Sorry isn't enough, RLA. I should sue you. Be real. So prove it's a straw man by naming, I guess you mean some positive things that came about due to Western intervention. You mean like Western government? See, that's a tough thing because a lot of governments have agendas. So, and I mean any government, a lot of them have agendas for something that isn't really, like, it's not rooted in trying to do something righteous. You could say this country gave food to this place. Be like, see, they did something good. Meanwhile, it's just like, it could have been a chess move. That seems to be the case a lot of times. So I'd look more for, if you mean Westerners, like people that are from the West, independently doing things to try and help people, there's plenty of cases, right? But government, that's a fucking difficult one. What's up, Jason Murphy? Tim Black didn't make any points. I thought he did. As far as like, there's like random channels jumping in to go at Tim Black, almost like in like protection mode. It was Fred Hampton leftist guy, Nick or something like that, like straight up made a, like, the way it seemed from what I saw, it looked like he made up a position of Cornel West that wasn't Cornel West's position, which is like, that's kind of weird. Why? See, he doesn't like you. Then you like watch the video, he's like, I love Tim Black. You guys just disagree. We don't agree on everything, but I love him. That was kind of weird. We could talk about it later. We could play some of the video. I'll let you know. Did someone say Jackbox? You know, it must have been prop. Or your identical sister. Your identical twin sister, Mona. I don't know what I'd do with my life if I couldn't come here to learn about the latest indie media drama. I'm about to turn the drama up. On Mr. Peter Joseph. Thank you, Prop, for the video. I've learned to stay clear of blanket condemnations. Agreed. And for me, I feel like I've been doing that long enough to where it's not even avoiding blanket blame, but doing more like, oh, the whole point is to look at it individual by individual case, individual people. Do that first, and then you can tie it to a bigger picture. But I don't mind group assessments either. You just got to make sure you let it be known that, like, oh, this is what I think is happening on a group level, and it's less nuanced and it could be potentially less accurate, unless I went individual by individual. What's up, Stevie? I'm always down for Jackbox. Pause. Pause, ma'am. I mean, sir. The Tim Black Nico response. Okay. Hey, we can play all the drama shit later. I don't mind that. Alright, we're about to get in some videos. Let me just read a couple. So what my criticism of you, not a straw man, accurate? No. No, it wasn't. Do I need to go back up and read what you said? So everything negative that happens in the third world is the fault of the West. Is that what my answer was? Is that the same thing? And then, of course, you ended it with the question I've asked you. Who conditioned you to believe that? I've asked you that. I was like, hey, where do your ideas come from? I'm telling you, you're bad at this, Matt. You're bad at this, Matt Hunter. Fred Hampton leftists have 7.8 thousand subscribers. Well, now I know. So if you are intellectually consistent, then you also are skeptical of third worlders coming to the West and involving themselves in Western politics. Of course. But that's more of, unless you're saying the governments are sending them over to purposely like infiltrate the US government or something like that. But something tells me, based on the context I have in regards to things you've said before and videos you recommend and all that shit, you're saying they're racially doing it to racially terraform the US into their likeness. Right? Is that the argument you're making? Right? Like, whatever, south of the border, immigrants come to the US to turn it into the new Mexico or something. Wait, Brian, what happened to your other account? Did your other account get banned or something? I try not to mod multiple accounts from the same person. I try not to do that. What's up, Grey Walker? But here's a good list of logical fallacies? Or do you mean okay, you're talking about argumentation. But yeah, Brian, I don't want to give multiple accounts modship. I'd rather it be like the one. So unless you completely lost your password or you got banned or something like that, you let me know and then I'll mod this one depending on the circumstances. Feel me? All right. Let's get into some videos. Do some videos. Starting with a good one. My favorite thing. Systems. The flock you guys got against Mexico. Sherlock? No. I don't even know what you mean. You mean the flack? Or the fluck? Fluck you guys got against New Mexico, Holmes? I care about righteousness and, secondly, efficiency. I have good info to prove that Matt Hunter studies big black dick porn so she can understand the basketball American form. They're bringing drugs and taking our jobs. If only. I hate working and drugs are fun. I be yelling all the time, all hours of the night. My neighbors must hate me. I was bumping music with the sub on until 2 a.m. earlier this week. Damn, bro. I get high and forget what time it is. That was when you were blasting that Jay-Z, right? When you were blasting Blueprint? Okay. Yeah. All right, let's get into some videos. Yeah, I'm going to record this one. Why not? All right, we are doing a live clip. No, we're not. I'm stopping it. I forgot I have to delete some videos that are here. All right, we should be good now. La 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 la. You decided to delete your other... Okay. All right, I got you. 1 second. All right, Brian, you already know the rules for modding, so I don't even need to say them again. All right, you should be good now, Brian. They should make live chat the default fucking option. Make the other one extra option. No, Jesse. There's no prawn on my computer. No prawn on this computer. Come on, man. Everybody uses browsers nowadays anyways. They fucking saves porn on their computer. We all know. The government knows when you masturbate. Fucking prop. Freak you, bro. There's no porn on this one. Alright. Let's do this video. Let's do a non-porno video. I guess it could kind of be porn. Depends. Alright. Record. Alright, we are live. We're about to do a video on Peter Joseph. Right. Before we get started, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, to helping victims of Africom and the drone striking, helping out Cohen Daly, the Australian boy who has cancer. Also, don't forget to help out some content creators, Stevie, a.k.a. Redneck Economics, a.k.a. Fred, and also Sleepy J. Get him a coffee. It's for helping him out. Real life, not really about coffee. Shh. Shh. Alright, so the name of this video is, it's from Revolution Now, which is Peter Joseph's, I guess, podcast video channel thing. And he's going to talk some shit about systems and its effect on people. And I'm going to react to it. Here we go.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everybody. This is Peter Joseph, and welcome to episode 27 of Revolution Now. The date is August 13th, 2021.
Just so you know, he started with an Alan Watts clip. Alan Watts audio.
This podcast is usually uploaded every Wednesday Pacific time, but upload dates tend to bounce around a little bit these days, and I appreciate everybody's patience in that regard. The opening audio was from Alan Watts, a Western philosopher from the 1960s, who had wise intuitions in regard to many social phenomena. Definitely a counterculture icon, and when you look past some of the vague, fluffy language and institutional associations, When it comes to free creative thought, Watts is always delightful to read and listen to. Very in tune with what has been happening in the world in many ways. And he touches upon a few things that are a good setup for the main purpose of today's podcast, which is about the endogenous nature of capitalism as a system and why the system seeks to expand or grow, like effectively cancer, by force of its very structure.
Now, as far as I understand, cancer has its own volition, right? Its own, in a way, willpower to move and shit and like to do things, as opposed to a system, right, which requires people to operate in it in order for it to even be a system, in order for it to actually do anything, right? To like actually continue moving. Just saying. Here we go.
Combining procedural, cultural, and psychological incentives. Meaning, when people speak...
That word works. Incentive as like, this could be pushing people to behave a certain way. But even though, I don't even like that word pushing. You could say it's an influence amongst other influences. Right? In fact, there's influences that happen before the system influence part happens. Right? But, all right, here we go.
Today about economic growth, as is very common in the news media. Reports on jobs and GDP performance have served as barometers of economic health. Fortunately, at least at a minimum, there is an emerging subculture in the sustainability community that does see GDP as a false correlation for social well-being and progress. And I guess that's a step in the right direction. But the observation isn't acute, as such analysts tend to not understand what they're talking about when it comes to why growth is of interest at all in the deepest structural sense. Some even imply that our growth-based economy is a kind of social decision, and we can just kind of change our attitude and change that process within the structure of capitalism, the degrowth movement, as it were, which, of course, is completely delusional. You can't have...
Now, you can keep what is in place now, or at least what people call the actual tenets of capitalism, and as far as on a moral scale, will work out fine. Because it's about the people being moral. That's what dictates whether someone's maliciously harming other people for personal gain and whatnot. Right? That's the dictator of that. Is that the most efficient way to go about it? Probably not. Right? I'd probably rather have a system that kind of works autonomously in regards to dishing out resources in a way, right? Or you could say money, right? I'd rather have you are in this, income range, so you pay this amount in taxes, and all the taxes are allocated to this place, and on and so forth, right? That works. That'd probably be more efficient than each individual person saying, okay, let me calculate how much money I make, and then I'll figure out how much money I should give to whatever, schools or roads or whatever. Right? Occupy, what's up? Misanthropic and out of coffee. What's up? Daniel Pinchbeck is good. I think Peter Joseph makes a very good efficiency argument. The problem is, I said this earlier in my Discord, he skips steps, right? You skipped an initial step. The initial step is that you're going straight to environment is causing people to behave this way. Thus, he can just continue on and make all types of give you all the answers in the world because he started with that initial premise of we are our environment in regards to behavior. Like, we are that thing. Right? Rather than us playing off of the environment and then reflecting it back to ourselves to dictate a behavior, it's environment, boom, in your psyche, and then behavior happens. It seems that way. In fact, Jacques Fresco is one of those, has outright said, no such thing as free will, right? And I'm not gonna say that they believe the exact same thing, but I mean, the emphasis and focus on this makes me believe that you're coming from an environmental kind of materialist sense of how humans behave. And I'll get to why that could be spooky. At least for me. All right, here we go.
Have market economics without the drive for cancerous growth on the system level. It's inherent or endogenous to it. One fallback is, well,
right, that notion right there, that it's inherent, endogenous to it, that notion alone already denounces this thing we call free will because it's people operating within the system. In fact, people are the system. In a way. Yeah. Right? No people, no system. Correct? Capitalism doesn't get up on its legs and start running around. It's like, okay, let me start doing this, this, and this. Right? It's people doing those things. Now, if we say the system is inherently this, you're saying that the human is inherently this. If the human is inherently this, then that'd be kind of making a statement, a determinist. Yeah, that would be making a determinist statement about who and what a human is, which is kind of ironic because I think Peter Joseph would make the argument that humans are just malleable by their environment. So this is why I have questions for the guy. And there's an importance behind the, like, if you skip steps, I'm telling you, like, why that's very important because it could lead to something dangerous down the line. But all right, let's keep playing this. What's up, Lucky Burrito?
Okay, population keeps growing, therefore the economy must keep growing, and there's your connection.
Amy, what's up, Amy?
That's actually a very small attribute of it. Even if population did not continue to grow, the growth imperative of market economics would still prevail. And generally, not to jump ahead, we see the pattern of seeking growth mainly because of the circular nature of the consumption to labor cycle. If there's no demand, there is no job, and if there's no job, there's no way to get purchasing power to spend back into the system, keeping everything going in an infinite loop. I've always referred
buy this car to drive to work to pay for this car. Metric nailed it. Before Zeitgeist.
To this as the cyclical consumption.
I think before that. It might be in a
the
similar time period.
Economy of global capitalism is powered. And again, I'll talk about that a bit more
Mariana.
In combination with many other forces which push for expansion and growth, in contrast to what's really required in all systems that exist that persist, and that is a steady state equilibrium, a steady state economy that is strategically organized not only to meet the needs of civilization, but also maintain homeostatic balance with the ecosystem, while also...
That's where I would look to guys like this. I would look to a Peter Joseph, because I'd do this first assessment of, I think the guy means well. I truly believe that his goal is to make the world a better place. I truly believe. It might even be somewhat like me, to where it's like almost obsessive about it to some degree, right? Not dangerously obsessive, but to some degree obsessive about it. And I truly believe he has that willpower, that moral willpower, that moral backbone to try and make things better. I truly believe that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I truly believe he has that. After that, it's like his efficiency argument in regards to systems, like, yo, this system is the best at making sure that the most people or everyone is taken care of, right? The goal is making sure everyone's taken care of. And his argument for that, like, he'd be one of the first guys I run to. I've thought of that years ago. when I looked at the whole Venus Project thing, right? I don't understand all the fucking science behind it and all that shit. All I saw was a vision of something. I'm like, oh, someone's fucking trying. I believe the guy means well, and it looks like he's fucking trying. So, yes, I'm definitely, if I became president tomorrow, right? Like, hey, someone call Peter Joseph up and really, like, dig into the questions. Like, is this plausible? This idea he's looking at in regards to an efficient system that takes care of everyone, is that possible? Obviously, right? For me, I'd be like, okay, this human thing needs to be taken care of as well. But, like, on top of that, having an efficient system that looks after everyone so we don't have to worry about it, right? If someone's underfed, it's easy to spot them out, right? Because it's so rare, like, oh, they stand out like a sore thumb. This person's underfed. Hey, how come you're not getting food? You know, I just didn't feel like getting up and going out and getting food right now. I just wanted to fucking watch Netflix or something. All right, that's your choice. Long as there's no like something inhibiting you from getting that, it's just you choosing not to go get the food. So, yes, here we go.
Also, of course, maintaining balance with our shared needs and basic nature. There is such
I've
a
read
thing
some,
as a
Oz.
toxic
I've read some.
sociological condition, even though people like to look the other way.
I
There
missed
is,
some
of
of that.
course, maintaining balance with our shared needs and basic nature. There is such a thing as a toxic sociological condition.
Basic physiological nature, right? On average, right? There is no peak human, but I'm sure it's along a spectrum of some people might need more calories than other people or whatever, right? Or some people can't be in the cold, or some people can't eat peanut butter, or whatever the fuck, right? Definitely a spectrum there, and there's like okay, it seems like all humans seem to fit in this little spectrum here. For sure that's it. But I get worried when he says the nature of human, and it's talking about behavior. Once again, I'll get to why that's spooky. That could be spooky. Here we go.
Homeostatic balance with the ecosystem, while also, of course, maintaining balance with our shared needs and basic nature. There is such a thing as a toxic sociological condition, even though people like to look the other way, a condition that harms people on average on the population level. In that, from an epidemiological public health perspective, you have to pay attention to the average conditions that add or detract from public health. In that, and I know I've talked about this before, but it's worth pointing this out.
Now, that's the weird one because I've had these arguments about systems and shit like that. They're like, systems are, like, there are systems that are inherently evil, right? And usually the one that comes up, they'll say slavery, right? Actually, probably mostly been capitalism, but when I get through the capitalism part, right, and I still maintain the argument that systems are neutral, it's all about the people that are occupying and what they're doing, right? So they'll bring up capitalism. They'll say, well, you know, you have to be greedy in order for your business to survive because everyone else is being greedy too. Like, well, does that have to happen? Theoretically, no, right? Theoretically, you could do some sort of thing where it's like, oh, all my workers have as much of a say in the company as I do. It's not written in law, but that's how we practice things. We're all paid equally. We all get paid the same amount. We use the leftovers to enhance our product that we're making or whatever, or enhance the business somehow. Also, we have to write it in law that we tax people to make sure there's no whatever homeless or someone without health care or whatever the fuck. And it's like, well, theoretically speaking, like charity exists. They could literally just like, I freely give my money to these guys who don't have a house or food or whatever the fuck, right? The super rich are like, fuck yeah, I am purposely giving money to blah, 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 and allocating it to these people. But we're just not calling it taxes. It's not a demand in law on paper. Once again, theoretically possible. Is that the most efficient way? For me, I'm lazy. I'd rather just be like, if I was like a rich person, I'd rather just have like, you make this much a year, okay, allocate this. You just pay this thing we call taxes, and it'll just give it to whoever needs it. Yeah, okay, I'm lazy, so here you go. Here's my money. What else? Okay, so then there's also the slavery argument, right? And then basically my counter to that is like, is freeing slaves a part of slavery? Is that a part of the system of slavery? You know, the traditional American slavery we've had here. Like, is there a law that says slaves must be slaves forever? Or is there like a freedom process? Now, let's say we're living in this system that's called slavery, and without anyone writing a law, all the slave owners are like, yeah, you're all free to go. I'm signing a contract that says this person's free to go now and to live a free life. And you know what? I'm going to use all this money and wherever you want to go. You want to go back to where you came from? You want to move over here? Do you want to start? You want, 40 acres and a mule? I'll provide that. Is that likely? Probably not. But is it theoretically possible? Yes. Which says what, scientifically speaking? Says the human element overrides the systemic element. Just saying. Not saying they're not influences. Your systems are influences. So is a bottle of Coke. Or a bucket. Or a rock. Or a rainy day. That's also an influence. They're all influences. We're influences of each other. We're influences of ourselves. On and so forth. All right, here we go.
Logical condition, even though people like to look the other way. A condition that harms people on average on the population level. In that, from an epidemiological public health perspective, you have to pay attention to the average conditions that add or detract from public health. In that, and I know I've talked about this before, but it's worth pointing this out in context here, a population with great socioeconomic inequality is one with a destructive precondition that leads to many negative health outcomes. We sacrifice the positive and stabilizing health attributes we could have if we had a more egalitarian society, and provably so, literally for the sake of economic growth, resulting in great imbalance due to the lack of access and deep inequity spread across both domestic societies and across nation states.
So, once again, all right, the notion of an egalitarian society. Would it really be that unless the people itself changed? Would it really be that? Like, what if you have 40? I always say this. What if you have 40 George W. Bushes running around in your new system thing? Like, laws don't stop them from doing shit now. Right? Can't these guys create a suspension of disbelief as to why, like, maybe they're doing the right thing? Maybe they write a new law. They overwrite your law with a different law. And it's like, fuck. Writing laws that counteract other laws, and it's like, hey, man, you don't have to be a douchebag. Maybe that's where the answer is. Like, hey, George W. Bush, you don't have to be a dickhead, man. You don't have to try to, like, fucking take advantage of people and shit like that. There's other ways to handle things where you can live a quote-unquote happy life. Or at least a happy social life. Right? Trying to combat something like greed with writing laws written on paper. Silly. It's an illusion. Just like the idea of writing a law on a paper stops murder. It doesn't. It's an illusion. It is. It could be a solid band-aid, I guess. Solid deterrent from people doing bad things. But it does not stop bad things. It doesn't stop malicious behavior, malignant behavior. Like, it doesn't stop it. Point blank, period. And then that's been the constant argument in the political realm for years and years and years. I get it, but let's call it what it is, an efficiency argument. An efficiency argument. It's not a solution. Just how do we efficiently move around sociologically as opposed to a moral standard. That's different. Moral standard is much different. So I'm going to stop it there as far as playing the Peter Joseph stuff. And I'm just going to add in, like, you know, the stuff I like to focus on, the woo-woo, the psychology stuff. Why it's important that he doesn't skip that step about where does this behavior really come from. Or at least, you know, having a better way to argue rather than like a preconceived notion of human nature. Right? Because I don't believe if his idea of human nature seems to be like, if it is what it seems to be like, right, to where we are straight up like environmentally conditioned to maneuver a certain way, strictly environmentally, or even, you know, biology to some degree. It's like, for me, the dangers of that is that you're kind of playing the game of the quote-unquote creeper predator class in the first, like your ideologies are like lining up together. They're almost like teammates. This materialistic sense of who a person is right there with the quote-unquote elites, right? The greedy motherfuckers. If they're looking at people as, you know, this might get conspiratorial, but if these guys are looking at people as like maybe inherently lesser, right, on a genetic level, things like that, like, guess what? This notion of the environment is dictating people's behavior type thing, like that fits in as a slice. It works in tandem with their notion of how people operate. And guess what? For people who are not the quote-unquote elite, but believe the environment is dictating people's behavior, like a system, that biological notion of these creepers is also like a little slice of your ideology, right? Because clearly, if you don't have, you know, the ears to hear or to experience, or the senses to experience the environment, you're not being conditioned by it, which means, but you're still a human, still behaving in the world. Which is saying that no, the stuff that isn't covered by the environment is just your genetics. It's very weird, like yin yangs of each other, but it's almost like absent of a person, of a self, of something that can choose to do better, that can choose to do good. It's absent of it in both regards. It would be for me, a dark, twisted, cold, kind of lifeless yin yang of environment and genetics. That's the spooky part. And also, once again, here's where it can also be spooky. If you decide to say that it's this environment that's making people behave this way, if that's the fucking culprit, the environment with a slice of genetics, then what would the solution to that be? You want to stop, you know, material suffering of people, and the only way to do that is to change how people are acting in the world. Guess what the solution for that problem is? It sits in the realm of conditioning, aka propaganda, be real, say manipulation, brainwashing. Those terms apply, right? They do. If you're telling me that the kid on the street who was robbing stores, you're telling me the way to fix that is to make sure he has a healthy standard of living, and then he will automatically stop. Not my notion, which would be like, oh, it's most likely he would stop stealing if he had a comfortable life. There'd be no reason to steal, so I don't see him doing that. Instead of saying most likely would stop doing that, it's straight up saying like, no, he will stop doing that. To where it's like, okay, where's the kid at then? There's no kid there. It's literally like literally AI that's being programmed by mommy nature. Physical, material mommy nature. That's the spooky part. What's your solution for that? If people are strictly behaving based on their environment, physical environment, and their biology. The answer to that is quite dark. Because you're going to have a dictator. Someone's going to have to be the quote-unquote most rational, the most objective person in the world to decide what other people's experience should be in order to get them to behave a certain way. And guess what that is? Right? Isn't that the shit we see today as far as the creeper elites and what they do? Isn't that what they do? Am I tripping? I'm just saying. That's the dangers of it. Because like I said, I believe Peter Joseph means well. I truly believe that. And that his ideas for the world are to try and make the world better. I truly believe that. But if someone took his idea and ran, and like, if you follow the logic, the only way to stop this person from murdering is to lock them in a chamber, tape them to a fucking chair, hold their eyelids open, and show them puppy videos all day. Fucking Clockwork Orange them. It's a more extreme version, but that's essentially the same thing, right? To force feed people experiences to get them to behave a certain way. What do we call that? I'm just saying. Right? None of this is easy. But at the same time, it's like, come on. Right? That's the elephant in the fucking room right there. Alright, that's it for this video. My little live clip. Don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, helping out victims of Africom, helping out Cohen Daly, and make some donations to Stevie, aka Redneckonomics, and also Sleepy J. Get him some coffee. And with all that said, give this video a thumbs down. Alright, done recording. I'm sure I missed a shit ton of comments, guys. I apologize. What we got here? People need to ask why people do the things they do. It's all reactive, not preventative. Yes. I mean, if someone went through did all that, I guess, epistemological work, I guess you could say epistemological work, and they walk away with the notion that, no, we really are programmed organic robots, essentially, right? There's no soul, no self, no inner world, really. It's all programmed by our material environment and our biology. You truly walk away with that notion, that is, well, first of all, it's not fun, right? Because there's no wonder to the world. Everything's just a billiard ball. All you have to do is hit the ball this way, and the ball will move in this direction, right? I hit the ball with this amount of force, the ball will move in this direction in this exact way every time I do it. And that'd be like what a person is then. All I have to do is do this, and Lucky Burrito will behave this way. This is all I have to do, is throw this out there, and they will behave this way. Which is like denying your selfhood, or your agency, right? And your choice, or any sense of who you are. It's denied, and that, just from that notion of what a human is in regards to behavior. or who or what a human is. It would also make a no, it would make a case against the death penalty. The other one, the biological, saying the biology is the dictator is like the prime dictator of behavior, is very pro death penalty. That means no one will be able to rehab. There'd be no rehabilitation for that person. Like, you just kill them. They commit one murder. Oh, that's who they are now. They are a murderer. That's who they are. And you just kill them. It would make sense logically. The logical steps go there. I don't think it was puppies in A Clockwork Orange. No, it was not. It was not. Let's see. How dare you tell me to give your video a thumbs down? Don't tell me what to do. I'm giving this a thumbs up out of spite. It's a part of my mind manipulation. Reverse psychology. But yeah, actually, if you think about that, that would kind of be like a solution for if Peter Joseph believes what I think he believes in regards to like behavior and shit like that. Right? You'd be doing all types of weird mental woo-woo shit on people to try to get them to behave a certain way. Right? You're actively maliciously trying to mind melt them into behaving in your own personal notion, your own subjective notion of what better is. Right? That's the other very spooky part, the other spooky elephant in the room. It's the who's deciding what is better and what is worse. Who is deciding that? Right? There'd have to be like who's deciding what the hierarchy of better and worse is? Is it straight up democratic? Right? I guess you'd have to go by average, right? On average, most people want this. I guess you'd have to do that, but then what about the people that are, to where that works against them? Then it's like, then you're fucked. That is what the transhumanists think, that they are working on our upgrade. Yeah. I mean, I talked about the neuroweapons thing, the neuroweapons video I did, where it's like a lot of these high up, super materialistic scientific guys, like super duper PhD guys, wherever the fuck, like they have to, I think in a self-fulfilling prophecy type of way, they're trying to get people to remain in almost like a programmable type of sense of a psyche, so that their neuroweapons or their propaganda or the Neuralink or whatever the fuck makes sense then. Then it makes sense. Try to get people to narrow themselves down to essentially like AI or like an algorithm. What condom brand are the best to use? Matt finally promised not to poke a hole during our weekly love session. Jesus Christ. Make sure I'm not missing any. Jedi mind trick. Where are we at? There's definitely a self. 3 levels of it in humans that we know so far, but there is no need for a ghost. Well, that'd be the Hammeroff argument. Thing of where it emerges from the biology. Yeah. The quote-unquote self emerges from the biology. Why natural plants and mind-opening substances are illegal. I would think so. Because they're... Right, I think I said this either yesterday or the day before, the ego and the brain sort of having like a symbiotic relationship, and if the brain breaks down, ego will intimately see those effects and kind of waver with it. This is normal. We're out of homeostasis right now. Something weird's happening, and then the ego's kind of breaking down, and it could leave room for other experiences, more like deeper internal experiences. And that's not good if you want 100% structure all the time. Order, order, order everywhere. I wouldn't know personally. I've never driven trucks. I responded to someone. The predator class dominates us by separating us from the things we need, charging rent for it, and using it to determine who lives and dies. Yeah. I mean, essentially, trying to, in a way, they just replicate what nature can kind of do, right? The environmental, physical nature. It's physical nature's influences, right? I mean, if you have two villages that are all peaceful with each other, but they have limited resources because of this or that, but that one gets hit with a fucking sandstorm and ruins their whole fucking crops and shit. They have no food. The other side's like, well, we need this to survive. We only have enough for us to survive, and then it can turn into, right? It could turn into like all-out war and shit. There's your influences. Do they have to do that? No. Unless you're probably talking to Peter Joseph, who will tell you they will do that. It's like, no, they just need to be smarter. They need to open more science books first, and then they would have figured out that, oh, we can distribute crops or whatever the fuck. Make sure everyone's fed. Okay, an efficiency argument. If we get rid of jails, there needs to be a way to dispose of evil people. Why not dispose of evil? And what I define evil as is empty action. Like an action where you take yourself and you throw it the fuck away to do this action. Actually, just watched a documentary on the James Holmes the Batman movie theater shooting, right? Where he took himself and exited, almost like the way he described it, it almost sounded like an outer body experience where it's just strictly the pinpoint, the little pinprick of the ego operating only. All the other faculties are just missing. Everything else is just cold, silent. And it's just a little pinprick of the ego operating. You're locked into your own little world, and you're taking these actions. So, how about we eliminate empty action, where we carry all of us with us all the time, which can be initially very hurtful, very scary, very difficult. I believe initially, yes, because you're carrying around your baggage, all of your pains and emotional pains, even physical pains, like you carry them all into the forefront of your mind constantly with you. Carrying that suitcase around, bearing your own soul, right? Bearing your own cross, carrying that around all the time can be very difficult and very fucking painful. But, like a muscle, all of a sudden, like, I've been carrying 350 pounds around my whole fucking life. This is no big deal. My body caught up with the fucking weight of it. Now that shit's light work. Metaphorically speaking. The ego is no more than the predictive narrative part of the brain. It's an essential part, but it's not the whole. No, it is not the whole. I would say the psyche, not the brain. For me. For you, I guess it's in the brain. For me, it's kind of symbiotic with it. metaphysically. I believe there's a metaphysics to physicality, or an essence to it, or spirit, or whatever the fucking word you want to put on it. There's that element there. But also, I don't think the ego is a narrative. I think it makes narratives. It makes concepts because based on its function, right, of making separations between things, between past, present, and future, create a narrative. Why do the attack me twice? Okay. Why do the believe the majority of third world nations still have a death penalty, yet most Western nations have done away with it? Let me guess. The West has tricked most of the third world into supporting the death penalty? No. He's so bad at this. So why do more third world nations have a death penalty? Probably conditioning. I'd say conditioning. Social conditioning, cultural conditioning. I would definitely go with that. You could have shitty leaders that straight up just run shit. There's that too, to where the people aren't even like with that, but the fucking head honcho who has all the guns and shit, no, we're doing this. That could happen. But if the populace is with it too, then I'd definitely say cultural conditioning. And if you put something in the notion of third world, I assume you mean like, to say less financially secure than other nations, to where someone can get locked into those, conditionally locked into survival instincts, right? Instead of, right, I'm focused on my next meal rather than focused on thinking about myself or life or reflecting a lot and downtime to reflect and all that shit. That I'm focused on what's my next meal. Right, that ego is its attention is being pulled. I think I brought this up on Franco's thing, to where it's like, yeah, you could get into that meditative mindset, right, to where you're internally investigating. I think we were talking about the shadow, right, to where you're internally investigating, but then a fucking loud bang goes off in the background, like, boom, your ego's like snap. For the most part, most likely. Some people, like if you find some like monk guy, some like Buddhist monk or something, they could probably just be like, I don't give a shit. Or they could be just like strictly so focused on inner observation that they're not even shoot the gun up in the air 30 times, you don't even notice. But I would say for most people, they hear a loud bang go off, like boom, all of a sudden your attention is snapped towards that thing. Just like, oh, food, like I need food. I'm probably missing a whole bunch of comments. Oh no. Nature does not do that. The predator class seeks to own it all. Nature is more concerned with fitting. No, it's if I'm responding to, fuck, I might have forgot the context. But what I said about nature is that, yeah, it's mommy nature. It's an influence. It plays a conditioning role. It plays an influencer role. For sure it does. Right? Our biology is nature. Real about that. We are nature, I would say. Yeah. Does the illusion of choice affect this? For example, our fake democracy where choice is thought to be an option. Does the illusion of choice affect what exactly? This is what happens when you're late in the comments. Affect behavior? Does it affect behavior? Is that what you're saying? Dubster. Oh, let me mod you. Tropic. I'll call you Mao. Misanthropic and out. Wow. Welcome to Modship. Rules for being a mod: don't ban or time anyone out unless you get like the go ahead from me, or like spamming. But just ask for a go ahead from me. And the only point of you being modded is so that you have more textual freedoms to say like more things, and also to put links down for videos you want me to react to. Emblem, I would need the context for that. Trying to jump down into the chat. I like your comment on nature influences and. Oh, okay. Maybe that's what. Oz meant. Oz, I didn't mean like it's. I think it's our usness and nature. It's not separate, but it's nature coordinating with nature to have events play out in nature. And our egos are kind of like the note takers of it. We're like the note takers of nature. I like your comment on nature influences and tribes at war. When I look at nature, wildlife preys on each other, subjugate our nature, but don't lose it. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I wouldn't say that's our nature, though. I wouldn't say that's our nature. Right? Because how we're behaving out here is being funneled through an ego. And if our ego is developing or developed or changing or whatever, then we would have to rewrite what the nature is. So it's not a stagnant thing. I mean, I would say it is stagnant, but that's a whole different woo-woo argument. That's not a, like an id argument that I think you're making, like an instinctual type of thing. As far as wildlife prey, like if they develop an ego as well, guess what? Their nature changes. By individual, right? Individual animal, individual person, individual egos. Like, oh, that being is its nature is completely different now. It's like a feral dog versus a domesticated dog. What's up, Josh? You already modded, asshole. Rules of modding. You don't talk about being a mod, and you don't use your mod rights. I mean, basically, you're mods without mod rights. Yeah, you kind of can. I mean, if there's like an army, like if Stryker releases the troll horde on the fucking channel, I guess I'd be like, hey, fucking barking out orders and shit like that. What am I looking for? Yeah. Whatever, Yoshi. Pause, Shadow. All right. This one's gonna be fucking interesting. I probably can't play too much of it. I could probably play like seconds of it from ABC News or something like that, like an ABC News report type thing. I think it's foreign too. Double trouble. I don't want that YouTube smoke. All right. If I randomly found this video, WikiLeaks, the Forgotten Man. At that time, they're calling Chelsea Manning Bradley Manning. And I'll just second. Who's whacking? Pause. Do my video, it's relevant. And mine ain't? Mine ain't, Anthony? Is that what you're saying? Saying my video's not relevant, bro? What was your video? Oh, the climate change thing? Hashtag despair. As I see IPCC, I'm gonna. This is a climate denier. It's a Corbett reporter. The context about my question. Your comment on the abandoned emotion. I have dog shit memory, bro. Damn it, emblemed. Okay. The illusion of does. Okay, abandoning emotion and illusion of choice affect. Does the illusion of choice affect this? For example, our false democracy, where choice is thought to be. Right? Let me say this, and then I'll find out if this answers your. Or you tell me if it answers your question or not. I'll get to it, Anthony. Don't. On those who abandon emotion, does the illusion of choice affect this? Or false fake democracy? Okay, so are you saying like does a lack of emotion, does it have an effect on does the illusion of choice have an effect on that? I mean, people can be mistaken about what's actually happening externally, but still experience an internal, still have an internal experience, right, and an emotional reaction. So now, write out a full question so I understand exactly what you're saying, Emblemed. It will help. Help me. Help me help you. Help me. answer your question. Alright, alright, I'll play it, Anthony. I guess I'll find out if I feel like recording this or not. Now, from faint signals from Vega. I don't know what I have to say. What more can I say? Here we go.
It's very windy today. It's another beautiful day in Tasmania. And I think if I didn't know any better, if I didn't have access to
That's
the
loud.
internet and to news in general, in science really, that I wouldn't really know what was going on. I wouldn't really think that there was anything wrong with the planet at all. And of course, if you follow the science, you can see that the planet, well, the planet's going to continue on, but life on the planet is probably, most life on the planet is going to be radically changed in the next few decades, and by the end of the century, we probably will not exist as a species. I'm talking about humans now, and most other species will probably be either gone or struggling. And, you know, this is sort of, this is completely avoidable, of course. It's not avoidable in that there's been generations of people have led up to this point, generations of people who, even though back in around 1912, I think there was somebody had predicted that this was going to happen, that anthropogenic climate change was coming, and that it was going to be mostly from, you know, sort of fossil fuels. But there are other contributors which we continue to ignore, either thinking that they're not that important, or that there are other things we need to do, like, you know, ending capitalism or ending imperialism. And yes, they are very, very important things, and they will definitely help. But like, I was on a live stream today, and I mentioned, as I usually do when people bring up the climate crisis, I mention veganism, and there's either crickets. It's unfortunately,
I think I've seen her before.
People that usually are conducting these live streams are not vegan. And most people in the live streams are not vegan, and when you mention stuff, it's crickets, or you'll get somebody who'll have cognitive dissonance and I'm sure there are a lot of people who have cognitive dissonance when I bring it up, because they know they should be becoming vegan, but they sort of feel like that's something that they don't need to do because nobody else is doing it, that kind of thing, which is a terrible reason not to be vegan, by the way. But you'll get somebody who will troll me, or just be outright rude, or make up dozens of pathetic excuses and things that are totally also not based in science. Not thinking for a moment that I'm not vegan because I didn't become vegan because of the climate crisis, although that was something I realized later.
Shit.
Not, you know, about a year later I realized how much that impacts the climate crisis. But I became vegan because I realized we were doing these terrible things to sentient animals, which we would never dream of doing to, say, cats and dogs. And for some reason we just wouldn't. We wouldn't dream of doing what we're doing to other non-human animals that we use mostly for food. We wouldn't dream of doing that to cats and dogs. But for some reason we've morally compartmentalized cats and dogs and other animals, pigs, goats, sheep, cows, fish, etc., hens. We've compartmentalized them and made out as if cats and dogs are some sort of special group that have more sentience, that have more likes and dislikes, they have personalities, and that these other animals don't. They're just, I don't know what we think they are. We don't think. That's the problem. And people are not silly. We know
Yeah, I
that
don't know where
animals
I've seen
morally
her
matter.
before.
All of them.
Gender.
We know they have sentience. Most people have seen the way cows are, the way hens are. They demonstrate they demonstrate that they are sentient. They demonstrate they love life. And yet we just keep carrying on as if and morally compartmentalizing and pretending they don't matter. and that cats and dogs matter. I mean, to me that is just amazing that we keep lying to ourselves. And then I find this incredibly
Definitely has a point. Definitely has a point. I mean, you just say like a cow or something, you're just running at it, right? Fucking fake like hit it or something. You don't hit it, but you like pump fake at it. If you get a reaction, if there's some sort of whatever it is, adrenaline or like or a defense mechanism or something like that, it's like, and there's definitely an ego there, right? It already made a distinction between safe and not safe. Patently obvious right there. But then again, do plants do that? Do plants do that? I know they have defense mechanisms. I don't know. If like I don't know. They like sense another plant being eaten. Does it like start curling up or camouflaging or kind of like a mind, man? That's an intelligence. But we bomb countries full of people. That is my top priority. Sorry, factory farmed animals. You're next. I get you. I got you. But I wonder if there's like, aren't there like vegetative fucking defense mechanisms? Plants would play defense.
frustrating and depressing when I bring this up in live streams. And, you know, it's just crickets. And I know it's because people don't want to have to change anything in their life. People would rather wring their hands and point outwardly at the problem than change their life and take personal responsibility. You know, like, it's no point in saying, oh, I'm going to drive an electric car, I'm going to do all those things.
Animals definitely have egos. Plants can move in directions but don't feel pain. Animals all feel and have their own personalities. They are each themselves. Yeah, but if they have a security system, they're essentially saying, I don't want this to happen, right? Regardless of pain. I'm not judging her priorities, though. I like her flag in the background. Oh, Palestine. Next hamburger, I'll ask. You would stand against something just to play whatever role. It also works to protect humans. Premises, I try not to. You're going to kill something. It's all about malicious intent or whatever. Like, I try not to kill anything. But then I'll try to kill germs. Right? Wash your hands. Or take a shower or something. Such a tough fucking thing to be in. Tough fucking scenario. What about all the living organisms that were, according to her, murdered so she could live in that closet? Sure. I'm sure she's a person you could probably get a reaction from. hunter. That's what you're actually at. What's up, Chip? Right, Brick City. Emerald City. Emerald Brick City. All right, here we go.
I suggest on Earth Day, I'm going to do, I'm going to not buy from Amazon. I'm not going to buy from any of these places that treat workers terribly. When everything that we're doing during the day, the 3 meals we eat a day, are not only enslaving sentient beings, just like the people that are enslaved in these Amazon factories and Amazon warehouses and Frito-Lay and all of that, but worse, much, much worse. And people in those factories, in those in the warehouse, they're not killed at the end, and their children aren't taken from them and then used and then killed and all of that. And yet we seem to think it's okay that we do this to non-human animals, even though they're sentient and they love life just like we do and do not want to die. I don't know why.
Just like weeds that'll ruin your crops. Or bugs that'll do it. Or whatever. Right? It's a tough fucking position to be in. I bet no dude on Earth could get a reaction from her. Ha 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 ha. They don't mind it, do it with respect. Just wouldn't livestock for slaughter like we do. I could hunt and fish if I had to. The vegan movement is part of the Great Reset. That gives me pause. Pause. They went after the ranchers during shutdown because they want us all in cities. That's kind of a different question, right? This is more of like a philosophical question. I mean, I'm telling you, it's a very difficult philosophical question because even like, I thought of this notion of like, hey, why not just wait till they die and then eat them? Why are we doing this factory farming thing? Right? Instead of killing them, just like, wait till they fucking die of old age or something, then eat them. But then it's like, technically you're stealing food from the flies and maggots and whatever. That means you're killing other flies who aren't going to be able to eat. Fuck. Every corner you turn is like, fuck. You know what we need to do? We need to create random food from thin air. Fuck, we gotta borrow resources from the environment to do that, and then we're affecting someone else. Fuck. Everywhere we turn, fuck. Have you seen the videos about the Yesha Mercado? No, I have not. I have not. Humans on this plane are born into lying and fed lies to further the duplicitous people and their disingenuous narratives. Cradle to grave. Honesty is a rare gem. Pause. Yeah, I hear that. I know where I stand on the moral sense of things. On the moral sense of thing, it's all about intention, right? We're always going to fall short. Or not. I can't say I know that, but it seems like people will always fall short as far as how much they understand about the world, right? Right, so there's always going to be ignorance. Always. Allegedly. Possibly. In my understanding, most likely. But the moral intention part is, that's why I call that the moral barometer, because we're not going to know everything, right? Right, you could walk down a street, step on an ant that would have been food for some other bug, but you know, it's stuck on the bottom of your shoe now and you're walking away with it. Now that animal causes this chain reaction, which causes this chain reaction, which causes this chain reaction, which leads to Hitler being born and starts murdering people. It's like, you're kind of responsible for that, you know? I didn't fucking know, man. I agree on discussing the ethics, but I get nervous about genuine movements being weaponized against each other. Carbon emission. Oh, like Al Gore. When will she tell us to eat bugs to get her Klaus Schwab money? Well, bugs are sentient too. Right? You ever see an ant walk on the ground? Like sometimes I get like little ants that get into the fucking bathroom and really tiny ones, little tiny black ones. If I went like this, like I just took a step on the floor near it and it heard it and probably felt the vibration, it turns the other way. That means it recognizes like, I don't want this to happen. I run away from this. Even if they can't conceptually fucking write a fucking thesis on what it is and why they don't want that, but I just don't want that to happen to me. It runs away, right? Security or a fight or flight type of thing. Instagram's for kids, not for grown men like me. Okay. Sorry, a little back on the stream. My question is, alright, I'll wait for that. Humans need to have a sense of self-worth, so that troubles me as well. The people who poison our minds want us to hate us. Alright, peace out, Mariana. What, you call me boring? What's wrong with you? What about eggs? Those eggs could have been food for someone else, or maybe you stopped the life from happening by keeping the the rooster away from the chicken, making those eggs like kids and shit. Imagine if I took your father away from your mom before you were born. That means you're not ever born. Is that like killing you? I'm telling you, this is like a very tough philosophical. I mean, I have, once again, I have my understanding of the ethical part, but what do you do? What do you do type of thing? The illusion of choice in a system, is rigged. Those who on purpose dye their brains with stuff like Assange and war because it hurts their personal view, thus they kill emotion. Illusion of choice in a system, is rigged. Those purpose kill their brains and dye their brains, stuff like Assange and personal view, thus they kill emotion. Oh, like ignore stuff like Assange and war because it hurts. Okay. Okay, so they're purposely ignoring certain things. They kill their emotion, apathetic to it. For sure that happens. 100% that happens. Yeah. Which could lead to actually other problems, right? To where they almost outright dismiss the normalized narrative for the sake of fuck, if like this question here about the whole food thing towards like purposely ignored for the like compartmentalized, right? Purposely ignored for the sake of I don't want to have to do this. Questions too tough. Fuck this. In a system where you on purpose drop emotion and back to protect the false system and heroes you love personally, does that not involve some sort of personal evil? Okay. Yes, it is a form of an empty action, right? Because it doesn't always have to be a force. It doesn't always have to be an empty action. But the mind and the emotion could be disconnected, right? As far as your mind can have a set of principles, but you feel something about, like, let's say a character or a personality you want to protect. So it's like, oh man, I really want to protect this person. So I break my own principle. So you're going to have to deal with the psychological fallback. It's going to happen. You're going to be psychologically picking at yourself, I believe. You know, if you're in that meaning well state. If that happens, sometimes, right, that'll create an emotional reaction. And a lot of times people might throw away that emotion for the sake of like, okay, I fucked up. Like, instead of dealing with it, like really dealing with it psychologically, they just, like, I don't want to think about this anymore. Thus trying to get rid of the emotion too with it. They don't want to feel that. So for sure, I think people can turn those things off. You could never be boring. We love you. My one and only fan. My only fans. Amy Smith. Thank you, Amy. Imagine if lunatics like her had been in charge of building society. You'd never have played a single precious video game. What horror do you think humanity would look like? Why is that the case? Are you telling me how we got to having video games has been the most efficient and ethical manner? Are you saying that it's been that? Is that what you're saying? Oh, we needed war so that you can have a PlayStation in the future. You're telling me that was the fastest way to get video games going and also the most ethical way? You are full of shit, bro. I think all these inventions and crazy shit, all this tech shit that's out here, I think we would have developed it a long time ago if people weren't busy, blowing each other's heads off. Pause. But you have the exact opposite notion for some reason. That's weird. Hey, don't say my name and OnlyFans in the same sentence, please. Alright, sorry. Play on words that you're my only fan. I apologize, Amy. Full on yell busy fanboy. Fanboy. Alright, let's get back to... Here we go.
This is so difficult. I don't know why it's so difficult to recognize that what we are doing to the planet is a direct result of what we are doing to non-human animals. It's a direct result. We're destroying the nest of our own nest and the nest of all non-human animals. That's 99.99% of the planet's population. Because we can't stop torturing and killing 1 to 3 trillion animals every year for trivial reasons of mostly palate pleasure, even though we don't need to eat or use animals. We don't need to eat animal products, that's meat, dairy, eggs, fish, etc. We don't need to use animals at all to survive. We can easily meet all our nutrition requirements from plants and other non-animal sources. So the only reason we're doing all of this, the only reason we're killing that many sentient beings, torturing and killing them, and the only reason we're destroying the planet, and I've showed you that largest study to date, which everybody...
Like I said, she'd have to... right? You'd actually have to disregard the question about anything she consumes or any behavior she does that affects these other things, like plants or whatever, or like still possibly affecting animals by everyone switching to being vegan or something like that. So it's like that's the philosophical question that she might actually be compartmentalizing away. OnlyFams. So without supposedly violently stealing all those resources from the third world, how would the West have gotten them? Just ask them nicely? I don't know. If people around the world, like when they first started discovering each other, instantly worked toward straight up coordinating to make the most efficient thing society possible, would have had video games a long fucking time ago. People would have been in communications, figuring things out together, on and so forth. That's my prediction. But if you think something malicious has to happen for something, I guess, I don't even know what you, as far as like positive, I don't know if you mean positive or you just mean like something happens. When war happens, something happens after it. Okay? But it's like the creative types that actually make these things in spite of these horrible things. You think it's the actual horrible thing itself, like it sparked it in his... Like, he thinks this whole notion about, like, people disagreeing and debating or the notions of good and evil and stuff, like paying attention to that. He thinks that all goes away because there isn't man A and man B on a battlefield shooting AKs at each other's foreheads. Like, really is. Wow. I just noticed I was eating a burger and nuggets during this vegan discussion. Now I'm thinking of the deaths I caused. Still taste good, but they had feelings. It happens, Jesse. Without exploiting the third world into manufacturing your precious Nikes. Or Nike. Who would have manufactured them? Shoemakers? People who want to make shoes? Get them? Without torture, who would have made... Oh, Jesus, he's brilliant. It's such dipshit logic. He's really one of the like brilliant minds. I mean, it's borrowed and stolen from Jared Taylor. I'm assuming. I'm not assuming. I'm guessing that. I'm guessing it's borrowed and stolen from Jared Taylor. Right? Jared Taylor has this notion of there wouldn't be racism if there weren't any multiple races around. So just get rid of all the multiple races and only have one race per country. Then there's no more racism in that country. See? That's the logic. It's like, whoa. Like, it's like, yeah, but you wouldn't have a gunshot unit unless there was gunshots, huh? You should be thinking those gunshots. Like, what? Like, this is like very similar logic. Like, so base level, lacking in nuance, lacking in intellectual rigor, philosophical rigor. It's like, whoa. It really is like cartoonishly. Whoa. I wish I was mocking you right now, Matt Hunter. I wish this was me mocking you, but that's really like I'm being real with you, man. It's like no joke. All right, here we go.
Crickets, when I bring this up, that's another one. The largest study to date, 114 countries, 40,000 farms from farm to fork, 90% of all we eat. And the result of that largest study to date, which was 2 years ago, by Dr. Joseph Paul from the UK, you can find it online. The conclusion was that a plant-based diet, a diet free of eggs, dairy.
If we recognize animals as sentient, no. What were she? Did she call them loving beings or wanting to exist beings or some shit like that? Don't we have to protect them from each other then? Don't we need to, because they're gonna kill each other then, right? Most likely. We put up barriers between them. But what happens if that subgroup starts killing each other like that? Maybe just pull the lions to the side over here. What if they start just killing each other? Do we separate them? Separate. Here's what we need to do. We need to prove a scientific theorem that we live in the Matrix and all pain is illusion and all death is illusion. And eat cheeseburgers together in happiness. I'm joking, but if your view of human nature is correct, then name some place where humans are not, for the most part, at each other's throats. I exist. Hi. Nice to meet you. Once again, I do not deny the notion of disagreement or debate or anything like that, but as far as people that can just not shoot guns at each other, not attempt murder on each other, like the people shooting and killing are the minority by a lot. By a lot. But, you know. All right, here we go.
Meat, fish, etc., is the single biggest thing one can do to address the climate crisis. And not only that, but also address the acidification, eutrophication, the destruction of the oceans, the destruction of the land shortages. It's better than driving an electric car or doing anything like that. Better than not flying planes. It is the single biggest thing one can do. I mean,
You feed the cat? Cat get fed fucking vegan too? That'd be cool. And do you actually physically prevent it from, like if there's like a mouse that gets into the house, does you stop the cat from eating the mouse? Old world, bro. All right, here we go.
there was a study done a
They're
few
tough
years ago, and I
questions.
think it's much, much worse than this, but
If there's anyone like that are vegan for moral reasons like that, do not be ashamed. Do not look down on yourself. These are tough questions. Very tough questions. Just being real. Very tough question. Just like any notion of solutions for like we did on Franco's thing. No fucking easy answers there. All right, here we go.
I remember like about 10 years ago, the World Institute Watch, I think it was called World Institute Watch, something like that. They did a study. It was 51% of greenhouse gases from animal agriculture. But this study that's done recently, it's if we stopped eating animal products, we would stop participating in the tremendous violence that we're doing right now for unnecessary reasons, and we would stop all the things that it means with the climate catastrophe. The asylum seekers and the refugees, the
So
climate
those
crisis
dropping bombs
refugees,
upon others
the
are
wet
a
bulb incidents.
small minority. Then you should do like you tell me to do when it comes to black on black violence. Just look past it. You're going for a joke that wasn't even funny. And I laugh at racial jokes. That wasn't even funny. And also, that's not my argument. I don't look past anything. But anyways, here we go.
People are dropping dead from heat. The tremendous fires, we had that in Australia just recently. All of the things, you know, the sea level rises, the agriculture on the brink, like crop failures are failing. It would mitigate some of the more dreadful things that are coming. And, you know, I don't have much hope now from 2013 onwards, I realized it was too late. You know, we had feedback loops, we had, you know,
after this video, I'm going to have
runaway global
pee and
warming.
hopefully find
But there are
food.
things we can do to mitigate the tremendous
Going to hunt for
devastation that's coming. So if we care at all about
No, this video did not
planet,
make me hungry.
besides our
That'd
own,
be
and if we
so
care about our
fucking
own life,
disrespectful.
which is on the front lines of the sixth
That'd be
mass
super
extinction,
disrespectful.
then for goodness sake, please consider going vegan.
But that was already.
I don't know what I need to say. You know, we can't stop these idiots that are in government, that are doing their very best to destroy everything. They're psychopaths. We can't really stop them. Short of the violent, bloody revolution, I don't think there's any way to really stop them. Unless, of course,
there's a way to stop them. Other than a violent, bloody revolution. Unless you're telling me that the entire the majority and entirety of the military, which would be their weapon, right? Of these governments and all that shit, right? They would need militaries. So you would have to be saying that the military itself, like the people in there, are like these crazed psychopaths too. Like, yeah, I know I'm working for the bad guy, so I serve the bad guy. I think I asked someone a question about this before, where I was asking, like, oh, if Joe Biden, like, straight up gets caught, like, on videotape raping fucking little girls, on videotape, caught, all that shit, on fucking mainstream news, everyone fucking sees it, but the government says we're just gonna leave him in office, and then Joe Biden orders troops to go here, or there. Do you think they're gonna fucking listen to him? That's a doubtful to me. That's a very big doubtful. Capital D, pause. Sounds very doubtful to me. All right, here we go. So yeah. But if the military is like, fuck that. So what is like feeble fucking Biden gonna do? What are these guys gonna do? They're not gonna do shit, bro. Being real, they're not gonna do shit. They're all relying on the conditioned follow the programming that they feel they laid out. Let's continue.
Of course, we have enough time, which I don't believe we have, to basically have a revolution where people completely reject capitalism, and there's all sorts of general strikes, and it's like a complete rejection. And there's socialist groups that are working on the ground to change people's minds. I don't think we have enough time for that, but I'm all for that, right? I'm all for grassroots movement outside of nonviolent grassroots movement.
You mean soldiers? I mean, look at, okay, either, here's the most likely case. Either they join the military for like financial reasons or like for college or whatever the fuck, right? Some sort of social reason like that, to where it's not about patriotism. It's just doing this to get by. Like, oh, that means you're not in love with these guys in the first place. So if everyone turned on these guys, you're not gonna be like, no, I must protect Joe Biden. Okay, how about the other guys? The other ones that are there straight up for patriotism, right? To protect the United States. But then they find out fucking pedophile's the president. All caught on tape. They all seen the fucking videotape. Didn't see it, but they know the evidence is there. It's solid. It's legit evidence. And then he orders them to go to Iraq or something. They're going to be like, fuck you. I would say it's the entire government gets caught with that. Every single already corrupt politician, they all get caught with that. Now it's like these guys are going to kick them out of there. let's say someone like even like their like commanding officer gets caught with that, they're gonna be like, "Fuck you." Biden's son legit admitted Russian dealers have dirt on him after 6 years of Russiagate, and the media blocked it. He can do almost anything he wants. They'll cover for him. Well, my hypothetical is that the information is out, broadcasted by the news. It's everyone in the government is all caught with this fucking thing. Like, oh, and if the military is their weapon, because Joe Biden can't fucking carry a fucking assault rifle around, like, oh, they're fucked. Their only strength is in, as far as like physical force, would be the military. They ain't doing shit on their own. They're all old people. No offense. Man. They're all like past their primes. They're all in like the 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s and shit. Like one John Jones could beat the shit out of the entire Congress and the entire like all fucking branches and all the lawyers and shit. John Jones by himself beat the shit out of all of them. All right, here we go.
Movement outside of this insanity that is electoral politics. I'm all for it, but if we probably don't have a lot of time left for that.
There's obedient, and then there's your
can
boss
we
gets
can
caught on
become
tape.
vegan right
The
now.
entire nation
Right
sees
now,
it.
when you
like
end
raping a
watching this
kid,
video, you
all
can
caught
look up
on tape.
howtogovegan.org. That's my vegan podcast.
The entire nation knows it.
Comprehensive vegan podcast.
And then he gives you an order.
And
Dude,
and
are
you
they
can
going to
also
follow
look
that
up
motherfucker?
If you're interested in
No.
nutrition, which you should be, everybody should be. If you're concerned about that, there's also references to nutritionfacts.org in that podcast. I did that like 5 years ago. There's probably a few things I could update, but
The military would still take Are you serious? I doubt that. I very much doubt that. Listen to my words. Everyone, the entire country, they all know that this guy or these groups of people did this thing. They all know it. And you'd have to tell me that majority of the military are people that are like them. You'd have to convince me of that they're all a bunch of Joe Bidens mentally. That none of them are just doing it for school or for money or just to have some career or something. That they're all dedicated Bohemian Grove visitors. Or, that none of them are like straight up like, we're just patriotic. We want to defend freedom in America. What if that bubble is popped right in front of them? Like, wait a minute, these guys aren't working for that. They're fucking assholes. What's up, Donald Duck? Like, there's no fucking way. And especially the social influence aspect, where a lot of these guys believe in the patriotism thing or even follow the social thing because the rest of us are okay with that or cheer it on. Now imagine if the rest of us are like, yeah, this guy's caught on tape raping whatever the fuck, raping a kid. Like, oh, now people are gonna be like, now that I would definitely suspect military people be like, fuck that, I ain't following this motherfucker's orders, which means they're fucked. You don't have to take them down in any violent way. Say, hey guys, leave. You don't even have to be violent with them at all. You just look at them, they're gonna walk away. Like, hey guys, we're not gonna hurt you or kill you. Go disappear on your mansions. You won't be having any more cooks, chefs, maids. They all quit. You're on your own, out in your fucking mansions. Go enjoy it. And I'm sure there'd be some compassionate people that'd be like, okay, let's help them. Let's give them some food. Shit. They don't fucking die and shit. But we're definitely not gonna fucking hand them back to government or any bullshit like that. Just saying. Yeah, go to your bunkers with no security. I'm just saying. All right, let's play this.
But basically, it's pretty good, if I do say so myself. So check it out, howtogovegan.org, and watch Seaspiracy. Now, I'm too much of a coward to watch it. I can't bear to see animals being
fucking
tortured,
fishing
and
industry is
there's,
probably similar to
there's
the
a few things like that, of course, because it's about what we're doing to the oceans.
factory farming.
But Dee Dee has checked it out, and she said it's very good. I don't think that. I think
Probably
they
very
even,
similar.
I
the
don't
way
know if they
do that.
outright
They probably
mention
fuck up
veganism,
other
but
animals
that's
that
that's
they mean
the
to
answer.
fuck
That's
up.
the antidote to this
They're going
devastation.
for shrimp, but they catch like
And
a
the same with
fucking
cowspiracy.
octopus, and they just
Veganism is the
fuck.
antidote
Shoot in the head,
to what you see
throw
in
it back in the ocean.
Cowspiracy. Veganism is the antidote to what you see in the documentary What the Health. All those are good things to watch. But just think about, would we allow, if you read what I'm going to post in the information section, What's Wrong with Vegetarianism by UVE Archives. If you are okay with what's in that thing about organic dairy, and mind you, this is the good kind of exploitation of dairy cows. If you're okay with that being done to the dog whom you love, or the cat whom you love, or the horse, or whatever animal you've had in your lifetime who has been living with you and you love, if you're okay with what's being done in the good kind of dairy, then I don't know what to tell you. But even if we were the most loving and kind to these animals, and while we were killing them, we were stroking their heads and singing them a song, or even if we gave them little beds, exploited them that way, it doesn't matter.
Shit.
It doesn't
Steve Cutler
matter how we're
going
using
live.
them as the issue. It's that.
Check them out.
It is that.
Link. You
We
put
are
the link
using them at
down.
all. And until our species realizes
Please check
that we
out
will never
Steve Cutler
have peace,
live.
even if all the psychopaths changed their hearts and they became, peaceful people, and we all were, holding hands and singing Kumbaya, if we continued to exploit non-human animals as we do now, we would still never
higher
know
ups
peace,
in the military
because that
are
is
in
at
on
the
it.
heart of all the violence in the world. If
What are
we
they going to
can
tell it?
exploit and torture?
Okay, son, listen to me. We're gonna keep following Joe Biden's orders. They'd be like, "You're in on it. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. There's one of you and 30 of us, or whatever." There's no way, Flash. There is no fucking way that if that military general or whatever the fuck was like, "We're still following Joe Biden's orders because that's honor and duty," they'd be like, "Fuck off. Fuckity fuck you." Like, I know these guys, I know there's this notion that soldiers are these fucking straight up brainwashed motherfuckers, but I'm telling you, a lot of just normal fucking dudes in there. A lot of them. Some are also super patriots too, but even them, they have a limit. I'm telling you, bro. They're people, most of all. So, like this notion of, what video did I go over? I went over a video of the auditor, whatever it's called, police auditing guy, who walks up with a camera to the police, like, "You can't do this, you can't do it," like shit like that. And then this dude's with the cameras fucking insulting him and shit like that. I'm like, yeah, I know he said he's supposed to follow this code, follow this rule or whatever the fuck. I know the cop took like an oath to do that shit. At the same time, he's a person, so if you insult his mom like that right in front of him, he might just beat the shit out of you because he's just some guy. Just like the soldiers, they're not robots. Wait a minute, I'm a person. I'm gonna fucking do something about this. Steve Cutler is a good egg. I'm gonna go watch it. I don't know if Donald Duck is an actual person with that account or if it's one of you mother freakers, but it's an awesome account. I will say that. I have much love for Donald Duck.
And kill non-human animals the way we do now, vulnerable animals that have no way to resist that, have no...
Oh, for sure they'll try to play deception or something. Like, they'll probably try to be like, "Oh, he did it by himself and it was only him." Or whatever, or that's just one bad egg and the rest of us are good. Like if Joe Biden got caught with some shit like that. But yeah, it still doesn't mean the military is going to follow Joe Biden. So let's say you have that evidence on everyone creepy in the government. Everyone creepy in the government, that tape comes out for them too. 100% evidence, everyone sees it. Like there's no way the military is following any of them. Any of them. They're going to be like, "We need to reform this thing." that's where the problems might come in, is where people are like, how do we reform this? Like, what do we do going forward? Do we change our government around? How do we prevent this? On and on and so forth. But everyone in lockstep will be like, get rid of those guys. They got to go. Hopefully it wouldn't be violently. There'd be no need to even be violent. Be so overwhelmingly one-sided. It's like, no one even needs to harm you. Just like, if we tell you to just walk away, you're gonna walk away, and you're never gonna come back. Even if we say like, hey man, just keep your mansion. You can have your mansions. Just hang out there. Don't bother anyone though. Like, they'd probably pack up and try to leave the country and disappear somewhere, start a new life. All right, here we go.
No way to stop it from happening. If we can resist the most vulnerable beings on the planet, then we can do anything to anybody. We can do anything to anybody if we can exploit and torture and kill the most vulnerable sentient beings on the planet, non-human animals. And that's what we're doing every second of every day. We will never know peace. Never, ever, ever, ever know peace while we are doing that.
I'm curious how that was like straight up related to the Peter Joseph video. I don't know. I have no idea what this is. Give me a sec. All right. I really do gotta go to the bathroom. Hopefully there's food. I will be right back. I love how I could just leave a live stream and come. Still a relatively same amount of people watching. How did that happen? Alright. Watching. This I can't watch. This I want to just. That will play. Look at this. Reich Wing Watch. Jimmy Dore Deception. Might play that one because that's like an hour long. I'm definitely not doing a recorded video to this, so I don't mind just fucking. And it's the Jimmy shit. I don't mind just fucking eating it. Pause. Yeah, let's fucking do it. Let's do it. The Jimmy Dore Deception. From Reich Wing Watch. It's like difficult to say for some reason. Caption. Here we go.
We're starting a new channel. It's youtube.com/TYT comedy. Annulment, right? That's if you're Catholic and your wife is such a huge whore, even Jesus agrees with you, that you get an annulment, right? And then you're okay. Okay. Oh, Michelle Malkin. Oh, that.
I'm sure she's been in your show before.
No, she has. She hasn't made an appearance
No?
yet. No, and I'm partial to the dark women. I gotta tell you, she got that.
That black heart, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I believe you were created for a purpose too, to make smart girls feel unpopular and drive up Viagra sales.
Cenk Uygur and the Young Turks, they were giving it to me straight, and they were framing the issues correctly. That's the beauty of the Young Turks. We don't have corporate overlords. We don't have to worry about offending our advertisers. That's why people like it. What people need is authenticity and honesty. That's what people are craving. And now they're taking the next step. If you haven't noticed, the Young Turks have gone into investigative journalism.
This is a nice moment in TYT history. We've got a new tag team champion of the world, Sam Cedar and Jimmy Dore. Yeah. That's right. What a tag team these guys are, man. Mordor and Sam Cedar dinner.
I just listen to his show every day, and that's how I know all this shit.
Well, I was just, I called Jimmy to see what he was wearing, and he told me he would be wearing the striped shirt today.
I predict on June 7th, Bernie will overtake Hillary Clinton with the lead in delegates on June 7th.
Okay.
June 7th, Bernie overtakes Hillary Clinton. Do not believe the mainstream news media or even jagoffs on cable or who are on the internet telling you that. Believe me.
I accept your nomination for President of the United States.
We have a Supreme Court that is going to be moved to the right for generations.
I guess.
In the
I disagree
meantime,
with you on that. I mean, you haven't given me an argument that rebuts what I said.
What about when Justice Breyer or Justice Ginsburg pass away or retire?
Yeah, I mean.
So they're going to filibuster. They're gonna prevent 2 vacancies from being filled, and then you think based on that in the context of American society as you know it, without a presidential election going on, that the Democrats are going to retake the Senate, even though they have twice as many people up for re-election.
Ben Howe is telling people, his conservative friends, to vote for Hillary if they care about the safety or
what if the fucking
life
moon
of
lands
the
in Lake
Republican
Michigan?
Party.
You think Donald Trump would have okayed the?
I guess this is to make
Keystone
Jimmy
pipeline?
look bad from like.
Yeah.
I guess what's typically called shit libs.
Do you think Donald Trump will do that when he gets into office?
Yes, I think he'll do all the
too.
bad things you can think of. Well, it's a risk assessment, right? So right now, if my choices are Donald Trump or neoliberal, warmongering Hillary Clinton in bed with Wall Street frackers and the big pharma, I'm going to say the risk, I'll take that risk of Donald Trump destroying the Republican Party.
It's not like the Republican Party is going to say, oh, what's become of us? I mean, Look at the way they're reacting now.
You can vote for Hillary Clinton. I'm going to vote for the destruction of the Republican Party.
The Fox News decision desk has called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. This means that Donald Trump will be
That's poor logic
the
by Jimmy,
45th
but
president
you should
of
just
the
made the
United
argument
States.
that
We handed almost unlimited power
fuck
to
boys and fuck girls on either
fascist
side of
wannabe.
this.
Buckle up. So are
Supporting
you
them
not
does nothing
deeply
for you.
concerned about that?
Yes, of course I am. I mean, we warned them, you know, the country has to come together now. The left is going to be united.
The left is going to be united.
The left is going to be united, maybe with independents.
I don't blame Jimmy for any of this. Back to you're just making him look better for me. Are these like bread tube, like, we hunt Nazis?
You wouldn't forgive me for going to work for the KKK, but why do we forgive
would not.
people for going to work for Fox News? Because that is the most that is like not okay. That is so over the top, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no disqualification from polite society anymore.
Welcome, Jimmy Dore, you extremist. Mexico has helped its citizens to break our federal laws. It's done that for years. That's what it looks like when a hostile foreign power interferes in your democracy. They don't buy Facebook ads that nobody sees. Why would they? They try to change the demographics of your country. White nationalism. Let's be literal for a minute. What is that exactly?
I don't even know what white nationalism means, and I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole with you now.
Why doesn't anyone ever define white supremacy? What is white supremacy?
Can somebody tell us in very clear language what a white supremacist is?
Well, no one's going to go, hey, that racist shit I saw, because they do it
Tucker
every
really
day,
believes
and now
that.
they're just
He's an honorable
accepted in
guy.
mainstream culture, and people work at Fox News and then go work at normal places.
My family watches Tucker Carlson's show once and then watches it on the replay because they feel that he is making the white nationalist talking points better than they have, and they're trying to get some tips on how to advance it.
If you were to assemble a list, a hierarchy.
This shit is pure garbage so far. Literally pure garbage. I'm being serious. This is fucking garbage. Play it though.
Of concerns, of problems this country faces. Where would white supremacy be on the list? Right up there with Russia, probably. It's actually not a real problem in America.
Let me just stop. Can I before you get to the? So people always say that about Tucker. How he has these vile opinions, and I'm like, is it worse than an evidence-free red baiting conspiracy theory aimed at the president of the United States?
They're both bad. Only thing you should be like trying to consider is one well-intentioned, they're just dumb, and is the other full-blown, this is all narrative management, corruption, propaganda bullshit. I put CNN and Tucker in the same category. Narrative management, propaganda bullshit. Even that shit that normies would be like, it's racist. I think it's actually narrative type management. Propaganda type stuff. We buy your culture and sell it back to you. With a price, of course. Here we go.
What about us? What about our
What do you got,
country?
Stevie?
We're being invaded. It's going to overwhelm our country and change it completely and forever. And our viewers should know that.
Is it more vile than a fucking red baiting?
If anyone should love America, it's Ilhan Omar. This country rescued her from a squalid Kenyan refugee camp and made her a national figure, quite an ascent. But Ilhan Omar is not grateful.
I remember this.
She hates us for it. The problem is, there are many of us here who do like this country.
It was
We
like
live
90%
here.
good,
We don't wanna
some
destroy
bad,
it.
and the ugly
We
is
have
him
every
spitting on
right
Alex
to
Jones,
fight
right?
to preserve our nation and our heritage and our culture.
That's not okay that you can start your career at Fox News or go there in the middle or end up at the end and then go to CBS or go somewhere else. That's not okay. And I think we should shame people who need to make money from racist organizations like Fox News. That's what identity politics is. It's a big
Red
diversion.
Tube,
And
the
the joke I
prequel
say,
to this
you know, if it was
video.
1860, the
Sam
Democrats
Cedar
would be
deception. abortion, but no one
bragging
heard
about
of
their
him
first transgendered slave
or the
owner.
video.
How precisely is diversity our strength? Ilhan Omar is living proof that
Yeah,
the
Sam
way we
Cedar would
practice
get
immigration
shit on by
has
Brett
become
too, Brett.
dangerous to this country.
Why is Tucker Carlson doing a better job than Amy Goodman?
Tucker, I think, had a line recently where he said that immigrants make America dirtier and poorer. So that to me is a vile statement. And if I had been
think you're
invited
mixing up a Louis C.K. act.
I don't remember that one.
Fascism is a very real danger. There was nothing that occurred like January 6th in the history of the United States.
Oh, so except Jerry, fascism is from the left and the right in America.
I came here to speak on behalf of Donald Trump.
I think this country needs 50 Adolf Hitlers, quite frankly. One for every state.
Fascism is from the left and the right in America.
Is this every lesbian clergy member in America in one place?
I'm sorry, bro. Look at those throwing mechanics, bro.
America in one
You
place?
see those throwing mechanics? That dude never played a sport in his life. They love Cedar and his mealy-mouthed politics. Oh shit. Dude, they love Vosh, but Vosh is like a pretend version of them. Right? They're about like actual people.
Fascism is from the left and the right in America.
The right
Like
is
they
going to
pretend
pick a
to be
fascist within 10 to 20
part of those
years.
guys' culture, then they sell
So
them.
well
They sell them down the
put.
river
And
later
you're
on.
absolutely right. We're
Like
moving
Tucker does.
toward actual extremism because they're undermining the system that kept extremism at bay. And I don't think we can say that enough. I'm so glad that you just said it.
So this is, again, what's wrong with the left. They have this authoritarian streak. They want to control other people's speech. They think censorship is good. And to show you that people like Neera Tanden are actually pushing fascism. They're the danger to journalism.
I'm gonna.
And Jimmy did that for a consistent period of time. Like, no, these guys are the danger. And it's like, what? Tell me, wait, what? I thought Trump was, I thought they're all the danger. Trump is continuing the wars. Doesn't that make him dangerous too? That type of rhetoric is the spooky part where it's like, what are your motives, bro? Jimmy, what's your fucking motive? Those are weird statements to make. And he did that consistently. And he made money off of it because his fucking followers like, hey, why don't you go after Trump at all? Send them fucking donations. Why don't you go after TYT? Why don't you go after Trump? All these things Jimmy wasn't really going at. At least, like, so obviously. What's up, Franco? Missed something?
Open up our libel laws so we can sue the media.
Presidential candidates don't ban news outlets and threaten to sue them once they become president.
The Young Turks continue to melt down. And so I think the Young Turks feel like they painted themselves.
He tried to end the wars, Amy? Are you sure? Didn't he have like a Didn't he have like a thing on his desk to end our support for Saudi Arabia against Yemen? Pretty sure that was on the table. How about moving troops from Syria to Iraq? How about ramping up in Afghanistan? How about continuing the funding of Syrian rebels in Syria? How about overly aiding Israel? On and so forth. That argument will never make sense. He tried to, but, Nancy Pelosi stopped him. If you believe that, you got fucking played. In my opinion, you got fucking played. Not to mention Africa. TM Steel, what's up?
Themselves into a corner, and now they got nothing else to do except just swing at everything.
I shall play the Russell brand.
He sounds like Bill O'Reilly.
At some point.
Again, Tucker nailing it, everyone else lying. Tucker Carlson holding the politicians' feet to the fire. Because I've showed people that Cenk Uygur smears Julian Assange, smears Aaron Mate, is on the take.
No, he did not shadow.
And runs interference for Democratic politicians instead of...
literally had the... Getting like the arms sales and all this shit wrapped up in Saudi Arabia. Literally vetoed the thing that would have ended that.
Is a crappy place.
Like
filled
there
with
is no
a bunch
other
of,
proof you need right there.
Semi-literate primitive monkeys. But I just have zero sympathy.
Guess who Saudi Arabia funds and trains and even hires in regards to as like mercenaries?
Normally, he's such a bad journalist, but he's nailing this.
Western civilization is our birthright. It makes all good things possible. Undefended, it collapses. And so we've got to fight to preserve
it. Both Trump and
It's
Obama seem to have been ignored when they tried to pull back from war by disloyal traitors and military brass.
The Western civilization we're talking about, superior to the culture.
That's right. We're keeping the oil. We're keeping the oil.
Move a large Muslim population into the West and successfully
Which five-star general did
Western
that?
culture. Have you seen that anywhere?
I know.
Oh my God! Look what they're doing in Syria. The babies, the beautiful babies.
And
which military general did
love
that?
him as he helps them attack real progressives.
That does not make sense,
He's a bought
Amy.
and paid for corporate tool, which is what Cenk Uygur and the Young Turks are.
Not to mention a proxy wars.
Why is Tucker Carlson the one telling us this? And Bernie pushes
And
the goddamn
Obama,
stupid
do I even
thing.
need to bring up Obama?
So this fucking charlatan takes $24 million from the establishment, right-wingers, and DNC donors. Why is this guy getting it wrong and every other motherfucker getting it right and every other motherfucker gets the story wrong? Why is that? Because they're bought and paid for and they're not journalists.
People like this don't bother to work. They don't volunteer or pay taxes to help other people.
The Israel-Palestinian
They live for
conflict?
themselves. They do exactly what they feel like doing. They say exactly
Well, you definitely
what they
don't
feel
fund
like
one
saying.
side over
they
the other.
spray paint their
You definitely don't
opinions
do
on
that.
buildings. On television, hour by hour, we watch these people,
sell
criminal
arms
mobs,
to one side, but
destroy
not
what
the
the
other.
rest of us have built.
And do it for either side.
They have no right to do that. They don't contribute to the common good. They never have. Yet suddenly they seem to have all the power.
And Mother Jones. Fucking Mother Jones. What a joke of a fucking rag magazine that thing is. They're all frauds.
They made
They're
a treaty.
frauds. And why he's allowed to tell the
and
truth
then
about
someone
this,
in
I
the
still
U.S.
don't know.
military gave
I
the
hope
order
I can
to
bump
bomb
into
a
him someday
base
somewhere and ask him.
and
Pick
kill
the side,
Syrian
and he
soldiers,
can't be trusted.
scuttling the deal.
That's Cenk. So there you go. You want to know about Julian Assange?
Already
You have to
funding.
Go look up this show or Tucker Carlson.
Already funding
Or Tulsi
terrorist
Gabbard.
groups
Go to
in
Tulsi
Syria.
Gabbard's
So
timeline because she doesn't equivocate on this shit. And shame on you, MSNBC and CNN.
who should keep the oil?
Shame on you.
The U.S. government to sell to ExxonMobil.
So they
whatever
want to
the fuck
push
they're gonna
those
do with
sick
it.
people off on the
Humphrey
government.
Trigger, I have no love for either, but you have
And
to
that's
see
exactly
how
what
it
they
works.
did.
President only has so much
So now
power.
their
and you can tell
profits are
people
going to
about
go
it.
up because of this.
Did he tell us that? Or did he give like a cryptic message? There really is a military-industrial complex. There really is one. All right, now I'm going to use my position to not tell anyone about it in detail. Just going to let it happen. For some reason, Rand Paul can talk about it. Or Tulsi Gabbard could talk about it. But for some reason, the fucking president can't talk about it. Does that make sense? So you can't, there is no excuse of top secret in regards to things like that. Yes, I am triggered. I'm sorry, but it does not make sense. Like some military guy fired on these guys and then it reignited the thing. If you're talking about like Afghanistan or something. No, you said Syria. You're already funding these guys, which are going to continue this civil war anyways. Right? The only ones the U.S. was supposed to be fighting in Syria was fucking ISIS. They claimed they got rid of ISIS, but they still ended up funding these rebel groups. And they fund Saudi Arabia, who can, or they sell weapons to Saudi Arabia, who can then give these weapons for the new ISIS, or the new Al Qaeda. So Trump did some shady as fuck shit. Yeah. Oh, really? Surprise, surprise. They have a different base, so no, it does not make sense. No, it does make sense because their base, he walked in with one thing, tricked his audience into following the other thing. Straight up. Actually, he lost the second time, obviously. But that initial trick worked. Ended up reverting on all of them. Basically on all of them. All the ones that are like the main focus of this helps. The WikiLeaks, then you prosecute Assange. To end the wars, jump in the wars, try to start new ones, or at least sow those, put out the seeds for a new one. Come on. And he did actually start wars. Hold on, I'm not opening Discord yet. Sorry, Matt Hunter, you're so patently correct. Let's continue, Ben.
The 60 to 65-year-old people suck their profits out. Now, the
Not
government's
the
gonna
CIA
pay it.
send back cannabis
How does
from
he end up having
Afghanistan.
the same position as Mitch McConnell, which would be against the Medicare
Hello,
expansion,
and
against the
Dave
coverage of dental,
F.
against the coverage of vision, and he's gonna stand here and act like he is the purity testing left-winger who needs to cast TYT, Anna Kasparison, Cenk Uygur, Kyle Kalinske, everybody but me out. And he's gonna be the one to purity test while he's arguing against a Medicare expansion.
Here he is. Here's Bernie Sanders. Vision care is health care. Dental care is health care. Hearing care is health care. That's why we must expand Medicare to cover dental care, eyeglasses, and hearing aids. So this is their scam now. I've got tons of evidence that NPR are straight up liars.
This isn't even an honest breakdown
Here's
of Jimmy
some of it
Dore.
right here.
My God, this is terrible.
That the right wing has no evidence that Facebook
Quack.
is biased. Well, right there, that's just a straight up lie. And that shows you how establishment media works. NPR, Facebook.
What's up, Swag?
The Biden administration, Silicon Valley. They're all in the same cabal.
Presidency as the most powerful office is a joke. President is a puppet no matter which party. Spokesman for the military.
So let's look at
no, he's not
bias.
the most.
The top 10
not the
performing
most
links
powerful
posted by
person
U.S.
there,
Facebook pages in the last 24 hours are from
You
number
definitely
1,
get a
Franklin
platform,
Graham, number
to
2,
say the
Ben
least.
Shapiro, number 3, Ben Shapiro, number 4, Dan Bongino, number 5, Dan Bongino, number 6, NPR, number 7, Ben Shapiro, number 8, Ben Shapiro, number 9, Ben Shapiro, number 10, 10 Cruz.
Look, a protester sits inside Nancy Speaker Pelosi's office. We will not back down is scrawled on a folder. That guy probably get more done for the people than Nancy Pelosi did. I'd like to see what that guy would do. I would let him be speaker for a while. $1,200 was already a joke. $600 is just begging for riots. So do you think those people would all be rioting if they had $2,000 in their pocket, or if they just got their 5th $2,000 check?
We're all going to be up here, and we're going to be breaking those windows.
Quackity
The
quack.
day before, on
Don't come
January
back.
5th, Ryan made it clear she was delighted to be heading to D.C. on a private jet.
Nice looking, regular, normal people. She's a business person. She's supporting this, right? So she's supporting xenophobia, fucking blatant racism, the most misogynist, the biggest slob anti-family to ever run for the Republican nomination. So we've been saying this. I said this in the summer when there were all those protests. You think those people would be out there protesting, risking getting COVID if they just got their second $2,000 check? Do you think these people would be doing this if they just got their 5th $2,000 check and they thought the government was actually on their side? Everything they said they've stood for is out the fucking window. Nice ladies like that standing behind one of the grossest people in the fucking country. By the way, the most hated politician in the country. Only second to Hillary, maybe. These nice people, they're all couldn't wait to get behind them. Unfucking believable. How nice they look. They all look like regular, normal people you'd never know. These fucking middle-aged white women who look
Trump
like
killed
they should be teaching
Soleimani
fucking Sunday school,
and
and
lied
here they
to
are,
his crowd
cheering on
saying
the
he was a
biggest
terrorist,
xenophobic,
he's a
racist
warmonger,
motherfucker I've ever seen in my life.
and a liar.
I've said it before on the show. I went to a Trump
Yeah, they used the
rally
Dick Cheney
last week,
talking
2 weeks
point
ago,
to
and
sell
I immediately realized
their
that it's not being
assassination
covered
of
the way it should be
Soleimani
covered.
after
It
they
should be
did it
covered
already
as a
without
hate rally,
informing
which is what it is. But
their
you
quote-unquote
have
teammates,
lots of
right?
good-looking reporters standing in front of cameras saying that it's just another political event.
Yes, I remember Michael
and,
Hastings.
well, what he said today was this. He called her Pocahontas, and but I'm being neutral. So, you know, I wish it would be nice if they did, you know, the Huffington Post, when every time they cover Donald Trump, they end with the Donald Trump is a race-baiting, xenophobic, racist who incites violence, and it's like, hey, by the way, this is who this is.
As a result of unprecedented and ongoing violent situation in Washington, D.C., we have required the removal of the President of the United States tweets that were posted earlier today for repeated and severe violations of our civic integrity policy. I don't know what to tell you, but that is a little chilling. I don't care what he's tweeting.
Really, you never had a plan of, hey, just in case something happened, we would be able to protect the officials already in the building, plus protect the building. You no plan?
No plan?
All right, I'm convinced. Jimmy Dore's people made this video to make him look better.
Plan. Just like the Justice Democrats when it came to forcing the vote, they had no plan.
So the idea
no one's calling them morals,
just
like
the Democratic Party, it's actually more deleterious to the progressive movement to have them there.
Just when it came to using their leverage, the Justice Democrats, they had no plan, and they still don't have a plan.
That's going to lead right to someone saying, well, he's better than Biden.
Debates in recent memory occurred over this idea called force the vote, which
retroactively determining lesser of two
Congress
evils.
People into using their leverage to essentially threaten Speaker Pelosi's re-election, and as a result, potentially get some policy concessions, or at very least a floor vote on Medicare for all. If you paid attention at all to this debate, did you have an opinion on the strategy? And do you think that elected progressives, Congresspeople like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Ro Khanna, who believe in policies like Medicare for all and a Green New Deal, have a responsibility in fighting the Bush President Joe Biden and his administration even harder by using their leverage in instances like this, or to hold up key bills in order to get policy concessions?
Let's take a look at the real world, not a dream world, the world we live in. Suppose you manage to push Pelosi to say, let's have a vote on Medicare.
Obama tried to reduce the war in Syria by funding terrorist groups.
50 Republicans will vote.
Not only that, but continuing the funding of countries that also fund terrorist groups, like Israel and Saudi Arabia, amongst others.
Probably plenty of others.
It does not make sense.
So what we're saying is, let's do something to be defeated.
Trump wanted to pull out of Afghanistan, and his orders were ignored.
We can't even get a vote on Medicare for all. Well, here's
I think when he announced
you can get it. You can
troop withdrawal, which is not pulling out of Afghanistan.
Just like the Tea
You're
Party
still leaving
did. They're
troops
called the
behind
Freedom
there.
Caucus. They drove John Boehner crazy.
I think there was something where U.S. took military action like the day after, or not even that long after. Like right after he announced he was leaving. Maybe the U.S. military took action, like killed some of the Taliban.
Because they couldn't pass anything without their votes, the Freedom Caucus. Same thing right now. All the leverage is in the hands of that squad, and they could use it, but they refused to do it. And so I made a push for them to do this. And it was obvious they didn't want to do it.
Now, the thing that people have to understand is wherever you are, you need to be in those districts where we have Democrats and Republicans who are not co-sponsors of the bill to get people onto the bill. I do not want to have a vote on a bill that is going to fail. So I need to get more co-sponsors on the bill so that I am sure that we can win the vote, because it will set us back years. if we have a vote that fails on Medicare for all. That
or
will be
HGH
the movement,
taking
where people will say, see, we had a
silly
vote
men
and we couldn't get the support for it.
around.
So I think that is a
up,
terrible
Daly?
strategy. That is not the strategy I want to pursue, because I want to win. I want to win.
Actually,
I want
Obama
to get
stopped
healthcare for
the
everyone.
full invasion of
And you
Syria.
don't get her to do what you want her to do by being fucking nice to
Sorry,
her. You
I
get her to
think
do what she's
evil
supposed to do
narcissist,
by
but
ripping her to
he
shreds,
helped
which is what I'm
Syria.
doing right fucking now, because she
You
has
gotta-
it coming. And it's not just her. They all do. She's the only one engaging on Twitter.
Okay, do you
which is
remember
why she's
Libya?
getting it.
The issue
You
that I
remember
have
missing
with
chemical
this
weapons from Libya?
is that Jimmy Dore doesn't talk this way about anybody else.
And then it seems like where
right
they ended
now,
up
AOC
at.
and the squad are the most
And then the
left-leaning
reason
people in
for
American
U.S.
government. They are, and they're the most left-leaning people that have
intervention
been in
into
American
Syria,
government
like
for a
sending
long
troops
time.
there.
So
you
I
not
wanna
see
say
all
right
of
off the
that
bat,
playing out.
There's nothing wrong.
I could be tripping though.
With challenging or criticizing very left-leaning people in government. Jimmy Dore, I've seen Jimmy Dore's coverage of Trump. Jimmy Dore is one of those people who is constantly downplaying how threatening Trump would be because it owns the libs. Jimmy Dore was one of those people who would constantly be, libs are hysterical. They're hysterical
Bosh
about
is
Trump.
a
They have
voice of
Trump
reason.
derangement syndrome. He actually uses this term, Trump derangement syndrome. When he went on
I'm telling
Tucker
you.
Carlson,
These are friends
and
of Jimmy making this
pleaded
video.
with Trump like a good little boy. And then he comes here and he says he's ripping AOC to shreds
Obama did not.
because AOC doesn't want to engage in a harebrained strategy that has literally zero chance at procuring any positive
Obama
results.
did not try to end
They're
the
going to
war.
wait for me to come up with another plan. They're
Just
going to
added
wait
more
for me or
drones and
Kyle
pilots
Kalinske or Crystal Ball or Cornel
bad
West to come up with a
90%
plan for the Justice
90% civilian
Democrats
aim.
and how to use their leverage. And then they're not going to do it again.
You don't throw away
This is
political
way
power
too
on
long
things
to
that not
review.
only were not
Go
going
on.
to work,
Go as far as
but
you
also
want.
were not
Pause.
possible, and it would not have resulted in any good political
Anyhow, you can't have a real
externalities
discussion in
for
chat
us.
against someone speaking.
You just don't do that.
You are
don't
afraid to
do
let me talk,
what
so
makes
I'm
your
going to
emotions
move on.
feel better. You
Have
do
a
what's going
great
to
night.
actually help people, and that's going to build your foundation to help people in the future. Fighting in
Alright.
general doesn't always mean you're going to go into a boxing ring and just try to throw haymakers. I use this example a lot. If you go to fight somebody or if you try to box somebody who is skilled and you simply come in and try to punch them like as hard as you can, that person is going to beat the crap out of you. Some things in politics takes a lot of discipline, and discipline is something that force the voters technically or usually lack.
If you want to do politics, you got to fucking understand the issues. It's not all just emotions and fantasy life. Or if you want to do emotions and fantasy life, then own it and just do critique, and that's great. But don't call people who actually care about the process and bother to do some fucking research dummies because they look at things a little bit structurally. It's an easy hustle. It's an easy market. It's an easy game. But
you just don't understand markets.
It's not contributing to anything. It's not going to help us win.
And who runs them? Who runs the communists and the socialists?
That very notion alone would have made my eyes like, what? Win what? What are you winning? I'd seriously have to ask, like, what? What are you going to win? Hey, the music is can't creating the ambiance, soundtrack of our lives. That shit.
And all of it, the big banks, period.
They're going to go along with Nancy
What
Pelosi.
politicians
And
have
Nancy
ended
Pelosi
war?
goes along with Goldman Sachs and Raytheon. So when you're voting for someone inside the
I was
Democratic
realistic
Party,
about
you're
it,
voting
probably
for
none of
Goldman
them.
Sachs.
I was thinking presidents. Politicians. Okay, fine now. Seems more like
So
the populace either gets pissed off enough,
Now here's Nina Turner.
or
Here's someone who doesn't have to read
no,
what she believes
their
off a
job is
pamphlet,
done.
because
They've
it
already
comes right from her
did
heart.
what they
That's
wanted
what I'm
to do, and
talking
now they're ready to
about.
leave.
And-
Could have woken her up from a sleep.
Something
She
like
would have nailed it.
Absolutely.
Seems
and
like
I
what-
have a
like
feeling
what,
her
will
staff
happen
knows
with
where she stands
Afghanistan.
on this issue.
I have a feeling her staff
Hey,
knows where
we're
she
done.
stands on this issue. They don't have to ask. They're not
Damn, this
surprised.
guy
Oh
ended
my
the
God,
Afghan
Nina's for
war.
single payer, for Medicare for
But
all.
we
That's
were
a
there
shock to
for
us.
20
Oh boy, we're
something
gonna
years. I think
have
maybe
some
they were
tough
just done.
conversations with our donors.
Considering it. You can't debate a dead guy, bro.
Nina Turner is against force the vote.
I can
She
debate
gave
his
a bad
ideas.
faith answer on Bad Faith Podcast. That's when I stopped my monthly donation, Jerry Mack. You know how I feel, Jerry. I'm right there with you. I'm not giving my money to somebody who's running in the Democratic Party. I'm not giving my money to somebody
you
who
keep
runs in the
expecting them
Republican
to.
Party. I'm not
Oh,
giving my
I
money.
do not
Come
do
get my
that.
vote. can get my vote. And you know how you're going to get support? Universal health care. For my brothers and sisters in America, universal health care.
Show that.
And in Ohio's 11th district, an establishment Democrat clinched a major victory over the progressive candidate in that primary. Chantel Brown received more than half of Democratic votes.
I don't think enough people know that.
Ohio State Senator came up short with just 44% of the vote.
Cynthia McKinney. All right, you could probably make the case she tried to. Didn't end anymore, so. Regardless, it'd be a hell of a thing to see some person doing something like that, as opposed to the populace is pissed off. That's the same that happened with Obama and the why he didn't go all in Syria. But like, the people are pissed off, or mission
accomplished. Do you think for those who are embracing taking away private insurance from people, ultimately, is that just
who's claiming Obama calmed the Syria war
a non-starter?
There's literally a CIA document about it making war more appealing.
From the perspective of people, of the American people, that if all of a sudden
says I'm arguing
you are taking away their choice,
and
that's not a very American thing, in my opinion.
Where in nature can we not find a
We've been trying to get Bernie Sanders on the show.
Constant, relentless, often bloody struggle for expansion and the resources
definitely ducking the show.
needed for such expansion.
He's not coming. He is not coming on. He's ducking the show.
They're ducking our show officially. They won't come on. Bernie won't even come on the show. He won't come on the show. He won't come on the show. They won't come on the show. And they're doing it in one of the most insulting ways possible.
Civilization,
telling us the
video
same excuse every time. I have to look at his schedule. Like, you know.
Well, Ocasio's in town, and like all popular Democrats, when no one wants them, they want to come on our show. And as soon as they get by, we help make them popular, and then they're
right. It requires my imagination to buy into it in order to use it as a suitable way to expand or whatever the fuck in this video game realm.
12 million views a month,
what if we take physical war and turn it into intellectual war?
Or Justin Jackson,
it's kind of the tenets of it anyways, right?
Just have the ball instead of going, oh, I have to look at this fucking schedule. Instead of just blatantly lying, you got a schedule right in your hand. Every time I talk to Bernie's press guy, he goes, I got to check his schedule. He's got his schedule in his fucking hand.
I didn't mean and. I meant she seemed like she was more concerned and understood
He's just bullshitting
things structurally.
His press handler, Josh, literally lies to us. I'll say, hey, I thought you were going to get us a date with Bernie because I have to check his schedule. You have a schedule in your hand, Josh.
I'm aware of Cynthia McKinney.
But you know, a year and a half ago,
but Matt was asking which politicians have ever ended
we were having her on.
I'm like,
that dude's got all the time in the world.
They're not your friends. They are elected servants, and start fucking treating them that way.
I don't call mission accomplished as ending a war.
Right? He's getting it back to you.
Oh, there's no more of these guys to kill. War won.
Have the nads to say, hey, look, it wouldn't be
we did
for
it.
us to do the show right now.
We did it.
And we're not gonna. She's already becoming more of a Democrat, by the way. Don't you see it?
Josh says I have to look at the schedule, so it's insulting to even talk to them right now. Because I have to look at the schedule. They talk to me on the phone and say, sure, we're going to get him on the show, and then they never get him on the show. So they're just jagging us around.
When I talk to his press secretary, he's not being honest with me. He's bullshitting me and insulting. I yelled at his press guy, Josh. And I'm sure it's not his call.
I didn't know you were responding.
I'm sure it's ultimately Bernie's call. It's very sad, and of course you can see how it puts me in such a good mood to think about it.
Obama started war with Syria. You were so evil. You kind of leaping, Bob. Super leap.
They're putting their fucking personal position ahead of that. Don't fucking forget that.
Yeah, no, I'm about to. I was just eating food.
Who are you talking about with that, Jimmy? I'm talking about anybody who's a progressive in Congress who isn't endorsing hashtag the vote.
No capping. I was just eating food. That's why I was playing it.
Are you upset about Bernie? Am I missing something?
Shit, I don't even have to pay attention to.
But someone who actually supports them is going to help to get their message out. They shun them. I hope you effing lose again. I hope you effing lose again. I hope
posting Jared Taylor videos.
Lose again.
Jimmy, aloha. Good to see you.
This is a little
Great to have
repetitive.
you. Thanks for making time
It's
for us. We have a special
something
guest
else,
with
bro.
us. It's Tulsi Gabbard.
I'm
Tulsi
convinced-
Gabbard showed a lot of courage.
I'm convinced Jimmy
and
hired
she
these
voted
guys to make him
president.
look
Well,
good.
she's here with us right now. Please
Come on,
welcome
do a
to the
diss
show. It's
track on
Tulsi
me. Come on.
Gabbard. Hi.
Aloha, Jimmy.
Well,
Wonderful to see you. Thanks for having me
If
here.
or when we
And now
play
she's
that
running
Tim
for
Black,
president.
that shit's hilarious
That's
to
Tulsi
me.
Gabbard. Hi, Tulsi. How
That
are
shit's
you?
fun.
Jimmy, I'm great. It's great to see you.
There is nowhere violence, oppression, subjugation, separable from nature.
That's why I
including
support
human nature.
Tulsi
Prove me wrong.
over Bernie in the primary because
Depends on what you mean
Tulsi's
by
got a
violence.
much clearer foreign policy.
mean-
I think it's
What's up,
fantastic.
Maddie?
Gabbard
You mean,
herself co-sponsored
like,
a House resolution designed to reaffirm the U.S.'s
friction
commitment
happening?
to
What do you
reflexively
mean by
use
violence?
its veto power in the United Nations.
like
to
sports,
defend
like a
Israel's
ball hitting a bat?
reputation
That's
when it
a
bombs
fucking violent thing.
Palestinian civilians. She also co-sponsored a bill that condemns
Oppression?
efforts to boycott Israel following these bombings, which puts her in line with the most hawkish
I'll
lobby
say
members
sadness
of
will
the U.S.
exist,
Congress.
but someone
in public, Gabbard has
purposely
claimed
trying
that she
to
desires a Palestinian state,
push
but this
someone
is
down.
contradicted by some of her
There's
votes
no
and some of
guarantee
her
that
affiliations.
that will always exist.
For example, in the 2-year period spanning November 2014 to November 2016,
subjugation.
Gabbard received $21,975 from anti-Palestinian groups, and in 2015 spoke at a conference for Christians United for Israel, a far-right organization that strongly opposes Palestinian statehood. She
Please
works with
change it.
people who oppose Palestinian statehood. That's who she really is.
I'm
You guys are that
impressed with
tortured, I mean,
Congresswoman
my
Gabbard
God.
because she has behind her
But it
not
has
just words,
propaganda video.
deeds. This is the kind of friend we need in the Democratic Party. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your
What's this,
warmest
Doc?
welcome to Tulsi Gabbard.
Through these jurisdictions, I've spent much of my time in Congress very focused on ensuring our nation's security in the face of a rising threat from Islamic extremists and
Germans
an
are
Iran
all
that continues
terrorists.
to threaten Israel and the United States.
Uch,
As a soldier, I
Sindal,
know firsthand how important it
terroristen.
is to understand and identify your enemy.
Ariana
So whether they're
analysis.
called
Oh, that's
ISIS
that
or
guy.
Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram,
Okay.
or Al-Nusra, all of
Alright, I've done that one. Michael Russell Brand. I can play this one real quick. 5 minutes. Let me watch it. The philosophy. This one I'm not playing. Or it would be absolute class. I've seen it before. I've talked to bullshit, man. Way back. I don't know. He was like subscribed or something. Dread. I just missed it. This vid makes Jimmy look awesome. It's like if 5th grader tried to diss someone. I can't find real criticism in this. Yeah. There are men. He's Lord Israel. Is he there? Big talk, little talk? Yes, praise him. Praise him and praise him well. Oh, shit. I got you, Josh. I'll play that real 22 minutes. This, I have no idea what the fuck it is. I'm gonna have to go. Full send. Random Instagram video.
This is a story of how both of Saisa's children were legally kidnapped.
Former American Idol contestant and Broadway actress Aisha Mercado is finding herself the face of legal kidnapping at the hands of Dr. Sally Smith. Dr. Smith is the head of the Child Protective Services and considered one of the most powerful figures in Florida child welfare. She has long been criticized for aggressively reporting child abuse and confiscating people's children, only to have dozens and dozens of those charges dismissed. USA Today did a really detailed report on this in 2019. I've linked to it in my bio. Aisha Mercado and her family are just one more victim. In February of this year, Saisha had taken her 13-month-old baby boy to the hospital. She had just found out that she was pregnant again, and she wasn't producing the amount of breast milk required to feed him adequately. So she asked for the hospital's help in getting him more fluids. After a few days, he was doing fine, and she thought she was going to be able to go home. But the hospital wanted to keep the baby for further observation. On March 11th, Manatee County Child Protective Services came to the hospital with armed officers and said they would be confiscating the baby because the parents had refused a B12 shot. She says that never happened.
But what did we do?
Yeah, what is the crime? Can you please give us a charge?
But who said we
You
neglected
refused the B12 shot
I
today.
didn't refuse it. I said his father
No. There was no refusal.
So you're saying you're taking my child away from me?
I am.
Right now,
That's
you
not
can't
gonna
take
happen.
my child away from me. I
That's
can't.
not going to happen. Right now in this time, I'm filing criminal charges against this hospital.
I didn't do anything. This is so injustice. I didn't do anything.
The baby was removed from the parents' care and placed in foster care without trying to do a family first placement or speak to their lawyer, and they have not seen him since. The nightmare does not end there. Just 2 days ago, she was pulled over by Manatee County CPS in a targeted stop. Ware County officials took her 10-day-old still breastfeeding daughter. She posted a very emotional video detailing from start to finish the stop, in which she reminds them that she does anti-bullying work with that very police department. Officers take the baby without calling the Mercado family attorney, and now CPS has 2 of her children, with no information on where they are or when she'll get them back. Dr. Sally Smith is still leading child abuse investigations for the Pinellas County.
What the frick? What is this about? Not getting B12 shots? They can fucking take your kid for not getting them B12 shots. And it's not even like we take your kid, give them B12 shots, then give them back. But even that, they're denying that they even denied the shot. Which would be like, well, then it's not even an option. What? That's not even an option to deny it. Be real with you, you're incorrect, bro. At least I think you're incorrect. I don't know where this leap came from, but it's a leap. COVID B12. B12 isn't even like not even like a crazy thing, right? A B12 shot? Not some crazy fucking. That's not like, you know, if someone was like anti-vax, B12's not a fucking vaccine, right? Isn't it like a nutrition supplement? That's weird. That chick, that lady was on American Idol?
This is a story of how
just wanna
both
see
of
real quick.
Saissa's children were legally kidnapped.
Former American Idol contestant and Broadway actress Saisha Mercado is...
And she's fucking famous? Yeah, fucking pasta. Kind of spicy. Amy denied genocide? Something tells me you're incorrect about that. I read her statement. Oh, can't wait for this. But, I read her statement and it doesn't look like a denial, much as a strict evidence base because she thinks there's some sort of bias against Catholics. Thus, she will be very strict about evidence in regards to that form of fashion. A lot more loose with, initially loose with Dubster and his fucking horseshit. Because of a possible bias. Yeah, it's a vitamin. B12 COVID variant. Fuck out of here, bro. Fucking some athletes take fucking B12 to fucking cheat and shit. COVID LSD 25. Oh shit. I'm so fucking hungry. Pause. Pause, young lady. I was hungry, but then I ate that pasta. Probably a little too fast. Once again, my stomach hurt. I'm an idiot. She didn't deny it if she asked for evidence, I think, prep. Oh, yeah, she asked for evidence. Amy tried to tell me what the black community needs in order to thrive. Very odd woman. Oh, yeah, it's very odd and nerdy and stuff. But just like when we talk with anybody here, you figure out a language and a style to discuss things, if you want to. Sometimes people are okay with just strictly, we're in argument mode, 24/7. Right, Matt? I can't even just speak normal English to this person. I must always be questioning, looking for something, digging, planting, throwing shit at. I can't just say, hey, man, what's up? I can't say that. I'll say, hey, here's Jared. Be ready to be triggered. All right. I ate foods that have a little more energy. Give me. Stomach still hurts, though. Fuck. It was spicy, too. Hey, yo, Ed, they shut me up. Vitamin LSD. Amy is saying the native children being dug up in Canada were not murdered. I think she asked for evidence, right? I saw her statement. She's probably curious if you were being biased against Catholics, sake of being biased against Catholics because of prior statements where you're probably jokingly trolling. Someone took it the wrong way. See or no? See or no? Need to start taking more vitamins. Also, eat flaming white cheddar popcorn was the devil. They got hot white cheddar popcorn? I didn't even heard of that shit. Or like flaming cheese. I had an imaginary friend named Amy. What the? Amy Goldstar? I never had an imaginary. I used to remember my dad's shitty beat up car. I think I took like shoelace, just fucking around, took shoelace and tied it around the seat, the headrest. The headrest, like my dad would be right here, I'd be in the back seat, I tied fucking shoelace around the headrest or just wrapped it around or something. I used to use the shoelace heads, and in my mind I'm thinking of Ninja Turtles fighting each other, but in reality it's just like two shoelaces like hitting each other. Oh, fucking weird kid, bro. And then and here I am now. This is what happened as a result. All right, my comments jumped. She only cares about evidence and she believes statistics when it involves the black community, but not COVID. Confusing and strange. No, I think she wants to be correct about, this notion of putting forth two-family households being like the number one thing. Yes, the number one solution. Yeah, because it leans towards her bias. That's what I think. That's my assessment. But hey, maybe you quack more better. I mean, maybe you know more better. More better. That's right. I said it. Did you just say you ate out pasta? I thought you were dating Rose. Rose who? You mean Amy, right? Oh, really? It rose who? Who are we talking about? The fighter, Nama Yunus? Alright, that's funny. JC's giving away a free album with the COVID shot to pump record sales. What a genius. Freak you, Ed. That's fucking hilarious, though. Yep, it looks like it is pivoted towards Josh. Have fun, Josh. How come I don't get one, huh? How come Jordan's not just doing it because Jordan just... He likes Amy. That's why he's there. I want one. Tim Black make a video about me, bro. Damn it. Where am I at in all this? No, us narcissists need some attention. Just saying. Might be a little too hyper now. The fucking pasta. Too much carbs in there. Too spicy, too much carbs. Got my fucking energy up. And that doesn't even make sense. How's he gonna make money if he's giving away the album? What he's doing is he's giving away the album for free and writing it down like an album sale. And he's like, yo, look at me, top 100 billboards, #1. God damn. Now the Flash is going after. Jesus. Dubster Brian asked for evidence that Jewish people died in Germany. What is the difference? I don't think Dubster's actually looking for evidence or an argument about that. That's the difference. That make sense? That's my position. I think he's doing the provocateur shit, like not actually looking for an argument. You know, where there's actually like room for concession. Like, oh, if I showed you this is wrong, you'd actually concede on it. And my chat is... If I missed your comments, guys, I'm... The shitty tablet. I'm quite envious of your energy. Yes, this monotone thing you're seeing right here is as Yahoo as Jordan gets. Whatever, Yoshi. Being houses is actually a cruel liberation. Freedom from renting an apartment complex. Fell to exist in between work shifts. Freedom for rebellion. I kinda... What happened to those native children is proven. They were tortured and killed. Are we going to not listen to Jewish people testimonials? Of course you would. Unless you're arguing with someone else. I would listen to... Bias. Someone's afraid to let people know they have a bias, or... Here's one of my favorite counter arguments. Everyone has a bias. And that all right, Duck. Hold your feathers. We'll play this. You keep pushing. I'm gonna make sure the My Pillow guy finds you. Realizes his new favorite animal. Ducks. Fill all his pillows up with duck feathers. Trust me, that My Pillow guy is fucking dangerous, bro. Trust the pillow. I had several long combos with a survivor of Birkenau of 3 years. Jesus. Are we going to ignore the forensic evidence showing that those kids were killed? No, why would you do that? Are you telling me when Amy asked for evidence, that was her denying evidence? Just because she wants to believe one way doesn't mean she can't be convinced another. Why you ask for evidence. Is Amy one of your wives? No, she's my only fan. I mean, she's the #1 fan. I must protect her at all costs. Alright, let's play this video. I see you. Wait, what do we share? Excuse me? No one, I mean no one, touching my Amy, my Neera Tandon. They're mine, mine alone. Alright. This is from Syriana Analysis. German, what? Sorry. I gotta switch screens, don't I? I do have to switch. There we go. From Syriana Analysis, Germans are all terrorists. Durch sind alle Terroristen. Terroristen. Here we go. That's loud.
I was hesitant to record this episode because last time I spoke about the refugee crisis in Germany.
Sorry for the audio.
Of many false and usual accusations by the so-called liberal left. For those who don't know me, my name is Kevork Almasyan. I'm from Syria, and I'm the founder of this YouTube channel. I have a bachelor degree in international relations and diplomacy, and hopefully I will be graduating soon with a master's degree in political science. That's in short. Now, after my previous warnings during 2015 and 2016 proven to be right, today I don't want to speak about whether accepting all refugees without
Ali, you're wearing out the all caps thing.
Right
like, let it
wrong.
just be subtle every so often.
This is something that the German people
don't just overdo it,
have to decide. What I want to elaborate today is more important.
Take your finger off the shift button, okay?
And just article published by a Syrian refugee in the Huffington Post.
Stop yelling.
The title of the article is "Ihr seid alle Terroristen," meaning you are all terrorists. You, the German people,
Vork is okay, except he promoted
terrorists.
Jordan Peterson.
Yes, you heard it right.
I've heard others have different
opinions.
opinions.
Ahmed Hashish says you are all
right,
terrorists, and how he has
alcoholic?
reached to this absurd conclusion.
Oh wait,
he
that's
says
the
that
snail.
the German people
Duck,
are not
right?
kind.
Correct, duck.
They always stare at him because he's
Duckinator.
from the Middle East. Obviously, this little ignorant man that the Qatari-backed Huffington Post gives him platform is unable to integrate into the German society. Therefore, he is blaming the German people for his incompetence.
Right there.
Let's check the
Telling you
profile
guys.
of this oppressed
Hopefully you can
refugee.
see.
Surprise, surprise. His
Right
cover
here. See
photo
this?
is an Islamic slogan.
Called the
His
caps
profile
lock.
is
You might have
full
hit
of
it by
these
accident.
photos.
Like,
now
unclick
let me
it.
ask you, Mr. Hashish.
Try it.
Why the German people are not staring at me although my beard is very long? Maybe because I respect the German culture and values. Maybe I'm putting efforts to integrate into the German society, which by the way, we have many things in common.
You're right,
So
Stevie.
I'm
They're
not
capping.
facing
That's
the
what
same
it is.
psychological
They are
problems
capping.
that you have created by yourself. This so-called racism and intolerance
You had
of
to
the
choose
German
who is the
people
hottest
is a
warmonger
big
currently
lie.
living in America.
Germans warmly
Amy
receive
Klobuchar.
hundreds of
Without
thousands
question.
of Syrians and help them. They are paying from their tax money to guarantee a shelter to the refugees. In
Not
fact,
even close,
Germany
bro.
spent
The hierarchy
$20
here.
billion on the refugees in 2016 alone. But some Germans are becoming more skeptical towards the open door policy because a considerable number of refugees refuse
Anyone see
to
the
learn
duck
the
and snail
language,
have these simps
refuse to
just following
integrate, and refuse
Shadow,
to respect
Mona
the German
2,
culture.
Mona the sequel.
I've been in Germany since October 2015, and I can sense a certain level of change in the behavior of the Germans.
Yeah, distracted
but
me from this
never slips
video
into racism. But who
that I'm
we
supposed to
need
be
to
analyzing.
blame for this slight change? It is some of those newcomers who caused
Simps.
extreme troubles
This
from
is why I only
sexual
simp for Amy.
harassments and raping to violence and terrorism. Many Germans are surprised and wondering, is this how they express gratitude for paying from our pockets to theirs?
Just bomb people
My German
and shit,
friends, I feel you, but please don't fall into the trap of generalization. We, most Syrians, are not like Hashish and his comrades. But the media in your country always shed light on them because they want to politicize the refugee crisis by focusing only on the anti-Assad refugees who are mostly Islamists. Not all Islamists eventually become terrorists, but they will certainly not integrate into your...
So I remember you saying things, Red Sea, when Franco had this guy on, like bringing up questions about him. And okay, let me ask this question. Is it like he's like a almost like anti-religion type of guy? And then so he's almost doing like the Christopher Hitchens, Sam Harris version of essentially anti-Islam. Is that where it's going? Nah, she stay capping, bro. Playing while you said he was a part of some fucking organization or something. Yeah, I know you guys cap all day. I get it. A capper's cap. Makes sense for me. Why Amy Klobuchar? Why not? What's wrong with you, bro? What kind of question is that? Like you need evidence or like logic and reason. Like, come on. Unlike these fools, like I don't cap. All right, they cap. Not me. He says the Muslim Syrian refugees cannot fit into German society, unlike Christian Syrians, which is one. Okay, he's a Christian. Okay. It's still kind of. It's not. I mean, that's kind of Sam Harris's argument in regards to Israel and Palestine. They'll say, yeah, they're both religious, but clearly one religion is just, come on. They're barbaric. He understands why Israel subjugates fucking Palestine. He also says that Muslim refugees don't respect German culture and refuse to learn the language, and that's why they are unhappy, not because they had to escape Syria. Simps need Simps too. Interesting. That's like culture war shit, right? Human sympathy. Yeah, it's a very narrow-minded take the gentleman has, so I was surprised to hear his take on this. He doesn't add any context. I'm not gonna lie, the first couple minutes I didn't really listen, but I used to watch this guy when the not the very first hints of the Syrian shit happening, because I wasn't paying attention to politics at all really back in like 2011 or even 2013. I think it was like 2014, 2015, 16, that little time period is when I found this guy, when I guess it seemed like the war was ramping up more, or maybe it came more into attention because of the Hillary Clinton no-fly zone thing, right? That fucking talking point kind of thing. At the time, I was like, oh, this kind of corroborates with other people, like what I hear other people saying about the country. I didn't think of it beyond that. like a Syrian girl or Ryan Dawson. Or he said he says the Germans need to do something about the Syrian Islamists are barbaric. Blow up a train station if Germans don't rise up. Yeah, this is like culture war shit. Feel free to join my hater club. It's free. Not judging your taste on three-dimensional women. Just curious which warmonger I should get on my pillow body pill. I thought you were saving yourself for Matt Hunter. What happened, bro? Jordan can only like girls whose hair can fair and who throw staplers. No kink shame. I mean, I would need a tyrant in my Amy. Yes. That sounded too dark. Yes. A little better. He also does media for the German party called AfD, and their whole platform is anti-immigration. It sounds like culture war garbage. He even has the haircut of the culture warrior. Right? He looks like a fucking culture warrior. Straight up. He looks like, what's his face from Red Ice Media. Yeah, it is culture war shit, and why he is source for people like Vanessa Beeley if he speaks about human beings like this. I guess because he probably has connections there that he gets information. I mean, but Beeley's got like, I'm sure he has fucking connections that these other guys probably don't have because he is Syrian, right? Yeah, she's talking about this guy, Josh. What are the sides of the... That looks... Based on what Red Sea just explained, it seems a lot like American. I mean, the Europe culture war shit and the American, or you can even say North American culture war shit, seem to quite blend a bit. You notice the fucking UK elections, bro, and Brexit, it became the biggest issue. Meanwhile, their healthcare is being sold, being fucking sold to another country and shit. Regardless of that, but yeah, the culture war, pretty similar, right? Immigration, but you can almost hear the dog whistling within the language, whether it's on purpose or not, if they're just following their particular culture of how to say things. I mean, yeah. Viktor Frankl changed a lot of people's lives by giving hope in dark times. His times were the darkest I could imagine. Make prison here like a party. Yeah, I did a video. Well, you could thank the stupid cheetah for that. I covered that. I was like, wow. Me and him, like, up with some similar things. Yeah, this is all well-known stuff about this guy. Still has an insight into Syria. Damn comments. I want to know. Is that for me? Oh, that's for prop. It's well known, so it's fine. I don't know if he said that. I can see how someone would think that, prop. Go with you. But he didn't technically say those exact words. Don't worry. I'll just fuck with both of you and you can deflect your anger at me. Or whatever the fuck. All I want to know is how does he have mascara? Really? I mean, kind of see it, but definitely worst case. Like people got those Egyptian fucking Colin. He's got those fucking Egyptian fucking eyes and shit, bro. Natural eyeliner. I think the culture war is to divide is the college divide intellectuals and robots versus everyone else, really. I mean, I mean, it's not gonna be like. I don't think it's gonna be Civil War fucking thing. But it's definitely like a intellectual battle for attrition or something, right? Where they're trying to become the cultural leaders and shift the populace one way or another. Maybe it kind of seems like that. At least like their attempts in that direction. When it's anti-Islam. No one fucking cares. What if he said black or Jewish? Care either way. What are the sides of the culture war? I'm not sure exactly what is meant by the phrase. The far left versus the alt-right. If there's some merit to ideological war of attrition, but not right, not like some sort of civil war shit that the other guys fucking sell, where it's like 20 dudes on Antifa versus 20 dudes from the Proud Boys. Not gonna call that the culture war shit. It's like a genre of types of information. I doubt this is well known. Yeah, I mean, I had no idea, but I stopped watching the guy a while ago. Oh, I have fucking all these other people. I forgot to say Inlikash's name in there too. And now Viktor Frankl's people are killing Palestinians. Well, the people that are killing are not cut from the same cloth as Viktor Frankl, right? I don't like the you people thing. His people. I'm not taking credit for Michael Jordan's achievements. Other than that, he's a December baby, and we're the best month ever. December. But it's not about skin color. I accept Jesus' accomplishments too. No, if I'm not accepting Michael Jordan's achievements, Viktor Frankl is not accepting other people's fucking bad behavior. I don't like that argument. In regards to, I know I get what you mean though. I get what you mean though. Just odd to me because this take would be considered right wing in some ways. In some ways, is all. I'm not saying that there aren't instances of what he says, but I want to know if he covers refugee status more. That'd probably be like a full forensic look at his channel and shit. That would actually be a good idea. But only if someone and a friend were like, actual friends and shit, and they were both like writers. I'm not doing it. I'm just playing. Actually, seriously, you guys probably should article on. And go on Franco's channel and smoke him. Pause. I feel like he's purposely distancing himself from Muslim refugees. For sure, he might be. But do we know when he ended up in Germany? Was it prior to any type of conflict happening in Syria to where there was mass refugees? Mass. Comments are going to jump again, so I'm just going to jump with them. Pause. Yeah, anyone can have anyone. I think it was just surprising, that's all. Because I feel this position differently in different context or country. That I agree with as far as conditioned type of people maneuvering with this content, for sure. I think it would be taken differently, but not for me. I mean, yeah, not for me. But when people that use him as a source talk about these views and the fact that he works for AFD, I would hope it's brought up if it's brought to their attention. I assume you're talking about Franco. And I did see that he got the information. I don't remember if it was pre or post interview with this guy. I think it was pre-interview. So something you should probably ask him. Endorsing this guy and using him as a source and never asking him about the shit he said about Muslim Syrians is saying you're okay with what he says, and in my eyes, you are not credible. I would for sure ask. I would 100% for sure ask. I don't want to interview, but I would for sure ask. I look at it this way. I brought this up before. I called it the Dark Knight strategy. Yes, forgive me. I'm doing some Batman simping right now, but I think it's the best movie ever made. But it's like, all right. Not only are you guaranteed to make a certain amount of money because it's Batman, right? Batman's going to sell tickets. But if you make it an all-time great movie, it's going to triple, quadruple that, which means now you're breaking records. So if you have anybody on your channel or whatever and you get a chance to interview them, it's like, not only are you getting a boost from having this name here or whatever the fuck, but you are, in my opinion, you're probably double, tripling, quadrupling viewership or audience size or whatever just by asking the questions that no one else is going to fucking ask. Let's be real about this. Could probably apply more with Jimmy Dore than this guy, but still. I mean, if you ask tough questions and Jimmy gets stuck, everyone's going to rush to go see it. If you ask these questions and Jimmy fucking flows right through it, people are going to still go see it to be like, see, Jimmy answers these questions, see? Or they're going to reference this interview or something like that. I don't know, it's just my opinion. Yeah, December basketball American babies are superior. Fuck all the other months. Jesus was a March baby. Now shut up and dribble squeak, bro. Jesus is a December baby, okay? You freaking pagans. Please leave. Go away, you pagan. That's you too, Shadow Ban. Fucking pagan. You know you know what trend in indie media really pisses me off? If one person has someone on, they all sort of pass the guest around so the content is stagnant and circular and misguided like this guy. Oh, like a Jimmy Dore, like a Kimmy Bohr world tour. Kimmy Bohr world tour. Totally not talking about Jimmy Dore. Alright, I gotta start reading a little bit faster. Give me, guys. You don't speak for Michael Jordan? That's how you lose a subscriber. Actually watched some Luke Longley shit yesterday. Or it might have been early this morning. I watched it. And it's like MJ just treats him like shit. He's like, I only care about winning. I don't care about you. I don't care about your eternal soul. You can burn in hell for all I care. I just want to win this fucking title. At this point, another solution would be to have on someone from a Syrian refugee experience who is Muslim, just to understand more. Another good point. All right, that's another thing to do as well. Or even host a discussion between the two. Okay, we both agree that what's happening in Syria is fucked up. Okay, but here's this other topic where, I'm looking at you a little sideways for it. I've been following Kevork for years. He's a bit of a meathead. He has some good stuff to report. Okay. Word out of left had non-whites and white majority. Word. It's okay if you don't know, but does everyone here know what AFD is? I do not. Front defense? I forgot what the acronym stands for, but I remember the thing that was posted where that's how I know Franco saw it. He's like on a stage, right, in front of a podium. Is like the thumbnail of the video. I don't know what the acronym stands for. Okay, like expecting perfection and perfect agreement, and others is like committing yourself to a very frustrating life. If there is value in the garbage, it's still value. I agree. But this isn't about everyone's being perfect. It's about, you could actually be a hindrance to something you care about, right? Also, not letting motives be known. I mean, maybe he's openly... That would be better. That'd be more of a disagreement rather than like a dishonest actor, right? If that particular case. Open about where he stands in regards to immigration and all that. Not trying to hide it. That'd be a different story. Like, your only motive is to do this. Like when I heard this guy talking in another video, he sounded like Martin Sellner. Is that right? Brittany Pettibone and like those fucking people? Am I tripping? I'll ask him next time I have him on. Drunk. Anti-Muslim sentiment is a popular one in the world. I know a lot of people that think this stuff. Yeah, it's the culture worship. Why are there no little Italies or little Haitis in Arab majority nations? What a question, bro. WTF? I'm really gonna have to Google it. This is very telling. Wait, what? Alright, I'm not gonna read everything. There's a branch of Islam that is very exclusionary. This is also true of many other religions, like both Judaism and Christianity. Yes, for sure. Would you ask propaganda why he is troubled with anti-Muslim rhetoric but fine with anti-Christian rhetoric? Fuck it. You can't ask him yourself, bro? But Prop says the anti-Islam sentiment is Comments jumped. Are you guys arguing through me? Where am I at? But Prop says the anti-Islam sentiment is well known and very popular, so who cares? I think it's... Yeah, I don't think he's saying who cares. I think he's saying, like, oh, there's plenty of people like these kinds of guys exist. Doesn't mean he's supporting Syria and whatnot. I think that's his point. You guys have each other blocked or something? You can't fucking eye to eye this shit? Fucking... that in a movie? Like, hey, Jordan, tell Prop this. You know what? You tell Sebs this. Ugh. I'm sorry, I'm a child right now. I can't help it. Jesus is indeed a December baby. We know this. Trust me. December baby. Christmas, bro. December 25th. The Capricorn. I am 87. Fixing to get sacrificed to my... The Viking side or the Aztec side? Fuck. About as racist as I can go. Alright. I want to know how and why this is everyone's source on Syria in the Vanessa B alternative media world. It's highly fucking suspect. Vanessa Beeley alternative. I didn't know that. I didn't know he was. Like I said, I stopped watching this guy a while ago. Most I've seen on Syria, like, if I went from recent times, definitely Dawson and Lakesh Corbett have been 3 I look at, like, news. And, like, Corbett will, like, he'll do, like, a big presentation that gathers all the information that happened in the past months and puts them all into one, like, documentary-style video. In Lakesh and Dawson are more like a daily, or, you know, daily or every other day type reporting. Yeah. Catholics are more pagan than I am, so if that's how you're playing, you'll have to cut Amy for me. I'm not cutting my only. I mean, number one. My only number one fan? Can I say that? I am not sacrificing my fan. I will never. Dare you even ask? Yes, exactly. Lauren, I'm way behind in the comments then. Lauren Southern's friend, Brittany Petty. Yep. Be real, I think most of those guys are faking. I think Lauren Southern's kind of real. Like, might actually believe what the fuck she's saying. To some degree. The rest of them seem like they're faking and found internet fame and they're just rolling with it. Fuck, we made it. Aris, Strake's Buck. I am. Oh, there he is. New king. Did I miss the beginning of your fucking? They call me Daddy Jordan? What? The arguments thrown at me are pathetic. I am against Anti-Muslims. That's why I'm pointing out how popular the anti-Muslim sentiment is. Pause. Does Amy call Jordan daddy? Only Shadow calls me that. I accept it. He knows who's daddy. Tony! What's up, Tony? Oh my god, I did miss a bunch of comments. Yeah, but anti-Muslim shit is just as bad as anti-Christian, anti-Jewish, anti-Hindu, anti-etc. Yeah. Which is why I always, like, force it as something else. That's why I don't focus on racism so much, because, I mean, I do, but I don't call it, like, I'm not diagnosing which groups whoever hates. It's more of what is the source of someone doing that in the first place. And it ends up leading to somewhere which becomes a much more accurate word for the particular individual. A lot less messy. As soon as you say racism, something, I think a lot of people are like, oh, it means this. Run with it. What you just said about Jordan not caring about anyone else, just winning, you're on the team. You're on the team and off. He will pick up the slack. That is what his trainer wrote in Relentless. Oh, yeah. Yeah. In the Luke Longley shit, like, they were going like, oh, look at all these fucking, home videos of them hanging, all their families hanging out on Christmas. MJ, no. Fucking isolated. Probably watching film, David. He's fucking psycho. Not so-called proponent of diversity of thought blocked me. Oh, okay. Someone blocked you. I was probably watching T-Lab when you posted, bro. Cheating on me, Tony? Okay. Instead of asking for those crab legs, I'm fucking stealing them now. Sneaking in the middle of the night. Fucking, like the Grinch style. Steal that shit. Daddy Jordan is a distressing phrase to read. No comment. Oh, Jesus. Half the guys saying that people who leave Syria, who don't like Assad, are more likely to be terrorists. I know about this guy's type. There are people from Eritrea like him. Oh, that, okay. You didn't mean that. The guy is is saying that people. Okay. These are supporters of the Eritrean government who say those who left just don't appreciate a strong regime, even though many, many of us left because of dictatorship and war. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like culture war horseshit, which is dangerous message in regards to not only how these guys will be treated, but what's his fucking face? Named Tommy Robinson in the UK, right? You tell me if that led to any fucking problems. So yeah, it's stupid shit to fucking say. But well, and then the bigger question is like how much of it is him being stupid, and how much of it is him being like some other deeper sickness to where it's like now you're really putting people in like this is on purpose. This isn't you just being like having a bias or growing up a certain way. It's just you like something a little darker. Let's put it that way, like a pathology as opposed to ideology. And very close. Put it that way. That's why I'm not saying shit to y'all anymore. Low blows. Well, talk about is Jay-Z. What are you talking about? I didn't do nothing. Mariana woke up. Welcome back for your nap. From your nap. Jordan, Maine, Papa. Right. So lay down the. I'll show Allie some love. No. Check out Allie and fucking Subs in their articles. Yeah, you guys should be fucking linking them here. Both Allie and Subs. And that shit. Oz, write like a paper or something. You want people to read it. You could do that here. No problem. All right. I assume you guys basically broke this guy down. You want me to finish the video? Or what? The cortisol levels are high in some people. They're addicted to the conflict, honest defeat. That's a little. You're gonna yell. You're gonna get yelled. You're gonna get an earful for that one, bro. Alright, there's Sebs. Of course, Allie links Sebs. Fuck. Oh, well, I guess Tony covered you. Oh, you guys suck at self-promotion. Seriously. Tim was saying some dumb shit. I'm saying Fred Hampton leftist tried to get him and failed. I do remember he said he... I mean... That shit about the Cornel West quote, man, that one was weird. You guys just make this up about him? I don't even think that's the right one. Scientific atheism? If explained. No one should be dismissed. Refugee or you're fucking Hitler. Yes. Not for me. And block. And Dave, I like your jokes. You are getting mod status. Made me laugh twice. Congratulations. Couple rules when you're a mod. No banning anyone, no timing anyone out. The only reason you have mod status is so that you can say what you feel like, and also put links down for like, videos you want me to react to or whatever. Or if you want to share the video with someone. There are people like us just living, it all gets upended one day, so it was surprising to hear his take. I was genuinely surprised at Vanessa Beeley's interest in him at all. Sounds like Franco will ask those questions next time he's on. I would hope so. And black is not mine, Papa. Chinese food? Welcome, Endem Dave. Saying your name. Franco should be the next to blow. Omega pause. Like Omega. Alpha and Omega pause. Cancel Franco for not knowing or asking. I don't think they're irrelevant. Definitely don't think those are irrelevant. Why would we cancel Franco? He has nicer hair than me. And he's canceled. Oh, I still have to wreck Franco for this Batman comment. We'll get wrecked, don't worry. Alright, let's keep it moving. This one I might play. I know there's the bunker one, right? I don't know if ICU's still here. I know there's the fucking bunker one. I want to play that one. Let me play this one real quick, then I'll play the Tim Black shit. This one I'm curious. How global puppet masters created a new world order. I'm curious what the guy will say. Who's Franco blowing? Better not be blow drying that hair. Making me look bad out here, bro. Why do you think I wear a hat all the time? And Fred Hampton left this live chat. Nick cheered the idea in my super chat to interview new abolitionists. Then he read the next sentence. Cornel West, airtime. What? What's that a reference? I don't know. I know he like attributed a quote to Cornel West that he didn't say, apparently. Allegedly. So questions that people can't answer or think are relevant shouldn't quiet them. Should not be quiet then. You're quadruple negative. So the questions that people can't answer or think are relevant, not be quiet then. Are relevant. I get what you mean. It could be me. I'd fucking times deciphering. I get fucking lost sometimes. I think if you're in this shit to make the world better, straight up, like, I mean that in a moral sense, not a. Which is why the questions to the Kavork guy would be fucking important. Like, is it moral? Is it morality for why you're here, or is it I just want my life to be better? I think those are important questions. But going off of that, if you claim to be here for moral reasons and you're trying to make things better, it's hard to find questions that are off the table. Right? Obviously things like, hey, What's your phone number? Say it on air. He won't say it. We can't trust him. Like, that's different than, hey, I have evidence showing that you did this thing. Did you do this thing? Or, hey, what are your connections to blah, 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 blah. Right? We can kind of read, like, which things are worth. Where am I at? You should have a 5 to 8 minute segment each episode. Ego analyze plus shit talk YouTubers like Tim Black. We will distribute for science and for fun. They get commentary to get him to respond. Oh jeez. I would do it for all pop YouTube, whether I know him or not, or whether I've talked to him or not or whatever. That'd be fucking hilarious. Franco can't be canceled. He has protective coloring. Actually does sound it does sound funny. Misanthropic. The real question is, when are we canceling this YellBRo guy? There are more downloads for Apex than there are for Call of Duty. We'll think about canceling YellBRo. Until then, go enjoy your lesser game. You spelled champ wrong, Josh. YellBRo champ. You spelled it wrong. Wrong vowel, bro. Alright, buddy? Wrong vowel. My questions are irrelevant and my arguments are dishonest. How so? What? I don't even see where that is. You wear a hat because the forehead model's forehead is so sexy you hide yours and shave, but no fear, your forehead is average. No need to be ashamed. I don't even know why I wear hats anymore. I really don't. I shared a video before, or I shared one with Josh. I mean Yoshi, when I told him I did a video on Kanye West. I like, oh, he's not fucking. Yeah, he's like iconoclastic and weird and shit. He's not fucking crazy though. I don't think he's fucking crazy. And me and James did a video on it back. I just would never. I didn't wear. Either I didn't wear hats or I wore hats way less often, and now I just wear them all the time. I don't know. I like it. I was angry typing. Let me correct. The questions that people can't answer are irrelevant then, and the people asking them should keep quiet. Wow. I get it. Sarcasm. I can't keep up with this dispute. I'm just gonna go ahead, co-sign everything Seth says, and defend it later. Alright, that's fucking hilarious. I'm just gonna co-sign it now. I'll defend it later. Alright, that's funny. Sin, what's up, Sin? Sin, you play fucking Apex too. You guys should talk to each other. Fucking game and shit. Videos on the board. Yeah, I'm ready to start making. They don't even notify me anymore when you go live. It could be, I don't know. It could be an algorithm thing where because I didn't go live on Wednesday. They'll be like, okay, you're gonna take days off, huh? Huh, bitch? All right. Boom. Notification.
Okay, there, folks.
Tim Black attacked by marginal Matt Dimitri who tries to defend the indefensible. He's going after the fucking sucker. The fucking king is here. Now your fucking heads. Mystic Mountain.
No.
Jimmy Dore and Steph Samaro blackmailed KRTD to blacklist activist Camila Harris. Say it ain't so. Oh, is that that's the MPP lady? Right? That's the ex-MPP. Am I tripping? I know KRTD was the Solution Summit, right? Kang swag. Oh, you only play Rocket League now? You did send me a clip, though. I remember that, right? Sent me a clip of you playing Apex with your friends and shit. You don't get to take days off. You don't like King Swag, Tender? Hater, bro. I knew you were hating. Do it. Tell it. I think he's fucking hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. You remember, like, cause like, if we were watching this, Steve would say something in the fucking Discord, like, "You boosting this guy, man." I'm just like, are you seriously thinking of like celebrating this guy? Like, King Swag's gonna win. Oh, it's hard to ignore Kings. All right, let's play this Russell Brand video. Here we go. I'm curious about this. How global puppet masters created a new world order. Here we go.
Inequality isn't diminishing, it's getting worse. I spoke to Jason Hickel. He's an economic anthropologist whose research focuses on...
You talked to who? Who did he talk to? Talk to the real Hinckley.
My podcast, Under the Skin, which is a cat economic anthropologist whose inequality isn't diminishing, it's getting worse. I spoke to Jason Hickel. He's an economic anthropologist whose research focuses on global inequality and political ecology. Also, I've noticed a lot of heavily
Jason
pregnant
Hickel?
cats around. Is that getting worse as well? In this conversation on my podcast, Under the Skin, which is available from Luminary Podcasts on Apple, you can subscribe. There's a link in the description. We talk about the nature of inequality, the inefficiency of our current systems, and what will be required to change it. How can an ongoing narrative be the depletion of poverty when, e.g., 1 billion people are living on less than $1 a day? And the one that sort of always clumps me in the face when I read it, the richest 8 people in the world control the same amount of wealth as the poorest half.
I was watching some like famous streamers. They're all like playing Apex right now for some reason.
Horrible. So I want to go to the poverty number that you just mentioned. So, and that sounds bad enough.
Of course you do. I know the system now.
That's you know, the World Bank and the UN are telling us that the number of poor people in the world is between 700 million and 1 billion people, basically, right now.
The other one the same thing.
And what they've been saying is that number has been decreasing over the past 15 or so years because of the way the good things that they're doing, basically through aid and so on.
Right.
But if you look at how they measure poverty, there's a real problem at stake.
Oh, it's fucking Falcon, bro.
That number comes from a poverty line. That's $1.25 per day, right?
That is that's the MPP.
Scholars from all over the world have been pointing out that nobody can live on $1.25 a day. It's a totally ludicrous, immoral number. So in order to achieve the most basic levels of human subsistence, to achieve normal human life expectancy, you know, to have a decent chance of surviving past your 5th birthday, et cetera, you have to have at least $5 per day, right? As like a moral minimum. They call this the ethical poverty.
What the fuck happened
below
to Russell
that
Brand
moral
share?
minimum? I suppose so.
Times now.
Exactly. So here's the thing.
Where does this add to his spiritual street credentials?
Then it's not 1 billion people in poverty. It's 4.3 billion people in poverty, which is 60% of the world's population. And the number has been getting bigger over time, not getting smaller. And so again,
I'm sure
I think
he
that
will
the
go
narrative
down
that
as
we
a
have,
cultural icon
that comes out of some of these bodies.
on the internet.
Don't worry, poverty is diminishing, inequality is diminishing, is just not true. And if you look at the
no one
scholarship
else
behind
watch.
it, we see
It's
exactly
our
the
Alan
opposite story.
Watts.
And so we really have to ask ourselves, why is the global economy so fundamentally flawed? To fix this problem, to make it fairer, is going to require more than just tweaking around the edges with a bit of aid here and there, but rather fundamentally reorganizing the system.
How on earth will we fundamentally reorganize a system when the system is clearly beneficial to the people that control it?
That's a good question. So, I guess you can think about it this way, in terms of, is this possible or not? So I have lots of students, and a lot of my students come in deeply concerned about poverty. And
real quick, you ever do that thing where you drink water at the same exact time as someone else, and you're like, "Fuck, you're like, nope, let me not do this." Sorry, distraction. There you go. It's me and Russell Brand just did it. I'm like, I flinched.
I have lots of students, and a lot of my students come in deeply concerned about poverty and inequality and so on. And they get really interested in solutions like microfinance or foreign aid or whatever it might be. But the problem is that the solutions that they're interested in don't actually target the real structural causes of the problems that they are so concerned to address.
Yes.
If we can get messages out to these students who fill the development industry and all the development organizations that are out there that are trying to tackle these problems, that what we need is to tackle these the real deep structural drivers, the actual causes of the problem in the first place, then the problem can be solved relatively quickly.
Go on.
I mentioned one of the top solutions would be democracy in the institutions.
Sometimes
of
it's
governance.
funny, man.
So,
that was funny.
And there are all sorts of proposals out there. I mean, this is a demand that global South countries have been making for a long time for a fair representation.
It's weird because I never hear those arguments. So like for ages they've been going, can we have a bit of democracy in these world governance organisations? And that message just never gets heard.
Never gets heard. Yeah, so I think that there's all sorts of other interesting ones. Like, for example, there's a huge wage differential between workers in the global North and workers in the global South. And a lot of that is due to the fact that multinational companies can move around the world looking for the cheapest possible labor, but workers can't move across borders as freely, right?
Absolutely not.
Which is horrible. So what that means is that workers end up having to try to compete with each other to drive their own wages down. And that's really been...
It's a horrible game.
It's a horrible game.
This is dystopian.
It is.
We're all already living in dystopia.
Yes.
But we are in the global North, luckily. So that's something.
Yes, I suppose. Although it's not totally clear to me that we really deserve our privileges here. But.
And also, we're not part of those 8 people that have got half of everything, are you?
Sadly not.
So, like, as you say, it's deep structural change. Like like when I was talking to Al Gore, who was absolutely lovely, and a lot of people have said talking at Al Gore very unfairly, in my view. Like that, my main point was, how can you have significant change within a context that is designed to prohibit real change? And once when Yanis Varoufakis was here, he said that that Wolfgang Schauber said to him, democracy is okay as long as it don't change anything. So, as you are now saying, Jason, systemic change is what's required. Now, what are the what I feel like that I want this podcast to do is marshal people's attention into the correct areas. Instead of going, it would be ever so nice to have some micro banking, like your lovely students coming in on day one in their big lovely scarves and their rosy cheeks all full of optimism. Instead of that, saying, well, what is it? What ideas should we be pushing? What should we be campaigning for? Now, you've mentioned democracy at the level of global of institutions that govern global finance. That's one thing. Okay, we've remembered that. What else?
So, in order to really understand what's at stake here, I think that we have to understand how global inequality came to be as extreme as it is right now, right? So we need some of the historical perspective there.
Okay,
so,
I'll handle this one. A lot of people are very, very lazy. Then there's countries, European countries, where we really were an industrious bunch and we cracked on and got a lot of things done. Now, is there an alternative version?
Societal mirroring.
So the alternative version is
like
that
yawning
we might want to start with colonialism,
and smiling,
right?
smirking, and smiling. Others.
And if you want to look for sort of like the origins of mass poverty, it really is under colonialism, which was basically a process of mass displacement of peasants from the land. And
I guess noticing it would be like
of local
what I was saying. It wasn't. It's not that.
So we know for a fact that during the colonial period,
not that we're
in most regions.
Income
growth.
One goes for a civil war, so I'm like, I'm in a civil war too.
Only 0.5%.
I meant more of like
the entire colonial.
We both happen to be going for a civil war at the same time, and one of us flinches.
Rich countries like Britain got to grow
sort of does like a little awkward
more than 3 times
that
much.
Or they
so that was a
mentally
major
notice.
Inequality. But here's the interesting point. If you want, we can go back.
Obviously,
to
we couldn't have done that because he's over the fight. He's on a video. He doesn't see me.
In the 2 decades after
I was already reaching for my water
in the 1950s and 1960s, there was a complete miracle in the global South.
But
for
sure that
they suddenly had democracy and they had control over their own economic policies. And what did they do? They elected leftist progressive leaders.
Kramer,
and they brought in tariff protections to protect their
markets
fucking
mouth shut, all right?
Cheap goods from abroad. They nationalized their own
resources.
Here, pal. They nationalized a lot of big companies and banks. They increased labor standards. They redistributed land from rich landowners to peasants. And with these policies, they were remarkably successful.
What countries are these? Would you mind telling us, please?
I mean, it was all over the global South, but you can see it, I guess, most clearly in Latin America.
Eating a banana, no Kramer.
What's happening in Chile and Brazil and Uruguay. You can also see it in
I know Matt Hunter's taking like 40 screenshots right now.
This is very clear as well.
So the global South, unshackled from colonialism, found its way towards policies like socialism, nationalism, redistribution of wealth, management of trade, and I suppose systems that were focused on people rather than profit. Broadly,
exactly, yeah, and they were using their national wealth to invest in things like education and healthcare, and so as you can imagine, poverty starts diminishing, and the gap between rich countries and poor countries starts closing for the first time in history. It was really a kind of miracle, and you would think that rich countries, since they always go on about wanting to develop poor countries, would be very excited about this trend, right? Finally, there's success and poverty is reducing. But quite the opposite. Actually, what we see is that rich nations feel that they're losing their access to cheap labor and cheap raw materials in the global South. And so, the access they'd enjoyed under colonialism. And so they start intervening violently by deposing a lot of these progressive leaders. So
what's up, Mickey?
I remember reading all those about those leaders. They're a horrible bunch.
Yes.
But I see. So globalization is just colonization by another name. Colonialization.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Did I miss you earlier?
But what's interesting is that the series of coups that started unfolding.
No, I said what's up.
Led by Britain and the U.S. and France and Belgium.
What were we doing? We were funding coups
we were either overthrowing leaders in the global South ourselves, or we were funding movements to overthrow them, or we were just supporting right-wing dictatorships to prevent democratic revolutions from happening.
God, we're so crafty, aren't we? We really love a bit of profit. We'll do whatever it takes. Go-getters, I say we are, us in the global north. So I suppose it's, that's fascinating. I didn't know that. So in a very short period of time, post-colonially, economic disparity was decreased because people obviously acted in a kind of a national self-interest, not the sort of rampant individualism
I think they mean
and inequality.
Colonizing resources.
That we have grown to know and love.
We're white. We're moving to area in Africa.
Regions were pretty much successfully
much better. They love
destabilized, and that movement was quashed, right?
Well, yeah, the movement was quashed, but it wasn't actually by the coups. So the coups took a really big toll, right? And the most famous of these is the coup against Salvador Allende in Chile in 1973, and you can watch footage of it on YouTube, actually, bizarrely. But so even despite these interventions, the global South was still rising through the 70s. Okay. But then, and the global North in the form of the G7 literally sat down around tables, leaders of the G7 sat down around tables to figure out how to stop this movement. The movement was called developmentalism.
I don't even know. Never watched it.
And it was very successful. And they couldn't figure out ways to sort of block this because it was becoming very powerful. In the halls of the UN, which was a democratic body, global South countries were winning new policies that were fairer for them, basically. But then in 1980, the tables turned dramatically in a single crazy event that changed the global order in one fell swoop. And that was the third world debt crisis. So basically, the U.S. Federal Reserve jacked up interest rates to really high levels, like 20%. And global South countries were heavily indebted. in US dollars, they suddenly were not able to pay their debts back because of the interest rate hike, and they
Now
slid
they
to
are
the brink of
pushing
default.
decentralized
Now,
government,
and if they were going to default, Wall Street would have basically collapsed.
And decentralized
so Wall Street
finance.
talked to the US government and said,
eventually
please,
nations
you need to
with
bail
no
us out, you need to
leaders,
solve this
only
problem. The US government
centralized,
talked to the IMF and said, you are going to go
organizations.
and roll over the debts of those developing countries.
Welcome to the
on
global
condition
village.
That they adopt what we call structural adjustment.
You want to have
programs,
freedom? You
which
have the
basically
illusion
means
of freedom.
Liberalize your trade, cut your labor rules, cut your environmental regulations, privatize your companies and your assets,
kind of funny,
et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, this is what Naomi Klein talks about in Shock Doctrine, isn't it?
You want freedom? Look at this. Look at this polo shirt. You can get it in any color you want. Freedom. You're free. Welcome to the global village. Number 6. All right.
Yeah, that these sort of
Basically.
global policies led to the destabilization of those regimes. Just one point I want to pick up on there, Jason. See that 20% hike by the Federal Reserve? Was that part of the scheme? How come they did that?
So that was not exactly part of the scheme, actually. That had to do with a domestic problem in the U.S. at the time. So the U.S. was suffering with what we call stagflation. Yeah, so
stagflation. Welcome to your doctor. Jason's missus is involved. Oh no, I can't show her. I'm embarrassed.
Leftists just invent terms
high
to
levels of
frame
inflation,
false
but low levels of
narratives.
growth, and so they had to figure out some way to increase levels of growth again, because the rich people were really upset that they weren't gaining a fair income share. And so what they figured out that they could, if they raised interest rates, it would basically cause a recession in the U.S. It would empty out the factories, break the back of labor unions, which were very powerful at the time, and decrease the price of labor, which it succeeded in doing. And as a result, the cost of labor in the U.S. has not risen since 1980. You can imagine it. So it was to solve a domestic political problem, but it had these ramifications around the world that changed the way the world worked.
Ultimately, to the benefit of the same interests, no? Because the Wall Street said to IMF, go roll over these loans. They said, we'll do it as long as you adopt these systems that are amenable to our worldview. And everyone's cushy, jobs are good. And you're very good at describing these things in a way that I can understand, because I understood that just then. Now, I'm angry about it. What are we going to do?
Yeah, I'm angry too, and a lot of I would say most people in the world are angry.
Not as angry as me, mate. I'm fuming. I'm fuming about this.
If you enjoyed that conversation, you can listen to all of it on Luminary. There's loads of content about that subject on this channel right now. And if you're going crazy because of this sort of stuff, please let me know how you're feeling in the comments. Let me know what you'd like to see more. More videos.
As what I've seen historically, it always seems to constantly go back to that.
Well. And if you need to meditate and chill out for a while, have a little look at this video. And if you'd like to see more content like this,
it always seems to. Right, like the economic hitman, right? It'd be someone who's actually trying to do some shit for his people. He gets taken out. He gets replaced with another guy, and they immediately start taking like IMF loans, like immediately, over and over and over. That seems to be like the king of traps, I guess. Like even if you get a new leader now, if you get a new leader now, you're still caught in that IMF loan and interest fucking trap. Jello, that's an old name. I remember feeling Timothy Larry in Austin around 93. Flashbacks. Oh, Leary. All the finance bros say DeFi is short for, DeFi. It's just short for decentralized finance. Interesting. They talk like fucking jocks and meatheads. Do they all talk to each other by calling each other by their last names? Hey, Johnson, what's... No pun intended, Tim Black. All right. You hit. Come on, come. So why are the areas of the global south, laugh out loud, and Africa with less European influence the most impoverished and backward? Holy fuck. The global village is from Marshall McLuhan, I think. Yeah, the prisoner, right? Trippin'? Wait a minute. Isn't that the prisoner? Right? James is Irish, he's not here. He knows everything about Irish motherfreakers. I'm racist like that. Mostly just hungry and standstill traffic. Pause. Finance bros. Worst porn out. What? Best way to decentralize finance is to start a local bank. Will create money into the local economy via targeted loans. Video. Interesting enough, Google joined Huawei. Me? Had a strategic partner for this smart villages bullshit in some African countries last week. As you say, they will start where, I guess you could say like the least cameras are at. Ironically. You know, metaphorically, like the least eyes are looking at. If you fuck up, it's like, well, no one knows about it. Keep it moving, you know? Alright, where's emblem? Where's that damn basketball? America. Yes, sir. Burkina Faso, President Thomas Paras against debt speech. Part 1. That person dead. Be real about this. Is that person dead now? Yeah. Isn't Huawei Chinese? Google's American. Don't these guys hate each other? They totally hate each other. For sure. Another way to decentralize finance is to start local currency. The local currencies can't be started by Vancouver. Fuck, yeah. I'm reaching that point where I get lost. Where's Mind Fury, Arsifo? He actually hopped in the chat. Yes. Right? Last night. I think when I woke up. No, I saw him. Red Sea know-it-all? Why doesn't everyone think like me? Dude. Oh shit, I know who that is. I'm sorry, but it's funny. I'm sorry, Duck. It's I'm sorry for laughing. Sorry. Please be mad at me if you want to. It's just prop style of dealing with Of course he did it. He's like, fuck. Of course. Cohen wrote a lot about media and talks about the internet 30 years before it existed. Global Village is a Intisarian, definitely quoted that guy and talked about, maybe that's why I got confused. He would talk about him in the same breath as I wasn't calling it the, I called the village, I called it the prisoner. There you go. They did launch a coup against Tom. Okay. It's like the fucking the Opie and Anthony and Patrice O'Neill thing, where it's like, so this guy made a water car, and you're like, oh, he's dead, isn't he? Yeah, he died, didn't he? Like, mysterious circumstances. Yep. He was Canadian, not Irish. He's Irish. Trust me, he's Irish. Oh, your bad mom joke about your digital twin. Oh. Okay. And my tablet is tweaking. Switch over to here. Is it for sure? It's prop. There are as many troll accounts as you want. Trust me. Why would I be mad? Because it's fucking funny and I'm laughing. I don't know. I don't know why. I just feel like, oh, you two will be fine. I don't know how long it'll take. You'll be fine as like friends or people. You'll make up or something. Forgive me for feeling that way. I just feel. Why I'm like laughing. I'm like laughing already. For shit you'll laugh at in the future. I don't know what about that was hilarious. I don't know what. It might be the emoji face. Like that shit. Alright. It was that banana he ate. Told you. No Kramer. If all people came from Africa, what was wrong with whites returning home inside no colony? Right? I'm saying it's so fucked up and funny too. Oh shit. I don't know what's wrong with me. Like someone they put fucking cocaine in my no Kramer. I just became giggly out of nowhere. Oh shit. Alright, let's play another video. I don't think we're gonna. This one would be tough. CBS News. Oh no, wait, this is Russell Brand. Take that one. Tough. Play some King. Alright, let's do 2 King Swag videos, then I'm playing the Tim Black shit. Hey, everyone. It is funny. It sounds like the most racist thing ever. We all started in Africa. Why can't I just go back and my home? Wouldn't it technically mean like? Oh no. That's I don't fucking know history. Is that before or after humans? When the fucking kind of like cracked and split, or there's one giant landmass and it broke up into these. I don't fucking know, man. Stop asking questions. They also cooed. They also cooed Nkrumah of Ghana after he wrote his book about neo-colonialism and current colonialism. It's those parts of the world where no one gives. So you can't do that. You can't just do that to the governor of like fucking New Jersey or something. You can't just do that. Just like, okay, kill him. Kill him or just run him out of office. Without it becoming super duper major headline. All right. Is King Tim Black attacked by marginal Matt Dimitri, who then tries to defend the indefensible from the motherfucking king. Here we go.
Okay there, folks. It's an unfortunate thing indeed, but we gotta talk about this crummy little toad, Matt Dimitri, once again. Picking quite the time to attack Tim Black. Quite the time as the entire pseudo-left is piling on Tim Black. Tim Black, one of the only guys on the progressive American left actually standing up to the pseudo-left. Okay? I mean, you got freaking... Obviously, Sam Cedars always calling Jimmy Dore out. Okay? Good for him. Good for him. Emma Vigil and Anna Kasparian. TYT, Cenk Uygur has had enough, of course. Okay, so you do have some people. But Tim Black went ham on them, son. He freaking aired them out. And they decided to freaking turn on him. Okay.
I'm gonna be real, man. I'm sorry. When I listen to the Tim Black shit, I'm like, kind of wrecking them, bro. Maybe I'm tripping. We're gonna rewatch it and find out if I'm tripping or not. Fuck, I don't have to get that other microphone. Open up Discord and shit.
They decided to turn on him, in essence,
lazy.
as a unit. You got freaking Savage Joy, Pride and Joy, Brianna Greyjoy, all these lunatics piling on him, and then this crummy little toad, Matt Dimitri, who I've smacked down more than once before, decides to pile on. But we can see what type of person he is when he responds to this. This should say something in and of itself. I'll just read to you what he said. Tim Black defended Alex Jones' ban from social media in 2018. Okay, so I don't know anything about that. Okay, I'm not even actually sure exactly when Alex Jones was banned. I know it was basically from everything. All right, and it was over a period of time.
You're asking if I'm down with Tim Black?
Before or after he refused to stop lying about Sandy. Look, he was defaming people. He was breaking the law. He was violating the Constitution. He was violating constitutional rights.
Video, the last one I saw
on every platform,
where he's talking about the Fred Hampton leftist. The race shit's fucking cringy as fuck, bro. Tim Black's like, where he's going in like the racial shit. He's super cringy. Some of the other stuff where it's like, I wasn't talking to you. Why? I didn't even mention your name. And then you're going at me. Then you're mad I'm responding to you about it. Then he called the dude turtle. It's fucking hilarious. Let's continue.
So I understand the arguments against him. I don't know what the arguments in favor of him were. So he says, Tim Black defended Alex Jones' ban from social media in 2018.
Oh, we're going to watch it.
He's got a compilation here of Jimmy Dore, Kyle Kalinske, and others defending him.
Tim Black is constantly triggered.
Lobster responds.
Remember Jamal Thomas called him tepid? Didn't even call him tepid. Called like an answer about something tepid. And Tim Black like, what'd you say? Do like a full video on it and shit. And Jamal's just watching it and laughing at it as he's just reacting to it. He's like,
freaking back out
that
of
was
that
the
bum. This preschool
ethic only wrong when
this sissy, this mama's boy, a guy you could find anytime, any place, anywhere, anyhow, anywho.
Who are you asking?
Decides to chime in. Says, thanks for all the receipts on that egg-headed dude. Egg-headed? What? Well, one of my buddies responds. I think his the name is Shoots a Backpack Bro. Okay. Shoots a Backpack Bro. That's how I pronounce that word. Shoots. He says, STF you loser. And he screen caps him. What's he screen cap of this guy? Maybe I could put it as the thumbnail. I've already shared this obviously on Twitter and elsewhere. He said, this was in 2012. This guy ain't no spring chicken. Not now, not then. Had her 8 or 9-year-old girl with Down syndrome stop by the station to sell Girl Scout cookies to the watch commander. What
that
a
was too
slut,
loud.
he says. Really? Stay classy.
You'd never watched Tim
Stay
Black?
classy.
Well, you're about to find out.
Matt Dimitri responds to this. This crummy little toad, Matt
is
Dimitri.
always triggered, yeah.
That's what he is. He's a crummy little toad.
I called Tim Black out for deliberately gaslighting his audience.
The expert of doing what he's about to say. He says,
On this stuff?
that's
Trey Walker
taken
on
out of
something else.
context. You're saying something's taken out of context. Think of all the things you've taken out of context. I'm not saying everything you've taken out of context. I've seen a lot of your videos and clips, and I agree with them. A lot of them. We can agree on a lot of stuff, but you've taken a lot of things out of context, and you do it all the time. That's taken out of context. 1 like, 16 comments right there. People are just like, no, dude, there's no defending this. There's no defending this. You crummy little toad. Attacking Tim Black, defending this lunatic, that ain't it. Someone responds, go on. Next, telling on yourself that you think there's a possible reasonable context for that. Next, LMAO, I'm all ears.
Red Sea, no.
Next, oh, what a
Come on,
taking
bro.
things out of context is
So
kind of your whole deal, though.
I'm sorry,
Next,
it's so funny.
defending a pedophile. Nice, Matt.
Uno
Remember that
reverse
one time
card.
you
I like
defended
that
a
name.
pedophile by saying that
Gotta
something
love
he
when
said that was
someone
really pedo-ish was
talks
taken
a
out of
big
context.
talk.
That was awesome.
Then gaslights people into saying you engaged in trolling. Classic know-it-all move.
I think we need some kind of proof that it really is taken out of context. It looks really bad. Next, Matthew Dimitri supports pedophiles. Next, yeah, I wouldn't die on this hill, buddy. This guy called Bernie a miser. Really? Really, that's nice of you. Nice little anti-Semitism there. Not even veiled. Not even veiled anti-Semitism. Usually people are a little more careful. They might say shill or something like that. Because shill is so broadly used now. It's just used for anyone. But it was originally used mostly to malign our Jewish brothers and sisters. Bernie Sanders, obviously, one of our Jewish brothers. He called Bernie a miser and called Heather Heyer's murder a hit-and-run accident.
This guy doesn't look like a socialist to me.
Amazing. That's a filthy fabrication of reality, in essence.
I think he ironically wears
That is a filthy fabrication
like
of
a
reality.
suit and tie type of thing.
Next. LOL, okay, bud. Next. How so? Next. Taken out of context is your bread and butter. That is one tweet that speaks for itself and is quite complete. We
Your
have
digital
Tim
twin
doing
arrived
what you
early.
do, calling out these people, and suddenly you attack him? So what's up with that?
I am Sebspot.
By the way, what's the context? These guys got you dead to rights. I don't even need to chime in on this shit. These guys all got you. Everything you think you're exposing
That might
is
be
taken
my
out of
new favorite
context.
YouTube name.
Snow Roach.
Uno
Not
reverse
sure what
card.
Snow Roach means.
I like that.
Shut your little ass mouth, Demi. The guy's a mess. Attacks Michael Brooks from the... Look, I told you. He attacks American progressives and populists most of the time, okay, and tries to wrangle the international left every once in a while, okay? So going after, in essence, socialist internationalism, our camp, if you will. It's too much for you to wrangle, pal. You ain't even built like that. Politically speaking, we could ball you up and roll you somewhere. What's this guy thinking? It's amazing.
It's the fucking king.
It's amazing to me, the sort of smear merchants that just like come out of the woodwork and make this their whole thing.
That dude is legit,
as accurate as possible, and when it comes to sensationalism, keep it to a bare minimum. Look, I'm gonna leave it at that. I'll let you guys decide.
Wait, what was that?
Look, I'm gonna leave it at that. I'll let you guys decide.
Oh shit! I'll let you guys decide. Change it up, bro. Nah, but that dude's legit. Like, go after people for the sake of going. Like, dude, if there's one of these like accounts that look like a bot that's here for some other fucking weird, creepy purpose, that Matt Dimitri guy, like, oh my god. You know who pointed him out to me? Fucking Ruben. I'm not sure if all you know who that is, but there are plenty you should know who fucking Ruben is. He was here the early fucking days. He was like, yo, look at this guy's fucking sus as fuck. He meant that Matt Dimitri guy. The progressive Mormon knows what's up. You know what's up. Smooth ass can't pause. Like super pause, bro. H.A. Goodman is unintentionally hilarious. He's too... Alright, I can see what you mean, but you might be too cornball for me to even laugh, too. I'm sure if someone like cracked the joke about it, I'd be fucking laughing, but I don't know. I laughed when he called the MPP the WP, White People's Party, in another segment. Oh, you mean Tim Black? Tim Black's gonna do that. Who holds the purse strings on war spending? Just curious. Who holds the purse strings on war spending? Oh, Jesus Christ. There's money flying in so many different directions in regards to war, right? But I guess most would say the Pentagon. For the U.S. or for... That's right, Ruben's an OG. I haven't seen him in a minute, though. Yeah, that was mega sus. Mega sus, Allie. I mean, Snail. I like Caleb. I believe Caleb to be here. Yeah, me too. Just vibes. Don't know him or his work super well, but just off vibes, I'm like, okay, it seems like this guy, he's actually trying to express himself. In fact, almost to a point where he's like too serious. I'm like, hey man, fucking crack a joke here and there. In regards to like when you're in certain discussions or certain things with other people. And would Syria have been better off if Obama had declared the red line crossed and smashed it to pieces? Obama didn't have the support of people, of the American people. They were like, fuck you. Like, they were ready to go apeshit on this motherfucker. Yeah. I believe he's coming up on re-election. Correct? Correct? Correcto, Mando? This fucking. Alright, we're gonna play the next King Swag video, then probably go get the microphone and open up Discord, and we can all talk shit during Tim Black. Okay, we're good. Alright. Jimmy Dore and Steph Zamorano blackmailed KRTD to blacklist activist Mila Harris. Say it ain't so. Damn, he's pushing 500 views. No shit. Better watch your back, Hinkle. King Swag is coming. Oh, pause. Here we go.
You know, one thing I have definitely
they're so scared of the American people. The largest
pseudo-left,
protest in world
primarily
history
represented
was
by Jimmy
smashing
Dore and the White People's
of
Party,
Iraq.
headed by Nick Ron, of course,
George
is that they are damn good
just
at building a
hard-ass.
bubble.
No, that was the well. First of all, I believe it was like over 70 something percent supported the Iraq War. I believe that was the case. Now there were like tens of thousands of people out there, right? There was a shit ton of people out there protesting and stuff, but it wasn't overwhelming. It wasn't overwhelming. Sorry. There like a giant uptick in people signing up for the military as well. Right? Isn't that also the case? Alright, here we go.
Around their followers, an echo chamber, ladies and gentlemen. It is like a friggin' malaise of misinformation over there. They don't know whether they are afoot or on horseback. They don't know whether they are on the freaking showroom floor or the shelf. They do not know whether they are coming or going. They don't. It is a disaster over there on the pseudo left. Make no doubt about it. They want to talk about freaking gaslighting, gaslit, gas lines. They don't know the difference. They want to talk about freaking blackmail, blackball, blacklisted, Black Tuesday. They don't know the difference. They betray their ignorance when they throw these terms around. And Jimmy Dore famously accused Anna Kasparian of blackmailing him, of course, and got pretty much roasted immediately by people who were like, "Dude, that's not what blackmail means."
And the percent for Syria?
This sounds like at least some.
I'm not sure.
This sounds like
I remember
at
it was
least
like
some black
widely broadcast that
this sounds
they
like
were
a little
against.
bit of blackmailing, in my opinion.
And they didn't
Okay?
do exactly what
By
they did with
Jimmy
Iraq,
Dore
man.
and his
Iraq,
wife.
they
Now,
did
I
a
did this
full
little,
sale.
read of this.
They did like a full sale of the Iraq War, of doing their best to tie Saddam Hussein to Al Qaeda. They did a full Jimmy Dore media tour. If I can build that shit up, to build that narrative up. It was less, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure they built up after 9/11, got it up to 73, 70 something percent before, like right before the war. I'd have to check though. Either way, I believe it's more. There's more like advertised support for it than there was for Syria, right? Especially because Syria's after the Iraq War, right? It's after that whole mess happened, and then they found WMDs. What the fuck? Now Americans were more like, just stay out, right? And we haven't officially gone back into a war yet. They've all been scrutinized, like damn near immediately too. The president of the United States has to do what the people want. No, he doesn't, but it was an election year for Obama. Granted, I think he was going to win against Romney anyways, but I mean, you don't want the populace to be so pissed off to where, I mean, you'd figure if you're going to do some sort of management of characters and all that shit, someone's going to have to play the good cop, right? Because they were going to start the war with Syria anyways, right? Who knows if they'd build up the drums and then pulled back on purpose to say, see, look, I listened to my people. Meanwhile, it's like, oh, yeah, we're funding these guys. And it might have been the CIA that kickstarted some of these protests in the first place. Maybe guys were shooting bullets into the crowd and saying that Syrians did it. And on and so forth. Possibilities, because things like this have happened before. Then you get the thing you want, which is a civil war. Rather than the outside invaders coming in, it's, oh, on paper, it looks like Syrians are fighting against their evil government to take back blah, blah, blah. And the U.S., we're just helping them out. The Arab Spring thing. Orthodox mantas. Hey, Jordan, can I ask you some questions? Why, sure. Probably many top brass were more weird. Go follow the fucking... What is it? The Wesley Clark guy? Right? The Wesley Clark guy? We're going to invade 7 countries in 5 years. Oh, man. He says that, but at the same time, if he was working for them, like straight up just working for them, he would have fucking, yeah, this is what we're doing. I'm going with it. Like he would have just did it too. Not my job or duty to question the commander-in-chief. Follow fucking orders. I think so. All right, let's play more King Swag.
Fantastic expose by Tony Bellatier, a.k.a. Tony Bellatier, a.k.a. Tony Bellatier. So Tony Bellatier did this in the Washington Babylon. Matter of fact, I'll put both down below. This will be in the first one. Okay, I'll even cite it for you, the paragraphs. It took me 27 minutes to do the whole freaking thing. We ain't going over the whole thing. We're just going over this very peculiar section where, like I said, seems like Jimmy Dore didn't have a problem freaking blackmailing someone. Him and his wife didn't have a problem blacklisting someone. Didn't have a problem blackballing someone.
Not only the possibility of that, but my God. Like, I didn't really throw Steph as much into the whole thing where I'm like shitting on Jimmy Dore whenever I fucking see his face. I didn't really start doing that till I saw what she did with that U.S. Solutions Summit thing. I was like, what the fuck was that? I'm hearing an echo. Yeah. Bye. Whoa. That one bothered me. Here we go.
Amazing. Amazing. Somebody who was working in the trenches for their white people's party, because that's what it's turned out to be. It was supposed to be a movement for a people's party for everyone. Comrades of all kinds. Every race, religion, ethnicity, you freaking name it, baby.
Let's hypothetically say you were followed by a larger person than you.
Let's turn into a freaking white.
Like a larger channel?
I'm just saying.
I think I am.
So check this out. We'll just start right here. Sheree also felt
it's not that hypothetical.
For granted by leadership. As the leader of the People with the Disabilities Outreach Circle, I couldn't see how we were focused on outreach without talking about policies that affect people with disabilities every day.
That's what General Flynn said.
I soon realized
when he stated we were helping the terrorists, he said, not my job. You're just having to provide the intelligence.
Among many
the administration decided
was
to
the
anyway.
Cavalier and dismissive attitude shown by leadership towards volunteers in the undue influence of the celeb left, which I obviously call the pseudo left in most cases. Personalities who, like Brana, were unelected.
Yep.
By the way, I've done a video on pseudo left. It's not just a freaking term I throw out.
Real quick, imagine how fucking weak that is, bro. Where it's like, this idea is crazy to you that they're gonna fucking, they're gonna give Al Qaeda money to destroy this country and blah blah blah. Like he put it, imagine that, but in like legal jargon. And it's like, that the general understands, and you're like, you're still gonna turn around and go work for them and just follow the order? Yep. It's like, fuck. Like, you better hope like Jesus isn't real or something. You better pray to Jesus that Jesus isn't real. You're gonna be fucking looked at for that shit, if that's the case. Would you be violent if that person had a knife and was going to use it on you? Hypothetically, of course. If the person followed you into a corner and trapped you with it, with nowhere to go. I don't know what I would do. Do I have any like weapons nearby, or like a chair? Hypothetically says, "Kiss me or die." Oh Jesus!
There, okay. I did like a 20-minute video on precisely what I mean when I say pseudo left. So don't give me that baloney that you don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. Excuse my language.
Oh.
You know what the fuck I'm talking about.
You know what the fuck I'm talking. You know what's up. You know what's up.
One such unelected grandee is alleged comedian Jimmy Dore. I love that line. Alleged comedian. He frequently played fast and loose with the facts. Like when in one hysterical and sensational stream, he asserted that Our Revolution Los Angeles was breaking with the Democratic Party. Did he say Democratic Party or did he say Democrat Party? Okay. Anytime somebody starts calling it the Democrat Party, it doesn't matter who they are. Red freaking light, buddy. Red flag, whatever you want to call it. There's something's going on in that brain. It's like a fucking game of Pong up there. Excuse my language once again. Dore neglected to mention that Our Revolution is organized by chapter and that Los Angeles is a big city, man, unbelievably huge city, with many chapters, and that this particular chapter, through luck of the draw, got dibs to use the name Our Revolution Los Angeles and thus sounded more authoritative than it actually was. Ezra Pugh, a friend of mine, had this to say about Our Revolution Los Angeles. I was treasurer of ORLA for a while. It's total BS. It's like 5 people that didn't stop Dore from blowing this out of proportion and making less than an insignificant episode look like the Third Estate storming
General
out the
Flynn
Estates General
received saying we were helping the terrorists in
This should
Syria.
confirm that every word that comes out of Dore's mouth is suspect and he is not to be taken seriously. This is merely one of hundreds of examples of Dore's shrill, belligerent, and mendacious cloud-chasing style of commentary, comedy, coverage, or whatever he calls it. He is also attracting controversy, picking a fight with other left media types, and coming off as a grade A slimeball. Like in this clip,
zero trouble for
about
talking,
sexually harassing
for like planning shit with
After countless
Israel.
hours working
With like Israeli officials, got no trouble for that.
Party with the MPP
Interesting.
hemorrhaging members, several volunteers decided to take action. Here
Wonder
it
where
goes.
conspiracy like.
They began an
Sam.
effort to circulate a petition, negotiate with leadership for basic reforms that would give the organization a modicum of transparency, democracy, and political.
Would you
governance.
fight
It soon became clear,
and maybe
however,
win or
that by having the
kiss?
temerity, how dare you, the unmitigated gall to request basic reforms, they had made enemies with the top brass who slandered them as house wreckers and Democratic Party infiltrators.
I will choke them
if you know
out.
anything about the term wrecker, that was the term that Stalin
Lay them on the
used
ground.
for Trotskyists. Okay, wreckers.
Then a Snow White kiss. Bring
During
them
the
back to life
negotiation
again.
process, an incident occurred on Slack in which a white member asked if it was appropriate for whites
I needed
to
to do
use
it to
the
prove I
N-word.
would kiss you
No,
anyways.
I've done a video on this. I think did I ever
Uh-huh.
have to? Like, come on, seriously, guys, no, stop. A number of black volunteers argued that it was not, but that's it. That's the end of the debate. This should be like a one-line debate. Hey, is it ever okay? Nope,
No.
not okay. Okay, gotcha. Black volunteers who argued that it was not appropriate were barred from the organization's Slack channel and later from the MPP itself. The white member who actually used the word was also removed, but another white member who believed black people can give an N-word pass was allowed to speak on an upcoming National Volunteers call. Okay, I got it. As the petition drive was coming to a head, Kamala Harris's involvement put her at odds with Jimmy Dore and cost her her job. What?
I did a good deed today. I used
Really?
my powers for good for once. What do you
I thought he
mean?
was more magnanimous than that. That freaking loudmouth lightweight.
Like Tenderloins
That
yelling at a kid
bloviating
on the
blowhard?
street. Get out the fucking road.
Okay, so check this out. This is Camilla Harris right here. I was in charge of PR, social media management, and other promotion of the event. As PR director of KRTD Media, I was responsible for a lot. Brand management, PR, social media management, and moderation, marketing, planning, and like everything, basically. That's what it looks like over here. I was also given a responsibility to write their employee handbook, work on hiring promotional projects, take meeting minutes as clerk at their meetings, and also work on their board of directors. On the Thursday prior to the U.S. Solutions Summit, I got an irate phone call from Shane Coughlin, who is the executive director of KRTD Media. What could he possibly be upset about with this freaking mover, with this shaker, with this motivator?
He's
He's
like 80 swag or
after
something.
Investigation, turns out that I did not, but I was being punished anyway. Steph Zamorano, Jimmy Dore's wife, threatened to not be on the panel she committed to be on with the summit unless I was fired. Why? Because on my personal Twitter page, I was doing something she did not like. I was doing what I've been doing since January when I got purged from MPP. I was whistleblowing and social media protesting on Twitter, where MPP has over 80,000 followers that deserve to know the truth about MPP. You can just turn that freaking M upside down, ladies and gentlemen.
She's Latina, by the way. But regardless. So, if this is true, she did all that, but then she still ended up leaving early and quitting anyways before she didn't even do the fucking thing. Needs to be real. What Steph did during that fucking thing, they shouldn't even do the fucking interview. So regardless of what, like, I'm just saying. I could DM you. Probably don't seem right. I did a good thing. Alright, that's up to you, man. My DMs are open, as the kids say. And I like good news. Let's hypothetically say you had two people on train tracks and Tim Pool on the other track. You have a switch to change the track. What track do you shoot? You know what? I think I'd push him towards I push the train towards Tim Pool because you see, according to James, Tim Pool is made of grease and so when the train out, it'll just fucking slip. It'll just be like it'll just slide along the tracks all the way. It'll be fun. This channel's racist, more like for a white brick road. It is what it is. Steph's take on censorship sucks. If this is true. No, you can't kill Tim Pool. Actually, slide. I'm telling you, the grease ball will slide. Okay, here we go.
Just like the public in general, KRTD Media cared more about appeasing Steph than standing up for me as their worker. That's what summarizes all that I went through. Jimmy Dore co-signed my...
It's like the show. You take a slice of pizza, you fold it in half, and all that fucking grease drips off. That's fucking Tim Pool. Create frictionless surf. Brilliant. There we go.
KRTD Media cared more about appeasing Steph than standing up for me as their worker. That's what summarizes all that I went through. Jimmy Dore
Again, if true, extra gross. And if KRTD, right, like them doing that, if true, it's like, get your fucking, you don't even get your interview.
General.
What was the point?
KRTD Media cared more about appeasing Steph than standing up for me as their worker. That's what summarizes all that I went through. Jimmy Dore co-signed my firing and has been trying to indirectly mischaracterize me through his interviews when MPP is brought up. So why are they over there talking about blackmailing people? Huh. Shouldn't throw
has like
stones if you live
catchphrases.
in a glass
It's
house,
wonderful.
and if you got a glass jaw, you should watch your mouth, because someone will break yo face. Politically speaking, of course. All right, that's a line from 50 Cent song, or something like that. Isn't that something? Isn't you think
that is a 50 Cent
maybe
song.
The team, the duo over there that would blackmail people and then freaking get them blackballed and blacklisted, that then goes on and uses that in a sense with projection, because that's what they're doing. Would do the same thing with gaslighting. You think they might do the same thing with terms like shill and sellout? You think? I think so. Guys, I'm going to leave it at that. You know what's up.
Be fair, he put a question mark there. Did put a question mark there. That's to be fair. So it is speculation. Let's hypothetically say the crowd dubs you the king of sus. Do you A, take it with pride, or B, run away? Silly Canadian. Camila is the help. You would know more than I do. Let's put it that way. I'm more like, obviously that's the thing I focus. All right, I'm about to go get the microphone and open up Discord. Roll that fucking Tim Black shit. Hopefully have a good laugh. I was telling people, yo, this is like a diss track. And in the video, he's like, right, it is a diss track. Like, oh, shit. Steph is trolling with common sense censorship. It's a level troll. Love that you try to be fair. That's right, Orthodox Mantis. Thank you for being so fair. All right. Let me get this. Go ham on Discord. Peace out, Oz. Grab 2 tender. I'm taking a shower, bro. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. think I saw a message. Dubster Brian. Albert Road never happened. Did you take a screenshot of his thing and just make it smaller? Pause. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Alright, opening up Discord. Silly fuck. Who's he? In my school. No. We go to the traffic prison. I'm sharing.
Hey.
Oh,
Dumpster
yeah.
Brian says that you don't even exist.
What?
He's denying you. He's a YellBRo denier.
Alright.
And the real victims are the people, all the subscribers in the chat.
Make Anthony get in here. Pause. Right one. Alright, this is the one that kicks it off, right?
Dude, can you admit that he was just so mean to Sabby, though, the stuff he said to her?
Oh, yeah.
He was
He's
saying,
an asshole.
because, like, the way she talks, that she's not black and stuff. I was like, dude, that is pretty crazy.
Oh, this is a straight up disrespectful diss track type of thing. For sure it is. You're smoking, bro? Out of here, Anthony. What am I supposed to play? Am I playing the original, the shit that kicked it off? Am I playing the two preceding diss tracks? I can have so many fucking. Oh, he did this in the fucking video. Oh shit. He said they made their channel. They made their channel Fred Hampton Leftist after the movie came out. Like this is like a dead ass. This is like a straight up diss track. So you didn't come up with that name until the movie came out. He's called them doorknobs. Jimmy Doorknobs, bro. I'm telling you, this is hilarious. I think this is it. It's gotta be it.
Are we watching Tim Black's video now?
It's gotta
Share
be it.
this show with like-minded people.
Yes, it is.
Because if you share it with the wrong people, honestly, guys, they ain't gonna do but run away because then everybody want to hear brothers say reparations and say it with their chests. Nick is garbage. That guy from Fred Hampton Leftist is pure garbage. He had on Dr. Cornel West. Now, I consider Dr. Cornel West a friend.
Can't hear nothing.
I've interviewed him 3 times, met him in person.
Oh, my volume's off. My bad.
I don't know if this is like a different video or if it's just like a cut up of the live streaming. I don't know.
Person, broke bread with the man, meaning ate food with him. My family met him. My wife met his wife. I met his wife. He met my kids. He hugged my son in Ohio. But I was already, as most people, a big fan of Dr. Cornel West. And more than that, I saw him as a mentor. And I highly respect his work and his courage. Period.
He called you a white woman who downplays white supremacy. I didn't say he wasn't a fucking idiot.
Interview with
It's
Dr.
hilarious.
West, and instead of being focused on the great topics and discussion that they could have throughout the interview, he took time out of that interview to take shots at me. So Nick's on the interview with Dr. Cornel West, who don't even have to waste time talking to us. When I mean us, I mean small independent media. I know he does it. He's a gracious man. Very gracious man. But he does not have to do that. And instead of focusing on real shit, he takes that time to try to smear me using Dr. Cornel West to do it. What kind of person does that? Here he goes. He says, Dr. Cornel West was on my live stream last night, brought up your unhinged and desperate tirade, unprovoked, and disapproved because it's obvious. First of all, this is a fucked up sentence. But let me slow down because it's got to make sense. No punctuation or run-on sentence. This is horrible. And then he's laughing. What the fuck? Okay. Dr. Cornel West on my live stream last night brought up your unhinged and desperate tirade, unprovoked, and disapproved because it's obvious you are just a drama queen who don't really care about black issues. Must be devastating to have Dr. West publicly rebuke you.
Sweet Jesus, that's
now, when
cheesy.
he first put this tweet out, I didn't see it because I don't pay attention much to Nick, little Nick Turtle.
Oh shit.
Little Turtle Nick. I don't pay much attention to this motherfucker.
It's brilliant.
But other people saw it. Other people saw what he said. One of those people that saw his tweet where he's making this mockery of what Cornel West said in the interview was Mrs. West. See, Nick is such an uninformed motherfucker. He don't know that this is Cornel's wife. This is a gracious, beautiful, amazing,
crack it up and shit.
Very, very open, friendly person that we met in Ohio. And this is her, in the most respectful manner, chiming in. And she says, I don't think your interpretation of what Cornel said on your show is correct. He did not rebuke anyone. He said he engages in conversations with three of you to listen, to learn, and most of all, because he loves you all. In solidarity with justice and love.
He's Jesus.
Now, folks, the way I read her tweet is Nick is a lying piece of shit. Now, that's just the way I interpret it. Because it's not like he just misheard Dr. Cornel West. It's not like he just kind of got a couple words wrong. I mean, he got the whole intention of Dr. Cornel West's statements totally incorrect on fucking purpose. You know how I know? Because luckily, there are some people who care about facts and care about truth. And some of those people reside on Twitter. Twitter ain't all bad. And some of them found the clip. And here's the clip of what Cornel West actually said as Nick tries to goad him into believing a fallacy about me.
Yeah, it's fucking weird that he did that. That's fucking weird.
What kind of absolute scum would just shamefully lie and put words in Cornel West's mouth like this? You can even hear Nick sigh into his mic in exasperation when Dr. West says how much he loves Tim Black and how important he thinks his voice is.
So with Nina, what do? Well, we have to decide. There's going to
When would you ever expect Cornel West to even say anything like that?
You know, I think you're wasting your time. You know, even if Nina wins, it's not going to be that big an impact. And for those of us who had a critical support of any attempt at dealing with the Democratic Party, because I've never been a member of the Democratic Party, ever. Even though I've been a member of the Democratic Platform Committee, because Brother Bernie asked me to be, but I walked in the free black man. Hey, y'all. I ain't a member of y'all. I'm free. The brother asked me to do it. And these are the issues we're going to hit. Wall Street, Israeli occupation, workers' rights, trade unionization, abolishing poverty, and so forth. And that's exactly what we did. And we lost on all of them but one. But that's exactly what we did. So that we have to have voices like yourselves and others recognizing even if Sister Nina wins, you're still part of a rottening Democratic Party. You have to be honest about that. Brianna was saying the same thing in that regard, you see. But then I can understand what Brother Tim Black's saying. He said, yo, I agree with
Nick
that.
is top
but
left
I'm
corner.
going with Nina anyway, because in terms of having some kind of possibility of pushing public policy, we might have stronger voices. And I kind of hate to see, you know, Sister Tim and Brother Tim and Sister Brianna going at it, because I love both of them. I think both of their voices are very, very important. I know we don't necessarily have to get into that, but I've been hearing about them going at each
other. We had conversations in Ohio about the Democratic Party and why we...
I'm sorry, but that's fucking weird. Like, that's weird. Like, that's like a make-believe statement. Unless he means something else, but that just looks weird.
Supporting Nina Turner, and when I spoke to Killer Mike, same thing. We had this conversation about the Democratic Party. Like, so, and I've had conversations with Nick,
this is the name drop and a
SNT
part of the,
as well,
of the beef
about this
battle rap.
Oh, yeah.
So I didn't know where he stood on this and where he is. And
that was weird, though, right? If that dude just made up a sentence about him, that's weird. That's
that is definitely it's super fucking crazy. That's what happens when you start slinging mud at people, and then it's like, I don't know, like it just fucking like ends up being like cyclical or whatever. They'll find some shit that you fucking slipped up on or whatever.
Yeah, that's hard for that to be a slip up. That's just straight up.
Yeah, that would.
Yeah,
that's just. Well, didn't he say that earlier in the last? I thought we were watching a live stream, and then he said that they claimed that Cornel West was saying this shit behind the scenes, and then he said this on the stream, and it was like connected to it. But I don't know.
If that's the case, then that's my mistake. Then what I saw so far, and my understanding. But you're right. He could be referring to something else than that statement.
But it's still stupid as shit. Like, it's just like, what? Let Cornel West speak for himself or whatever. It's just dragging someone else's name through a bunch of shit, and like name dropping, like the same thing Tim's doing with all like name dropping all these people. Like, that's what the Fred Hampton leftists or whatever are doing.
Well, guess what? I know Tammy. Huh? Do you know Tammy? I know Tammy.
Yeah.
All right, let's play this.
Tammy.
He understood where I stood. And he also had already heard about me and Brianna,
that
about
would
what
be
I
sus
said.
as fuck.
And he already knew that I didn't make those type of claims because his wife watches social media as well. So Nick lied to everyone.
Oh.
He lied about...
Oh, well, that's the thing. Right? His wife corrected him on it, right? Apparently his wife, right, who messaged, I guess, and corrected it. That kind of gives, like, I forgot about that. That kind of gives evidence that you kind of, like, made that up, didn't you?
I'd have to see the thread, too, because it's like, I don't know what's said in that thread that Cornel West's wife's talking to him.
It's in the video. Earlier on.
Just one snippet of it, though, not the whole thread.
Oh, okay. There was a thread. Okay.
I'm pretty sure it usually is like a thread of fucking shit.
All right, let's keep playing.
About what Dr. Cornel West said. He put him in the middle of something he's not. He's a grown-ass motherfucking man who don't need you trying to use him for clicks on your fucking Twitter.
Brianna Joy Bree.
He doesn't need you trying to hijack his words in order to use them as a blunt force
guard for
against
the fucking
me.
Cavs. I don't really know
my
much
thing
about
is this:
her.
are we
really
gonna have a movement that polices itself, or are we not?
She's very lovely.
This man, Nick, is a blatant liar. He's deceptive. This wasn't an accident. He totally mischaracterized a conversation with an icon
When
that we lucky to have in our space. I mean, when I look at Dr. Cornell West, and I think,
I'm black. I'm
and
blacker
this is
than
something
black.
my wife brought up the
Like
other
that
night. She
shit.
was like, damn, Dr.
They ain't
Cornell
black.
West is...
I'm black. That shit.
Damn, he's
cringy.
He's our Baldwin. You know, when we look back at this time,
Tim just got into Nick's feelings and he pulled the
He's gonna be like,
dug his heels in deeper. Not exactly the
this
same, but similar
Nick.
idea. in
Now,
my
she didn't
opinion.
say this. My wife doesn't use that type of.
I think this is a
I
live
do it
stream.
for her.
I swear to God, we watched this the other night. That or he's repeating shit that he said in his live stream.
No, this is from the
But
live
I'm
stream.
pretty sure he just cut this out of his live stream. From the
Yeah,
other
this
night.
is what he cut from his live stream. 100%.
Yeah. You were there, right? You were watching this with us?
No, I told Aunt, I was like, yo, check out Tim's roasting them or some shit. I messaged Anthony, but I didn't watch it with you guys.
Oh, okay.
This scumbag Nick manipulates him. Try to manipulate his words. And I just think that it's horrendous. This is horrible. The man has no fucking character. It is what it is. If you want to look, if you don't see that he's lying about Dr. Cornel West, I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else you need to see. He's lying. He's a liar. So if you lie about that, who can fucking trust you, Nick? Huh? We ain't gonna go back and forth. You ain't gotta complain about, oh, this is going back and forth. It becomes a problem. No, we don't have to go back and forth. My case is proven tonight. I'm good enough to leave it alone. You're a horrible motherfucker. I ain't gonna never forget it. At some
Cohen
point,
might
Brianna
get
Joy and I
Dickie
will probably
Smalls.
patch it up.
Oh my god.
I will never patch
Talk
it up
about
with you because
cringy,
you're a
bro.
lying piece of shit who lied on me publicly.
Talk about cringe.
Then you double down on lies. Folks, Nick
She
is
is
a
hot, that is all that
lying,
matters.
garbage individual.
All
Truth is
women
in
are
the pudding.
beautiful. Remember that, Occupy. Remember that.
Now Nick is talking about my wife. That's what I feel. Motherfucker, man. Turtle Nick says, find a partner who loves you the same way Tim Black loves attacking black women who are not loyal to the
I
Democratic
fucking
Party.
roasted him and shit.
And he references Sabby Sabs. Yeah, Sabby Sabs. See, he's saying I attack black women.
Yes, Cornel West is considered an icon to
All
some
built on
people.
the fallacy when I attack 7 motherfuckers.
I consider him as just a guy who
That's
really
what I did. I
means
went out
well.
to 7 motherfuckers, called them all out.
Actually understands the art of the fucking
for various
of a lot of
degrees
like religious texts. He actually understands
of
the
what I
art
felt was
behind it
bullshit.
and the metaphor.
I have a-
shit. I appreciate that.
That's what I do sometimes.
As
Okay.
equal as anyone else. In this field, there's no icons.
Gianna
bro.
Joy Gray is fine.
Sorry.
Everybody's fine. Kyle ain't responded. Joy ain't responded. Sam is, and Sam I should have never called that. I would
I'd be able
love
to
to
say
take that
celebrity,
because Sam,
but not
his caller said
You're
he didn't cover
iconic to
Nina
me.
enough. He didn't
Nah,
cover
we're all
Nina
equals
well.
here.
That's what kind of got me on Sam. But in retrospect, I shouldn't have said anything about Sam. Sam Cedar. Okay. That means, you know, that's what I would like to retract that.
Yeah, Nick definitely should apologize.
Is he bobbing down?
Because Sammy Sams went on a podcast with 2 other guys, 2 white guys from the Vanguard or whatever, the Scooby-Doo van, the Scooby-Doo mobile, and these motherfuckers sitting around talking about me. I never had a negative word to say about Sabby until she came after me. And what does this fucker do?
Melody.
This fucker goes and tweets to everybody, Tim attacking another black woman. This time it's Sabby. Knowing damn well Sabby went on this podcast, went on an hour-long podcast trying to shit on me, and I've never spoken to her before. I never spoke about her before this happened. I've never spoken to her, and then on.
Now I haven't watched Sabby on the Vanguard, so I have no idea what she actually said. Like really, like listen to her or anything. And also, I've heard him fucking flip out because he got called tepid, or he had a tepid point of view on something, and he flipped out about it. So That's just me being fair to both sides there. Look at me just analyzing this.
Who freaked out? Tim Black freaked out about being called tepid?
Yeah, but from Jamal Thomas.
Yeah, totally. I was like, I remember something about that.
He did a full rant about it. I'm like, okay. So when
dude,
he
you gotta smoke more weed. Your memory's too good, dude.
So if Tim's like, she attacked me, it's like, what if she says something just normal? Because I haven't listened to what she said on their show or whatever. Maybe I'll check it out, but I don't know. I just found this too funny for me to like look into it. And just like, it's hilarious, just him ranting. All right, here we go.
Only time I spoke to her is because I had to correct this shit. So look, guys, I'm not gonna waste any more time on these motherfuckers. The bottom line is, Sabby and Nick started this shit. They could have just minded their fucking business. Now, here's a good question. Because I've been hearing this, Wolfpack. I've been hearing this thing. Tim Black does this shit for views. Wolfpack. He don't get views, so he has to do this manufacturing of drama.
Dun, 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 dun.
If you're not involved, I said something about 7 people and an entire party. The Movement Forward, White People's Party, right? I called them out. I criticized them, publicly criticized them in the video, right? Right. On the live stream, right? Right. No script. Criticize them, no script, talking off the top of my head, something these motherfuckers can't do. If you jump into that conversation and you were not mentioned, and you get on your platform and you create content talking about something that you were not involved in, aren't you doing something for views? I mean, motherfucker, why are you talking? Why are you guys talking about something that has nothing to do with you, and the people that does have something to do with are basically ignoring it?
Yeah, I would say views are involved, right? Come on, that's hard. That'd be hard to deny. Doesn't West believe in the myth of white supremacy? I'm sure he does. Yeah. Well, he uses the word. What he truly means by that? I mean, he already has the philosophy that we're all children of God, and somewhere underneath there's, something good or something rich or something beautiful or whatever underneath. It's all the social circumstances that turn people into quote-unquote racist or white supremacists.
And that I like that we're all family. I like that he thinks that or whatever.
Yeah. Tim Black's calling me out for what? What did I do? What did I do?
What did I do?
Well, I know why Jimmy might ignore it. He might ignore my harsh criticism, which, and look, I like to point this out as well, guys. Hotep says another smear mention who didn't listen to the stream. If it was a rant against anybody, it was against Jimmy Dore. Tim addressed Dore and Kyle Kalinske far more than anyone else on that stream. Bree Simps lied and made it about her. So look, this is what I'm trying to get to. Before I go to one of their clips which really made me want to do this segment, because I was kind of like on the borderline. I could just let this go. Fuck Nick. Anybody dumb enough to follow him? But then I said, well, maybe they're not dumb. Maybe they heard what Nick said. They just believed him because they're misled. They're misguided. They don't know how much a motherfucker would lie. Like, maybe they just assume that because he's still in the name Fred Hampton, that maybe he's a good person or maybe he's genuine. Maybe they just brought into him. People make mistakes.
Right, Dubster. I'm doing this for views. That's why it's in my title. It's in my tags.
This is intentional doing, Sadie. This is intentional.
It's this weird strategy where...
shit. But my thing is,
what I'm doing
you
is
yourself in a
I'm
conversation
somehow
that was not included.
Psychically connecting to people that I'm talking about Tim
Jimmy
Black
Dore
right now.
and Kyle and David Packman didn't respond because they don't want clicks on this shit, and they don't want me to get clicks on this shit.
Search.
They're quiet.
Type in the search bar, YellBRo.
You.
That's Tim
Nick
Black.
Turtle,
We're
you're the
talking about Tim Black,
motherfucker that responded to it.
view my channel.
Sabby the whatever, what the fuck. Get over it or get out of here, whatever. Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here. Drinking your damn mug. You should have just ate your food. Stayed out of my shit.
He He's got nothing to say about Sabby.
Yeah.
It's like, come
That's
on,
what you
man.
should have done.
What are you
But
fucking...
it looks to me like you guys are the ones looking for a shine, looking for a participation trophy. You're the ones. I mean, where you running? You running in the building, and you ain't got nothing to do with what's going on inside. You ain't got no ticket to the show.
Isn't a title.
That motherfucker showed up all dressed to go to the show. You ain't got no damn seat or no ticket and wasn't invited. So why the fuck are you at the picnic? Why are you at the club? Why the hell are you trying to get in the door? We got bouncers at the door, motherfucker. We don't want you in here. This has nothing to do with you. My criticism of Jimmy Dore has nothing to do with you. If you want to jump in and be unga bunga, caper for motherfuckers. Caping. So look, once again, guys, this is hard, but we're going to get to what I think is really going on. Now I got a clip, because see, these guys, and look, this is going to be the last time for me. I try to avoid, I don't always answer motherfuckers. I don't do it. Especially when it gets really personal. People can take that the way they want to take it. Unfortunately, people assume things they shouldn't assume. That's fine. Rookie mistake. You don't know how the internet works. Sometimes people don't respond to dumb shit. But these motherfuckers went on a show today, and they had a lot to say about Tim Black, and I didn't start nothing. I'm just over here like, maybe we'll let this shit go. But this is what made me put this segment together. These motherfuckers talking tonight. They couldn't let it go. The lies, he lied about Dr. Cornel West. He didn't take down the tweet. He keeps talking shit. So now, here goes your clip. And then they lied tonight on another show. Here it goes.
So there's kind of that is the big thing. And then without bringing up a particular person's name, there are some attacks that have been leveled against FHL.
Okay, so let's stop it right there. Where are we? At the 33-second mark on this video. Here we go, guys. Folks, I never brought up Nick. I didn't bring up this motherfucker here, this guy. Kool-Aid Jay. I didn't bring this fucker up. I didn't talk about Soy Boy Jay. Jay, I didn't talk about you. I didn't talk about Sabby. Slow Sabby. I didn't talk about him. They talked about me. I responded to them.
He's doing the fucking all-American socialist thing. You make like funny nicknames and shit. Oh, fuck.
Mary Tella Isabella. God damn. Dude, some of them are funny though. Some of them are zingers.
Oh yeah, I think they're all funny because if it's corny, it's still hilarious that he's saying it.
Yeah, they're like schoolyard shit. But like he's got nothing for Sabby. Like there's I don't even know why he keeps bringing her up. Like I haven't heard one thing that he brings up that like makes any sense. Call me a Sabby simp, but come on now.
High stepping Negro.
Jesus.
What the
Where
fuck?
you get these people?
Jesus.
Period. You high stepping Negro. Where you get these people?
Jesus.
How the left end up with these people? Motherfucker, it's gonna be on. Why you make me come at you like this, Jay? Why you just couldn't do your shit podcast? Make white people think you smart because you talk measured. Why are you doing this? Motherfucker, you know no one made content about Sabby till she opened
Where's the
her mouth.
Q-Port interview? That dude didn't show up. I haven't even seen him in Discord lately. Oh.
It keeps going.
Relatively
it doesn't
lately.
stop there.
Last day or two or something.
It doesn't stop.
That and that have been leveled against FHL. There are some attacks that have been leveled against FHL.
It's on and popping.
And I don't want to give that person any sort of respect or acknowledgement, so I don't want to necessarily say their name, but maybe
Whoa, Johnson.
address it in a cordial way
That shit's so cringy.
So that's
call people Johnson.
Sounds a lot like Tiffany Cross, don't it, guys? If
All right,
you saw
Johnson.
my video about Tiffany Cross and Dr. Jason Johnson, it's always funny when motherfuckers mention you. You ain't mentioning them. I've never talked about Jay.
Yo, pause it,
First
Jordan.
time talking about him.
I was watching fucking Savvy the other day, and I was just like, and it was right after we watched Tim, and I said in her comment section, like, going to Tim's stream, he's fucking bitching about Savvy. Going to Savvy's stream, she's talking about policy or something like that. And then I look at Savvy's face, she's reading the comments, and she just gets this like blank, like 1,000-yard stare, like, oh motherfucker, somebody's talking about me. I was like, oh fuck, damn. That'd be a terrible feeling. She's probably like, what in the fuck is he saying about me?
If I knew, I would have made a video. Damn it. If I only knew.
Yeah.
I want to be in a diss track. All right.
It's funny how they mention you when you've never mentioned them, and then they say you're the one trying to get shiny. They don't want to mention you, but they're going to talk to an audience that knows it's you, and then say, well, we don't want to give them respect. Well, motherfucker, I don't need you to give me respect. I already got respect. And I don't need to get attention from you. I'm sorry, dog, but a little bit more well-known than you. This is what it is. I mean, kudos on
This is what you call
co-opting someone else's name and running on that shit. You guys are arrogant as hell for no reason to
Damn, I
be.
forgot to ask.
Now, there's some people who have a reason to be arrogant.
We should care about the animals.
You shouldn't be
and
arrogant.
the
That's a
ants.
negative
What
trait.
about the
But there's
unborn
some people that
humans?
should have a lot of confidence who have
Sentient
kind of earned their right
accounts.
to have confidence by the
What
work they
stage
put
of
in.
development does
None
that
of you
happen?
sitting at this table now. I don't want to talk about Miss Finney because I don't know her. Miss Finney, I'm not talking to you.
You
I
care
don't know
about
you. I don't
everything.
mean any harm to you at all, sister.
Care about everything. Like
She's
I said,
not in this conversation. I'm sorry that
you opening a book.
I'm
could
sorry
be a
that
chain
my
reaction
criticism
to
of
something.
this podcast is some of that is maybe
something negative
impacting you, and you may
happens to
feel a
someone.
certain
The
way
moral
about that, but I
part
mean no
is
harm to you
key.
at all.
Intention
None. My criticism is leveled at
and
these other three people. Very difficult to separate that, but that's how it is.
plus your understanding of the world around you.
Compton J is on that bullshit.
World around you
We're
is
gonna
how you
continue to sit
express
on
that
bullshit,
well-intentioned
and I'm gonna have to
internal
I
expression.
have to give his ass some work. Gotta give him the work.
That and
I'm sorry if I get the credit wrong, but
He's like doesn't want any of that Afeni girls fucking smoke.
and
He's
read
like,
our pen.
he's like, listen, lady,
Well,
we're
we
calling
saying,
it truth.
I'm not about the nonsense, not about the drama. I'm about the issues.
You're about lying, motherfucker. You are a liar. Turtleneck. You are a liar. Little turtleneck. Little Nicky. That's what you are, dude. That's it. It's already exposed. But keep going, motherfucker.
About the policy. And there are a lot of people who want to make it not about that. And
he does
Yeah, I don't want to make it about policy. I want to make it about what, Johnson? What I want to make it about? You little motherfucker.
And I'm like, you're either right on the issues or you're wrong on the issues.
You're either wrong on the issues or you're wrong on the issues. Motherfucker, you can't even talk. Continue.
And if you don't want to talk about the issues, I'm not really interested.
So look, see, this is the part. See, this is it, guys. This is the part right here. Motherfucker, this conversation had nothing to do with you.
Dude, Tim looks
I
like
hate
a
when
turtle.
motherfuckers
Tim
jump
and
into a
Tenderloins.
conversation
Anytime you shave
they
your
weren't
head,
a
you look
part
like a
of.
turtle.
It wasn't an issue. It was the issue there that you weren't a part of. And now you're saying you don't have time for it. Motherfucker, if you really didn't have time for it, you know what you wouldn't have done? You wouldn't have made time, little Nick. Nah, you would have sat over there and did what you
is
were
a turtle
doing.
with a beard.
My attempt is to save the left from itself. If there is going to be a left movement that I was a part of creating. People that have been around longer than you for 2 seconds, your show, your podcast, 4 months, we've been in the trenches at least since 2015 here. And there's been an element that's been growing within our ranks that makes us look toxic and horrible and is unhelpful. It has brought unneeded, unhelpful, unuseful attention and very little success from it. Folks, where's the growth come since these fuckers have taken prominence in our movement? Looks to me like we're getting weaker. Looks to me like we're more divided and more fucked up. That's how it looks to me. So my attempt to call some people out and right the ship and say we got to push back against bullshit was met by you basically kissing ass to people bigger than you because you know it's going to help your ass. Evidenced by Bree coming on your show.
Don't forget All American Socialist, Jesse.
The day after.
It's the shit-talking strategy.
Your motherfuckers are as sleazy as the politicians that you so-called despise. Let's let them continue, guys. We ain't going to stay here too long, but we got to get to it, don't we? Don't we got to have this out?
That and
head just yelling at people in foreign policy. You're just wrong around the issues. Like I talk about Vosh, I'm like, it's just about the issues. Like, you're just wrong on foreign policy. You're just wrong on reparations. Like, these are things that we got to talk about. But when you have people that they're screaming on top of their head, just yelling at people and denying the content of their colors, saying, oh, you're a white girl.
First of all, motherfucker, I never said, see, what I said was, and let me make this quote very simple for motherfuckers saying I said that Breonna Joy isn't a black woman. The full quote is this. When I look into Breonna Joy's eyes, first of all, when I saw Breonna Joy in Ohio, while we were at the election celebration event, we were waiting for the results of the election. That's the first time I'd seen her, and I'd been there for 5 days. I stopped because she didn't see me. She said she didn't see me. I saw her. She was having a seat. She was sitting with another gentleman. We were filming it. We were live streaming the event. Saw Jordan live streaming the event in another room. I sat down and I talked to Joy. And in her eyes, I got the feeling that she really didn't give a fuck. I was saying, hey, I feel positive. I feel good about tonight. I even said, hey, man, if Nina don't win, man, I ain't going to be able to go home because I'm not leaving without a win for Nina on this. Chantel Brown's horrible. She's this, she's that. And the whole time, the way Joy looked at me was like, and this is just my opinion, it was vacant. So what I said in the podcast, what I said on my show, was that when I looked at Breonna Joy's eyes, I saw the eyes of a white woman who didn't know what was going on. That's how I felt. And when I say the eyes, I didn't say her skin. Breonna's obviously a black woman, dumb motherfucker. But of course you would want to reduce it to that because that avoids the real scrutiny to what I'm getting at. I did not see or feel the angst that we were feeling about a possible loss. I did not feel the exuberance or anything. I saw disconnectedness from the actual event going on. I know she got on live stream and said things or said other things, but in that moment when I'm sitting there talking to her on the night of the event, I felt none of that shit. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's how I interpreted it. So when I say her soul, when I looked into her eyes, the windows of the soul, and all I saw was a white woman who didn't know what was going on, I think that's a little deeper than what the fuck you're saying. I think that is a deeper statement than what you're trying to suggest I meant. I know you think it appears you have low expectations of black folks other than people in your little circle.
It means...
But we have, just because I get loud and curse doesn't mean I can't express myself.
Unless you
so that's the full quote,
Nina
bitch.
Turner.
Next time, won't you
or
look
you're
it up?
disappointed
Next.
by her loss, heartbroken over
I don't have any disagreements with people in my community.
Wax that ass.
Wax that ass. Conversation between black people who's supposed to be people that they're screaming on top of their head, just yelling at people and denying the content of their colors, saying, "Oh, you're a white girl." You know what I mean? How does that have value in conversation between black people who's supposed to be in community with each other? And how am I supposed to take that seriously?
You're not supposed to take anything, motherfucker, because no one was talking to you. Hey, I know what you can do. I know what you can take. I know what you can take. I know how you're supposed to take it. Here goes a suggestion. Take a coconut smile and shut the fuck up because it didn't have nothing to do with you. That's how you can take it.
Take a coconut smile and shut
Karate
the fuck
boy.
up.
You can take it that way, turtle. You know, you could focus on policy and say, let me focus on policy, man. I got no time for this. But no, you chose to insert yourself, then misrepresent what I said, then fucking lie, then bring Cornel West on and lie some more, then try to use his comments and misconstrue them and try to lie about his comments and then misconstrue and put that out some more. Now go on his show and lie some fucking more. And all I'm saying, guys, if we don't stop dudes like this, first of all, I ain't the type of motherfucker let people just run through and make these types of lies and get away with it. So call me petty, but you don't get to do this to me. You're unethical. This is not a mistake. You did not make a mistake. You take my words out of context. You apply them where they don't go. You've done so many infractions, you are dead. That is dead to me. Your shit, that's it. It's a wrap.
I'd say he's
no matter where you go, no matter what you do, if we have involvement in each other, you are fucked. You better never, ever, ever need my help, sir. There have been people who have said things about me that I know they were upset with.
Peace out, Shadow.
We have no relationship at all.
I'm officially allowed to call you Turtle because Prop told me so.
At all.
You're a bearded turtle now. Congratulations.
There's some people I know who are upset about some things in the past. They would be even more upset if I was to tell them really what's up. But you get no consideration. I'm going to air you the fuck out. I think this is almost done, guys. I think we said enough here. I hope I'm not boring the shit out of you guys with this. But see, this is how people get to win when they lie. Other people don't want to take the time to go through the tedious debunking process.
I don't know if it's desperate.
But I think it's
definitely
important
goofy.
Because if not,
it's
he
goofy,
gets to lie
corny,
and he doesn't get to be held accountable.
Over the top.
And surely there will be people that never watch this video
say little things
who don't know
there.
what really took place, and they will believe this lying turtle.
Because I'm sorry, but a lot of people
they will believe lying little Mickey. They will believe sorry, sad Sabby.
And people are
and
like,
not look and see what actually happened.
Zoom in on that shit.
Because the people looking, some of those people won't have time. They got lives. They got things to do.
Or at least give it a look.
Shit up. They already trust the guy. They're just going to trust his words. They trust this woman. They're going to trust her words. Fred Hampton left and invited me on this show and I didn't go. Maybe that's why they're talking shit. You don't think I don't know that you guys invited me on the show? Motherfuckers hit me up in my comment section. There's a video out there with it on there. Fred Hampton left wants to know if you want to come on their podcast. Then people were like, oh, Tim, must you know this is not connected to Fred Hampton. I was like, what the fuck? I hadn't even watched your content at that point. I'm old school, man. I don't believe in beat jackers or rhyme thieves, sucker MCs, or none of that shit. Taking somebody's name, man. You guys are phony as fuck. I don't know what's going on with this new generation where that shit's cool. It ain't cool where I come from. It's horrible. We're almost done with you, though. Turtle head fucker.
That and
thirsty for clout, and a lot of people we're gonna just talk it out instead. We're not gonna make diss tracks. You know what I mean? What is that? You trying to be Tupac or something? Like I don't fucking get it.
First of all, diss tracks are part of black culture. That's why I question these motherfuckers. I keep hearing things said from these people. We're here, Sabby Sabs talk. We're the problem with the black community. And now we got this motherfucker. You trying to make diss tracks? What you think is Tupac? Oh yeah, like I did make a diss track. I just called you out.
Oh my god, this is getting dirty, YellBRo.
Make a diss track. Make a diss track.
This is the shit I was looking for.
Man. Get out of here, man. You're not black enough. And I've had people make those comments about me. Get out of here, man. It was personal.
This is so
realize my husband is white, right? Get out of here, man. Get out of here, man. I used to have a lot of respect for Tim Black. Get out of here, man. I used to have a lot of respect for Tim Black. Like I like his show.
Is that a white thing to say? Get out of here, man.
We didn't really hear from a lot of people on the left. He talked about like black issues. He talked about like black issues.
He talked about like black issues. Up with him.
Get out of here, man. You're not black enough.
What's up, Mystery?
Get out of here, man. You can't write off everybody that's friends with Jimmy because a lot of people like Jimmy. I like Jimmy.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back. Once again, we have a special edition.
Welcome to Mod Ship Mystery.
Leftist. And I'm not about the nonsense, not about the drama.
Only rules: no timing out anyone, no banning anyone.
We're not gonna make
the reason
diss
everyone
tracks.
is mods so that they
It's your
can
boy
say what they
Social
want
Sume.
and
It's your
put
boy Social Sume.
video requests out.
Get out of here, man.
A lot of these people, they're just thirsty for clout. There's no substance here.
What the fuck, dude?
We'll do that. Let's go back to the liar. You are
I
a liar.
waited
You're
in
a
this live
phony.
stream to hear
You're
this
a
diss
fake,
track, and this
you're
is
a
what I get.
flam, you're a grifter. Man, if jacking,
I thought he was
if
gonna
jacking
fucking
Fred
rap.
Hampton's name, ironically, right after the movie came out, dog, if that's not the sign of a grifting piece of shit, man, what is, man? We've used the term grifter to apply to people in all types of circumstances. The podcast begins 4 months ago. When did the Fred Hampton movie come out? February 12th, 2021. So you start the Fred Hampton podcast 2 months after the Fred Hampton movie came out. You are a grifting piece of shit looking for clicks and views, dog. It's kind of obvious. You're also a fucking liar, man.
I'm not playing that corny shit again,
I don't
bro.
speak for everybody.
Not
in the black
happening.
community, but I think I got a feeling. Once
that shit was trash.
Big mouth
dude.
like
It's
me,
like
you
in
know,
the
rant,
That shit was
tirade,
trash.
lets people know that you're a piece of shit and that you would usurp one of our icons, one of our leaders like this, Mr. Use an icon like Fred Hampton for your own gain. Use his namesake. I think people might have a problem with that.
That was the most Tim Black I've watched in a hell of a long time. Even when I was watching
brilliance.
the stream the other night, I was fucking in and out of conversation. Like, Jesus Christ, man. I feel dirty after watching that, dude.
I'm not playing that corny ass diss track again. I wanted to hear him rapping on it, bro. That would have made my night. I needed to hear him rap on it. Listen, motherfuckers. Scooby-Doo.
Tim Black's rap voice. That'd be funny. He'd be like C Murder or something like that.
Oh, shit. Okay, click on it. I think it's brilliant. I don't know. I think you guys are all tripping. You're all tripping. It's just brilliant, bro.
That's getting the clickadoos. Just having that shit in my title got me fucking like an extra 100 clicks.
Is that what this is? Play some of this. Play some of it. Giggle some.
Anybody here ever been robbed? Anybody ever been robbed? Now, some people may
It's a little bit more. Just a little bit more.
Is, going to sleep, leaving the door open on your Kia, your Kia Protege.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know what you got. Mine's a Protege,
147,000
Kia Pass, I
subscribers,
don't know.
and seems like he's struggling to get
Left the
views.
door locked on your
Let's
car.
see what he did
and
there.
some kids or something.
Oh, he was having like
came by testing locks. They got in your car.
500.
They fumbled through your glove compartment.
600
They got
viewers
that
at a time,
sweet-
which I
that
guess is
sweet pair Ray-Ban Wayfarers out of your glove compartment.
rare for him
Took
when he
him.
was doing all these diss tracks
Along
things.
with your AirPod case.
Everyone
What you gonna do
responded
without
to
the
it.
AirPods, man? You got the AirPods case and left me with the AirPods. Now I gotta go buy a new case. Now those things may be aggravating, but those are not called robberies. Those are called thefts. A robbery is when somebody walks up to you and puts a gun in your face and says, check it in, partner. Your money or your life, fool. Run the jewels. Run your pockets. Now, being a victim of that, I know the difference. I say all that to say Nina Turner didn't get
It's really tasteful about
Tim. Occurred in Nina Turner in Ohio. She got robbed.
Doing his.
That's right. She was robbed, Johnson.
And that's narcissistic.
Not
not
only
blaming
was
anybody,
Nina Turner
but
robbed, the people of Ohio were robbed.
Narcissist, hive mind itself.
There's some naysayers out there, mostly jealous, who will tell you that Nina Turner got too arrogant. She was looking down her nose. She was counting her chickens before they were hatched. She got too sexy for her dress.
For a turtleneck.
She got too full of herself. There are people out there who'll say dumb shit. They know nothing. They read nothing. They research
Tim Black
nothing.
reminds me
It's hate talk.
of if the Hello Fellow kids
Nina Turner had a very good race. She had an excellent campaign team. They did a great job.
I don't know, he just seems real bitter and like he's talking to a lot of other people.
If you weren't in
aside
Cleveland,
from who he is mentioning. Oh yeah, he's definitely bitter. At the same time,
you don't get to speak.
He will make some
you
points.
Didn't bother to bring your ass out
dismiss.
there. I'm not talking to the average voter.
Right?
I'm talking about people who do this.
If this
for
is
a
the
living.
original video, right?
Those people with money. Some people making millions of dollars.
And he goes at Jimmy Dore,
from this
get
chair,
all these other smaller channels, all
in places like California,
all of a sudden start saying like
New Jersey and other places,
or whatever, something about Tim Pool.
Who couldn't even be bothered to
They're
get
usually,
their ass to pry their butt cheeks from their pole position seats.
The gossip videos
down to Ohio to find out what was going on, but will gladly run their punk lily white
be real,
asses.
Jimmy has a shielded defense
some
from
brown
a
ones.
good number of content creators.
To a microphone to have a lot to say about what took place and the place they didn't go, with people they didn't meet, in the neighborhood they never stepped toe in, about a situation
I
they know
Tim
nothing about.
said when he was literally begging
somebody.
Kyle for more subscribers. I know.
What I'm trying to tell you is that Nina
It's
Turner was
hilarious.
robbed.
Who said he looks
Period,
good?
point blank.
He made some points.
Now, Tim Black,
Can't
how
Tim
can you
make
say
some
she was
points?
robbed? And what way was she robbed? Well,
You just hate basketball
there's this
Americans.
thing called campaign donations. It's this thing called super PACs. It's this thing called lies. False allegations, lies and smears, claims of anti-Semitism, claims of not supporting Medicare for all. That sounds familiar, don't it? Doesn't it sound familiar? Because some people on the so-called left were saying that shit too. Just like the smears that we heard in Cleveland.
Fundamentalist preacher at the Church of Haters.
Put a pin in that. We'll get back to that. Nina Turner was robbed because organizations like the Third Way dropped $500,000 in the last month of the race in the form of flyers and lying pamphlets with no time for Nina Turner and her campaign to respond. Nina Turner, her campaign raised a lot of money, but it was one block of money used the entire time. So we're looking at $5 million.
Exactly, Doc.
Nina Turner announced her candidacy
He's
back
a
in December.
Who is just
December
machine
15th,
gun
Bernie
spraying.
Sanders in 2020
And something's like
endorsing
oh,
Nina
fuck.
Turner publicly on Twitter.
I almost dropped my tablet.
That's how
He's
long
just
Nina
machine gun
Turner's been
spraying
running.
and a couple bullets are hitting people. It's like,
That's how long she's
I gotta
been
call
in
it.
this race.
He hit the fucking target though.
You wouldn't know that by the
He may have
comments
shot
that you
all the
received from
walls in the
so-called
entire building, but
independent
he hit
media.
the target a couple times there.
Once again, we're going to come back to that. The point is this. An organization like the Third Way dropped $500,000. An organization called the DMFI dropped another $2 million
No, I love
in the
people,
last
man.
30 days of the race.
I'll prove it. In fact, you're
Chantel Brown
invited to me
herself
and
raised
Matt's
a couple of $1 million. So now
threesome along
we have a
with Brown.
situation where Nina Turner was outspent. They was bombarding. I don't know. Look, if you didn't come to Cleveland, you don't know this. If you weren't in Cleveland, you cannot cut on the
He has
TV.
some kind of event planned with
Cut on
Emblem
the radio
Fate and
station.
Matt Hunter.
Watch local cable news.
Some kind of
You
event?
couldn't drive down the street without
Kind
seeing
of
a
event.
billboard, a
Kind of,
flyer, at a
thing
bus
that's gonna
stop,
happen.
a telephone pole, or a stripper pole that didn't have Nina Turner doesn't like Medicare for all. Nina Turner doesn't like a $15 minimum wage.
All I
Nina
know
Turner
is
doesn't like
I was invited and they told me to
Israel.
bring a video
Nina
camera.
Turner is
That's it.
horrible. That's the propaganda. That was everywhere.
That is propaganda,
And
isn't it?
you can swim in it. Swim in it. She was robbed, ladies and gentlemen. Robbed. Why? How'd she lose a 35-point lead? I don't know. I bet it had something to do with the money. And she still only lost by 5 points.
It's money in
5
politics.
points. 5 points. James Clyburn came down and campaigned for her. Hillary Clinton threw her name in the hat. The CBC PAC came out and supported her. Chantel Brown. All these assholes came out and supported Chantel Brown. I'ma say it. All the deadwood in the Democratic Party.
All these
came out and
people that
supported
no one
Chantel
likes
Brown.
came out and supported.
The relics. The people that are our class enemies came out to support her.
Event 301.
Well, Tim, I don't understand. Go deeper, Tim. Explain it.
Wrong.
Now, I want to pause right here because this is
The
where the
truth
narratives
is,
get jacked up, folks.
It was
This is
commercials
where it
and
gets
money in politics.
tricky because people don't understand what we're up against. There were organizations who were intent. Their focus was to stop Nina. This was a anyone but Nina race.
It was like penance. I did nothing.
They were going to run negative ads against Nina no matter who was running. Just so happened Chantel Brown was the beneficiary. It could have been anyone. Now, whoever puckered their lips up the sweetest for the money, that's probably who they went to. But they just took anyone other than Nina. She's the only one who said Palestinians deserve to live. Oh, no, you can't say that. Stop everything. Oh, no, you can't say that.
The fucking sound effects.
Now, I want to clear up something so nobody calls up here with stupid ideas who don't know, who didn't go to Cleveland. Let me tell you something, folks. Nina Turner won black voters. A lot of black voters. She did not do poorly with black voters. She did very well with black voters. She won the vote in Cleveland. Black voters, working class voters and black voters in Cleveland, she won that vote. Of the 9 Akron cities, she won 5, lost 4, and never lost more than by 1 or 2 points in any of those cities. The wards, they're called wards. She won working class voters. Working class white voters and working class black voters, respectfully. You know where she didn't do so well? Upper middle class white
Allie,
people,
you're acting like I
well-to-do white
understand
people. That's where she didn't
political
do
jokes
so
like
well. Ironically, that's also where she had a problem.
You should know I
with
hate
them
politics.
on Twitter and YouTube
I
and
don't
in the
know
independent
shit.
media world. When I say upper middle class,
By the
I'm
way,
talking
it
about
would have
the
been a foursome.
commentators.
He said prop, Matt, and
I'm
himself.
talking about those
and he
people
said me.
who campaigns against her. But once again, we're going to come back to
I
that.
politely declined that.
I'm coming for that ass tonight.
It would be a 3-hour.
Dress light. Wear your fighting shoes.
It's your
Have
fault,
your
not mine, all
Vaseline
right?
ready, girl.
I'm sorry.
You're going to need to grease up because we about to get into that ass tonight.
Yeah, so pause that right there.
Neighborhood.
So they were saying, yo, you talking about Brianna Joy Great, but in that video you just played before this one, he was like, nah, I was mostly talking about Kimmy and Kyle. It wasn't about Brianna. But he used the words, what he said, he rewind that, he said her. Rewind it like 30 seconds. 15 seconds.
Class, I'm talking about the commentators. I'm talking about those people who campaigns against her. But once again, we're going to come back
Oh
to
my
that.
God. Take your
I'm
hand
coming
off
for
the
that ass tonight.
freaking caps lock, bro.
Dress light. Wear your fighting shoes. Have your Vaseline ready, girl. You're going to need to grease up because we're about to get into that ass tonight.
Dress
I wanna
light,
be in
have your
that ass
Vaseline ready.
Now,
What?
Super weird.
Neighborhoods. Affluent neighborhoods didn't go for
And Tim
Nina
was just
Turner.
saying, no, it wasn't about Brianna.
Affluent
but
neighborhoods
bro,
like
you just-
Beechwood, University Heights,
Listen to the words
Cleveland
you
Heights,
use.
Pepper Pike, Shakers Heights.
Not how diss tracks
We're
work.
only talking
Take
5,000
it up as
votes,
you go.
but there were almost 2,000 votes
Yo, Tim out here doing it for the culture,
in
bro.
Beechwood alone. One
Pop
neighborhood,
YouTube
one
culture.
affluent neighborhood, think the average income is $190,000. Those are the people who don't care if we maintain status quo. I mean, don't care to change status quo. Status quo is working like a motherfucker for them. They good. They good. They good with status quo. Them your Biden supporters. They good. They don't need to change nothing. What you need to get radical for? I'm good. I'm doing well. Don't change this shit. I'm winning. So before you fix your mouth to call up and say, why don't black people get this or why don't they get that? They voted for her. Okay? Working class black people and working class white people voted for Nina Turner. She did very well in that regard. Check the Joker Been Mag article on this as a reference. Tomorrow when I put this video out, I'll have a link to that in the description.
Will it be a diss track?
They had a bombardment achieving full spectrum dominance across TV, radio, YouTube, social media, mailboxes, signets throughout June and July into August. Folks, they flooded everything. All negative. Nothing talking about what Chantel's gonna do. Why, guys? Because Chantel ain't gonna do shit. It wasn't that type of race when you talk about what she's gonna do. My name's Chantel, and I'm not gonna do nothing. But I need your vote, so just push that button.
Right.
And they said, who cares?
The team is so goofy,
as long as
bro.
it's not the mean black one who talks
How many
angry,
times did he
who
practice
wants to
that?
upset things.
How many times did he practice that?
Give us the other one, the shorter one, the lighter one. We may not talk about that later. It depends on how I feel. Right-wing Democratic majority for Israel alone spent $2 million on ads, mostly attacking Nina, making no mention of Israel. Combined with $500,000 from corporate AstroTurf Group, Third Way, funds poured in to crush Nina Turner, closing in on $3 million. So when you hear people say, stupid people, no, not stupid, when you hear liars like Dr. Jason Johnson write shitty-ass op-eds that wouldn't be fit to cover the bottom of your birdcage, talking about Nina Turner had all this money and she wasted it, he's not counting all the money that Chantel Brown had from PACs and the dark money that ran on her behalf. Not talking to him. He doesn't even mention that money. Because to him, it's all fair. Scumbag, stay out of my inbox. And no, I'm not going to kiss your ass. Or be your friend.
I love you, Hillary
Fuck
Clinton.
So, when I say Nina Turner got robbed, that's what I mean. She got robbed by the establishment. They did what they do. They coalesced around a milquetoast politician who's going to do nothing for the people. That's exactly what they do. And don't blame the people. Well, how can I say this? It's in a special election, which are notoriously low to begin with. The turnout in special elections, hold on, elections are notoriously low. So, okay, so let's get this right. There was nothing else on the ballot to make people come out except this election. So we all know sometimes people vote because they're already in the booth, then they vote for something because maybe fill out some boxes. That's not the case in a special election. There's nothing else there.
He's clearly trying to get a position in Nina Turner's presidential campaign.
Who were pissed at Nina for saying that
too bad
Palestinians are people
he's
too. We shouldn't
and
just
doesn't
kill
know
them.
shit on policy.
They could switch and vote against Nina Turner,
I don't
which
get
they
that
did.
vibe. I could be wrong, but I don't
It
get
was
that
like
vibe.
the perfect storm. It was a dark night. Nina's walking to her car alone.
Definitely think he wants to say,
robber
I told you so.
appears
I told you.
In the shadows. She was robbed.
Like, if Nina, or he wants Nina to win and then be like, I told you,
Now,
she's the best, I told you.
Those are the people that robbed her. We know their names. We know what they stand
Everybody
for.
else abandoned
We know
her.
who
I
they are.
stuck with
Third
her.
Way, DMFI. Very clear, very plain. Hillary
I totally zoned out. What the fuck?
Clyburn.
It was more likely a pander to
Steven.
his audience than
Okay.
getting me a job on her campaign, in my opinion.
Now, as much as I don't like robbers, I detest them. I gotta say They have boldness on their side. There's something bold about coming up to somebody, sticking a gun in their face, and them seeing who you are, and then taking your stuff, telling you to run your pockets. That's a very bold way to do things. I mean, people can identify you. They can get the drop on you later. They know who you are. They can always catch you slipping and come back and retaliate. That's the thing that could happen. As much as we detest robbers, you got to say, hey, it takes some guts to be a robber.
Yeah, I think it's
then we had a sleazy
partially a fuck you to
these are sleazeballs
all the people
who
he
were breaking your
feels
car and
like
steal all your shit. Breaking your
all the
home
people
when
he used
you're
to
not
work
there
with that
clear
he
your
like
house out.
moved away from. He's like, yeah,
Leave no
fuck you, look
trace.
what I did.
Sleep in
And
your
it's partially
bed.
that. I think it's partially for his audience.
Piss in your refrigerator, eat your food.
You know, for viewership and shit like that. And partially I think he cares about it.
That's the next group of people. You know, people who
I think he partially cares
say,
about the
hey,
actual issues too.
I'm not voting for any Democrats. I don't care who the Democrat is, even if that Democrat is far superior than this horrible milquetoast
Also partial
neoliberal who's not going to do anything for the
Adam.
people of Akron. Did you know that 40% of the little black kids in Akron live beneath the poverty line? Of course, they don't live in areas like Beechwood and University Heights and Shaker Heights
is he
and
stupid?
Piker Heights or whatever the hell.
Definitely an idiot,
They live in poor sections near
But I don't think
Euclid and
he's
whatnot.
that calculated.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's angling for a presidential.
Poor parts of Cleveland. Cleveland, the
I'm
largest
sure he'd say yes.
poor
I'm
city
very
of its
sure he'd say
size
yes.
in the country.
Hell yeah, I'll
Life
do that.
expectancy is distorted. Like,
I think it's more about
poor people living 20 years less
a mixture
than
of
the affluent
audience,
section of Cleveland.
revenge,
Get what I'm saying?
and him actually caring. Like, I think he cares about the
These
issues.
people did not support it. In the turn, because on principle. Remember that time she didn't say Medicare for all, she said universal? So obviously, we can't vote for her. I don't like what she wore that day. Are those
Who
new
would be a
rims and
presidential
glasses on her
candidate?
face? I can't vote for her. Fuck the kids.
What happened?
She's not running as a party that don't exist. That's not on the ballot yet. She didn't leave behind the Democrats to run for a party that has no party.
I used to do the same
Can you
shit, Tender.
imagine being that fucked up?
Milk toast.
That you would not vote for someone who can help the poor people of Akron.
Never
who
heard
did
that
vote
word in
for
my
her,
life
who
till,
did support her, not help. You got
till I
you
started, like,
sitting on
paid-
millions
like,
of
actually
dollars
paying
or
attention to
whatever
politics.
the hell. You doing good. You're not going to help a campaign
It was like
defeat
6
a
years ago or
milquetoast
something, 5 years
neoliberal
ago.
because you disappointed these people didn't do what you want them to do. You say this person need to win. She might do what these people did. So I'm not going to vote for Nina. I'm not going to support Nina because I don't want to help somebody who might not do what I want them to do. Meanwhile, there's black people catching hell.
Makes
Catching
a lot
hell
of
right now
miscalculations,
while
doesn't
your
realize
punk
the
ass
grift
is
moving
nice
outside
and
of
cool
the Dem
chilling
party
in your
reform.
AC. Can you imagine being that fucking selfish? Did you think the way to start your movement is by shitting on somebody you supported just a year ago? Because some loudmouth, failed-ass, fucked-up comedian and his dizzy wife, Jimmy Dore, and his dizzy wife said, I'm not giving Nina any of my hard-earned money. We naming names tonight.
Jesus Christ.
We naming names tonight. Don't throw rocks and hide your hands, punk
He's
ass.
stuck in 2016 where he
You
thinks
did
people
it.
in the
It
indie
worked.
media bubble
She lost.
even still
Take
believe
your
in
credit.
Democratic savior.
Take your
People are
credit.
getting over
Take
that.
your motherfucking credit. Own it. Like
No, I think
told
he's going
Tommy
against
Lauren.
the grain,
Own
and he
your
wants the
shit.
against the grain to
And all you
fucking
cowards
win.
afraid to
say,
call him
fuck
out,
you to
own
all
your
you
shit
guys
too. You're
that threw me
cowardly.
away. Fuck you.
His viewers might not watch my videos. People
truly
might
think
not
it's partially
subscribe. Go
revenge.
fuck yourself. This is bigger than your YouTube
Also a
channel.
niche audience.
This is our movement. These are the
And-
black people that I met in Akron and Cleveland who are now stuck with
Partially cares
Chantel
about the
Brown
issues.
because your fucking leader,
where I'm
your
at.
corny leader, your weirdo, neoliberal, KKK, dog whisperer follower, Jim Roganites, Tucker Carlson, ass kissing, massage giving, lap dance giving, fucking losers. Told you to. Told you that Nina Turner wasn't good enough. Told you you should not donate to a campaign for the
Jesus
person, the
Christ.
obvious choice. No one is perfect, but Jesus Christ. She's running against Lucifer's female, and she's running against the neoliberal. They won't do anything for us. Nothing at all for us. Nothing, zero. How dare you stand in the gap, say you care. I think you're a bunch of losers and racists and assholes. That's what I think. I think you believe that it's okay.
Yeah.
That people catch hell.
I see bitter revenge, man.
Hell. You think your way out of catching hell is to dismantle a movement you didn't start?
He's always talking about Ohio. It's like right now he's yelling at people in Ohio.
To stop Nina Turner from becoming a congressperson, as if
like
that helps us.
He's yelling at like Jimmy and all these people, but it's like really he's yelling at Ohio.
If people suffer enough, if enough people die, maybe they'll leave the Democrats. The problem is people gonna die while you're seeing this exercise. A little bit of a savior
complex type of thing.
It's the most asinine, illogical, inhumane thing to do, and it's being done by well-to-do and the ignorant. And tonight, what we need to do is draw a line in the sand and say, not today, go that way, get the fuck out, you're not wanted, we are done with you, it's over, kick rocks. And that goes for Brianna Joy Gray, too, who went down to Ohio just to gloat.
Definitely
to gloat through her new individuals, and she pretends to understand the po-blacks.
Like
while
Ali was
she
saying,
does
like really
simulcasting
bitter,
for the hill
bitter
and looks down her nose at poor people.
And I think he
you
does
don't have
care,
to retweet me. I don't want your retweet, sister.
But Tim
I want
is
you
right.
out the way.
Small channels
out the way and
Jimmy's
take your funny clown comedian with you. Go on the Joe Rogan show. You can't get a job doing nothing else except shitting on the true left, shitting on us, and then pretending to be our friends. I don't need your retweets. I don't need your fake hellos. I saw you.
That's the appeal to the audience. We're the real left.
My mom still lives here, so I'm just here because I was just in the
that
neighborhood.
Also ties into
being cool
aspect.
with the bros and the sisters and the hoes. You know how I do.
In my opinion.
Shut up and get the fuck back on the next thing smoking. Back to DC and hang out with your corny friends and do your Bad Faith podcast and Bad Faith, a perfect name. We are calling all names tonight. No more punk shit. I have more respect for someone who pulls out a knife or a gun and robs me, not someone who pretends to be your friend and stabs you in your back.
Revenge. Best served cold.
Movement for a People's Party should change its name to White People's Party. Movement for a People's Party ain't even a party, it's a get-together. Movement for a People's Party ain't a party, it's a gathering of losers. Now, it's one thing to build a movement slowly. We're talking about a 10-year, 20-year program. 20, 30, 40, 50-year program.
Upset.
That is an endeavor that may take decades. My kids ain't got decades, motherfucker. We need help now.
I feel dumb after watching this much, Tim.
We have to take what we can get now. We have to fight for what we get. Have the courage to say more. Oh, who that sound like? To ask for more, to demand more. But we can't just do nothing because you're all good. You're all good, so we could just do nothing. No, we can't afford to do nothing. My kids can't afford to do nothing, Johnson. My kids, my grandbabies can't afford, not for me, for daddy, for pop, not to fight for everything that we can get now. And as well as we fight, build, as we do, we have to do both because people have to live meanwhile. Chantel Brown sat back while people died in the Cleveland prison system and said nothing. Can you see Nina Turner doing that? Do you understand people that died in Cleveland right now in Ohio because of Chantel Brown's inaction? She never stood up for anything except a paycheck. And you think it's okay and there were people cheering. There were people cheering.
When Tim realized MVP was doomed, he moved back to the Dem Party.
Because to them, this is the way to get people away from the Democrats.
Instead of evolving.
So what if we got to lose a few people? So what if some people got to die? So what if some people got to live in poverty? So what if people have horrible representation? So what? So what? So what? No, so what to you and fuck
Yo,
off
bro,
and
you
get
see
out
what
of
That
our
sounds like-
movement and take your
in the
shit
general?
with you. Tell your friends I said
Wouldn't that
fuck
be a
you,
maneuver of
and two
someone
people
trying
that
to
look
be
like you.
effective?
Take your corny
Meaning that
jokes,
they actually
take
care
your
about the
fake
issue.
ass
Black on the Dr.
appreciation
Phil
for us
show.
and stop pretending like you give
Or
a
like
fuck
in the
about black
audience.
people. Do you not know the East Side?
Happened?
Stevie posted in the general a picture of Tim Black in the fucking Dr. Phil audience.
Oh yeah, I knew about that. I knew about that.
Like, what was he on there for?
I have no idea.
I don't even remember.
It's like one of his family members or something had some shit and they like panned to him.
I don't.
Or did he have tickets or something? It's so weird.
He's just there.
He looks so
I
happy.
think he's actually on the show.
Yeah,
Mary,
that's it.
come.
That's like, right?
It wasn't one of those DNA reveal shows, was it?
No. That's like
do that.
fucking.
You used to do DNA reveals.
No, that's like fucking Maury or something.
Jerry.
All bunch of them did that where you are not the father. Guess what?
No, Dr. Phil has done shit like that, yeah.
Then they sell DNA kits during the commercials. It's fucking brilliant, bro. All right, here we go.
Out of Cleveland is 90% black. There are more than half of them are struggling to get their bills paid.
Bro,
and you throw them under the bus to prove a point
Ego
about
got me
forced
hit
to
to how
vote.
Tim moves. Oh yeah, they had a little hissy
Force your
fit
ass
too,
out
didn't
the
they?
door.
Get
out.
I don't remember what it
Leave.
was about, but
Oh, fuck.
Leave, be gone, don't come back. We don't fucking need you. Take Brianna Joy, Savage Joy, and all your
But
other
for
joys
me,
and Almond Joy
in this
and
field,
shove it up your
I don't
ass
take
and
nobody's
leave that
word
way.
for
And
it.
take the people's, you ain't the people's party. How
I
can you have
consider
a
it.
party? How can you start a revolution not even having the guts to put a black agenda on the books, bitch?
he was jealous that Nico
You can
was
start
getting
a party with
opportunities
any-
to work in
with any
Bernie's and
demands you
Tulsi's
want.
campaigns because
And
of
you aim
his
instead of aiming
resume.
for the stars, you aim from the
Nico
dirt in
is
front
a
of you,
political
and then you want to
debater.
get people
Tim is
excited.
an
Fuck you,
entertainer.
Nick Bronner, and get
Damn.
my name off your fucking website before I
That's
come
like
take
diss
it
track
down
fucking
and tell
material
your
right
daddy
there.
I said so.
But like I
Mama's
said,
boy.
I don't take nobody's word for it.
See, I don't play games. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to lead
I'll
a
fix
movement,
you.
which
I'll
you are
yell.
incapable of doing. If you love black people at all, you would understand what the fuck I'm saying about what's happening
What's
in
that
Ohio.
video?
How dare you fault somebody who ain't even in office for the failings of someone else, your perception of someone
Was this
else's
the Nico
failings
response-
who
the
she
Nico
ain't
diss
related
track?
to, dated to, married to, or don't even really fucking know.
Go house
How
reveals all.
dare you undermine? Now, it's one thing not to check in, not to donate, not to volunteer,
You guys
not to
fucking
get off your
D-block?
ass and
Y'all
fly
move
down
like
and
a
help,
unit like
not
that
to be
and
of
shit?
assistance. It's a whole nother thing to talk against it. I mean, you gotta take, it takes a vermin. It takes a low-life piece of garbage. It takes the shit. You know what? You not the sludge just at the bottom of the can that hasn't been dumped in 2 and 3 months outside behind the curry out at the Chinese restaurant. You are the sludge, the grime, and the detritus underneath the can. When you lift the can, you're that shit underneath the can that's embedded, that's cratered beneath the can, between that and the mud and the sediment. That's you.
What?
To you. To shit on. And
wrecked.
vocally say to your followers on your platform not to support Nina Turner. You are a horrible individual. May a plague come
really
visit
loves
your
Nina.
home.
This
You
is
are
insanity.
disgusting. You are degenerate. You are a loser.
Call
You
it
are a
degenerate.
racist piece of garbage. You and your fucking friends gotta go. There's the door. This movement ain't for you. It's for us. You don't want it, get the fuck gone. And that goes for anybody who supports that walking piece of vomit. That vomit with the ability to speak. That loser with
shit.
the ability to speak. That turncoat, that backstabber. It's better to have an enemy that slaps you in the face than a friend that stabs you in the
CB4.
back. You are not a friend. But you pretended
You ain't
to
black,
be
I'm
a
black.
friend.
I'm blacker than black.
I said it's better to have an enemy slap you in the face than have an enemy that stabs you in the back. At least if you get slapped in the face, you know what you're dealing with. I respect that.
I made like a video about
I
this.
respect that. And
Yo,
stop
you
using
know I'm editing
Cornel
that shit
West
in.
as camouflage for
Roast
your
him
white
for it.
neoliberal bullshit ways, your phony ass neoliberal tendencies, your bullshit ass libertarian ideal set, your race, your class above race
Congratulations.
mindset, your
Now that
class
Tim has gone
reductionist bullshit.
Simpin said you are now the most likable
Stop using
people
Cornel West
American on
for
YouTube.
protection. He ain't gonna save you. He agree with me. We gotta do what? We gotta do both things at one time. We gotta walk and chew gum at the same time. We were all out there in the sun while you sat at home.
Uh-oh.
And I'm not just talking about Jimmy Dore, but I am talking about Jimmy Dore. Fuck him and
vote
fuck his
shaming piece of
friends.
shit.
And
Like,
fuck his
it's so
subscribers
fucking
and anybody else who
long-winded.
follows that piece of shit. Now, there are others who deserve the wrath of Tim Black, like David Packman, who wouldn't even say Nina Turner's name until the battle was over. What the fuck kind of a neoliberal bullshit is that? How the fuck? You're worse than Jimmy Dore, David Packman, because at least Jimmy Dore will stand behind this bullshit. Your punk ass, how could you not follow and report upon this fucking candidacy and then have something to say like we give a fuck what you think, milquetoast boy? Huh? First time he talks about Nina Turner was after the race was over. Then he wants to talk about what should have happened. What should have happened was Tim Black had your subscriber base instead of you having it. That's what should happen.
Welcome to
You
late
can
night.
get the fuck out.
YellBRo.
You can go do
Diss
whatever you do.
tracks.
Play soccer.
Can't play it during the
volleyball,
day.
make
You gotta play it at night. You
espressos,
gotta do a funk flex style.
Drink
that shit at night.
expensive cocktails with your pinky out in your rich enclaves. While I get down to mobilizing people from
Fuck
shit
them
that
all,
matters.
Johnson.
You fucking lazy, white privileged asshole.
That's funny.
Kyle, what the fuck's your problem?
Fuck them all.
What the fuck's your problem, Kyle?
Kyle.
What good are you, Kyle Kalinsky? Mr.
Kyle.
I'ma spray in the middle. I'ma stay in the middle. Fucking tightrope walking. I thought Cornel West and Miss Tracy, I thought they had a podcast about the Trina. They had a podcast about the tightrope. Motherfucker, you walk a tightrope every time you open your mouth. You so afraid to offend people. Fuck offending people. People are dying. You
He's not
corny
lying. He ain't
fuckhead.
lying.
Worried about
He
offending
ain't
people and
lying.
subscribers? You rich bastard.
Yo,
Cut
he
me
ain't
a
lying.
check so I can be your mouthpiece. And these cowards wouldn't even support me who's doing the work.
Well, he could
me
be lying,
who's speaking truth to power. Instead, they'll hide
Stop
their
Kyle
head,
walking a
scared,
tightrope.
be a
He ain't
coward
lying.
and
He's
play both
speaking
sides.
truth.
Well, I know I got a problem. I say they should support Nina Turner. Is that right? But if you don't
But
support
can
her,
you-
I
can
get
you,
that too
like,
because
tell the
I
truth,
get
but
when people
still
don't
lie?
support her because they
know what
got
I
things,
mean?
and I get the MPP. Even though a third party doesn't seem viable, but
Yeah,
we still
I
got
get what
support.
you mean. You
We
can be
got what
deceptive
we can
with the
get right
truth.
now, and we got two ways to look at this, and there's another way to look at this.
I mean, that's not deception, though. That's
Boom!
straight up
Your
like what
fucking
I see
ears
Kyle
should
as.
explode
It
from
might
all
not
the
be called
double
lying,
talk
I guess.
and cowardly
But,
shit.
like,
Hey, look,
being
and Kyle,
disingenuous or whatever.
just because you
about
can
it.
use the F-bomb here or there, don't make you hard, bro.
I just fucking overly
Don't make
corny
you
and
passionate.
aggressive about it.
Only thing
I
you're
think it's-
passionate
yeah,
about is
that's
keeping that
good
subscriber
about
count
Kyle.
up.
And Jimmy.
That's it.
Fucking
You and Crystal
fanboys
Ball.
and fangirls
Okay?
and the
Okay, that's it. That's all it's about.
Jimmy
Let's
tight
keep it
circles.
100,
But I,
guys.
like, question
These
if
people
he
wouldn't fight
actually,
for
like,
you.
gives
They
a
wouldn't
shit
piss on
about
you if you were
Nina.
on fire. They ain't gonna go to the mat
Or
for
if he's
you.
just,
They're
like,
not gonna
actually
fight for
seeing
you.
Eleni
They're
or
gonna watch
something.
you die, step over your body, and go about
Like,
having
weird
brunch.
watching his whole
Yeah,
trajectory.
brunch, liberal brunch motherfuckers.
I think he sees
Limousine
Nina as like
liberals.
the hit woman to
Liberals
carry
like
out
You
the
so
revenge.
low, bro. The fuck?
Uber Max.
I'm low or Jordan?
Libertarians.
Yeah, you low.
That's
Oh
what the
no,
fuck they are.
that's my
They
bad.
are in the
That's my
way.
bad.
They
Never
gotta
mind.
go.
I think
It's
Jordan-
long
Jordan
overdue.
was low.
Somebody
you
should
good.
have
Yeah, you
said
good
it.
now, bro.
I'm
My
saying
bad.
it.
That was my bad.
I'm saying it today. You
Tweak
get the fuck out of our movement. Go that away.
It's our
If
movement.
Kyle Kalinske said reparations, he'd bite his tongue in half. He'd have to
Oh,
have
I'm
his
stealing
stomach
that one,
pumped if
bro.
he said black agenda.
YellBRo cred.
The
I'm
ceiling of
stealing
his
that
condo
shit,
would
bro.
cave in on his head if he said,
If you use it again, I'm copyrighting you.
racial equality, racial equity. If you said critical race theory, lightning would strike his ass in his sleep. You understand what I'm saying? These people are not on my side. They are not my friends. They're not my allies. They need to be in an alley with the garbage.
Pause.
What are you
Pause.
Okay.
People don't understand.
Sorry.
This is serious. This shit is not a game.
It is not.
It's one thing not to support someone. It's another thing to lie, to pretend, and to not give a fuck about people catching hell, and to use flimsy excuses. Just say, I want to start my new little party, and I don't give a shit about nobody else. Fine. Keep our name out your mouth, keep our politics out your mouth, and take you and your friends over there somewhere else. Because what we need, folks, and I need people to start standing up. Stand up to the bullshit. If you agree that this has gone long enough, that the toxic left, this garbage, these people not left, man. They left us long ago. This ain't a breakup. You've been hoeing around. We're not a couple. We're not together. Okay? So don't come at me with the Tim, it's being divisive. You have to be together to be divided. They haven't been with us for a very long time. You have come home and you find your mate in the arms of another, bumping ugly faces. You are witnessing that. Recognize that's what's going on. He's not there to fix the chandelier. He's fixing something else. Okay?
Tim Black
Wake up and smell the coffee, Johnson. It's over. It's
oh,
wrap.
no, you know I'm going 50
just
style.
officially
I'm going
giving
50 cent
closure
style.
to what these people are too cowardly
Go look up
to
the song
do.
How to Rob.
Kyle, you are a punk ass. Get the
Everyone
fuck out
gets
the
it.
way. You ain't gonna
Pause.
fight for
Everyone
us.
gets it.
Cut your subscribers in half. Give me some of them and go the fuck that way. I'll do the fighting for us, okay? Never send a corny white dude to do
But
a
if
job
Tim
of an
sees
old black
this and
man.
adds you to his diss
understand what I'm
track, I
saying?
fucking wish.
You understand?
I
only probably got. I
That'd be
probably only
amazing.
got a few years left. What the fuck? Get out the way. I got this. Go have a seat.
The only one I've ever
Get a
gotten to
young
really
white
roast
guy
was like a
who
Crowder
needs the
fan.
old black guy to tell you what to do. Tell you to sit down as I get it done.
Those
Okay?
fucking runs.
David Packmans of the world, we don't need them either. They take up space right next to the other neoliberals who are afraid to talk about real shit, who are afraid to call out Jimmy Dore. I respect those who call him out. But we gotta go further than that. You should have been talking about this race. Don't tell me none of your subscribers are in Ohio. That doesn't matter. Ink is fucking ink. A Google search is a Google search. Sam Cedar. Don't tell me, oh, we didn't have to cover it because no, I doubt that anybody who watches my show even lives in Ohio. Bitch, that's not for you to decide. Are you a fighter for the people or not, Sam? Sam, are you a fighter for the people or not? Don't double speak me. Don't rationalize your disinvolvement,
I bet Tim would like
your
me. I'd be like,
disengagement,
damn it, bro.
your ignorance,
Why you like
your
me
lack
for,
of
bro?
your lack of solidarity with us. Own it.
I guarantee it. I guarantee it. You're like, he's not that bad. I disagree with you, but you're not
These
that bad.
assholes were calling for Nina
Guarantee-
Turner to lose.
guarantee it.
And it's only
That'd
right
be
I
his
call them
response.
assholes. And I call for them to get the fuck out of town.
No
to
joke.
get the hell off outside of Twitter, outside of YouTube, and out
He's
of our
not that
comment
bad. I
sections.
guarantee it.
This is bigger than Nina Turner. This is about us. This is about our movement. This is about the possibility of doing what we could do with what we have at the very moment. Because the dire straits that we are in right
It's all
now,
good. I asked
we
for
cannot
thumbs
wait.
down, so.
The average black family is only worth 10% of the average white family. I'm sorry, but we can't wait, Jimmy Dore.
You're just following my
I'm sorry,
wishes.
we can't wait for you and Nick
Yeah, good
Bronner
job.
to
Good simp
take some
job.
spit, some glue, and a couple of
Credit
popsicle
where
sticks
credit
and
is
make
due.
a
Good
party.
simp job.
We can't wait.
I asked for thumbs down.
Okay, we have to use what we got now. Black people are dying 1.4 times the rate of white people right now under COVID. We can't wait for us to have people to fight. We need to fight now. You understand? We can't clear
Tim going to
everybody
give
out
himself a
and
heart
just
attack.
get and wait for your party to build momentum to maybe run somebody.
Trust
at
me, it's
some
a lot
point in
more
time.
acting than
we
it
gotta
is,
work with what we have now. That's what we
Like I
have
said,
to
I
do.
think he cares about these issues, and I think he
I
cares
know you don't
that
give a fuck about that, because that's
Nina
not
Turner
your
wasn't
reality.
covered or
That's
whatever
the
the
reality
fuck.
of my cousins.
To some
okay?
degree. To some
There are
degree.
people in my family who I love.
But this
who are
part
in those
is the I'm on
predicaments
camera
in these situations. So I know what that's
part.
like. That's where I come from.
If that makes
that's
sense.
who I am. You understand? I'm blue collar all the way. So I understand these situations.
In
not
my
knowing
opinion,
what bills are
allegedly.
going to be paid. Not knowing if we're going to keep the lights on. Not knowing if the AC is going to work. Not being able to get the car up. Like, that's my reality. Walk into the grocery store. Who walked to a grocery store? Was happy as hell you bumped into somebody with a car to give you a ride.
Fuck your couch, Johnson.
Who went to the grocery store with a list of groceries to get and had to put shit back?
My prediction, you win the diss track,
Who's
which then
visiting the pawn
proceeds to a
shop? Who
Johnson
shopped at
measuring
thrift stores?
contest, in which you
Who had
win.
holes
Tim
in-
calls
holes in
your
his
Johnson
shoes,
racist.
holes
and
in his socks. This is the reality of where we are. We can't wait on you. We can't wait
obviously,
for
I
the
continue
perfect
to reign
scenario.
as a simp
This is
of all
America, bitch.
simps.
Ain't no perfect scenarios.
Queen simp.
We're trying to get the better.
Yeah,
You
Shakespeare
in the
shit.
way. You in the fucking way. And you are not only in the way, you are directly opposing. You are vocally opposing us.
Is this not the Kyle video?
No. Now,
Didn't Kyle tell
there might
people
be
they're
a
in
lot
the
of
way?
punk-ass people scared of you. I ain't scared of y'all, man. I ain't scared of y'all. None of y'all. At all.
Did they get their talking points confused again?
I said some harsh words here. I said some of you are racist, and I stand by it. I do believe you are racist. Because if you're voting against black kids in Akron and poor black kids in Cleveland because you want to prove a point to some white folks in California, whatever the fuck you live at, that you ain't going for the Democrats, that means you're a racist because you do not value their lives. And you are no better. And the biggest rub of all this is,
Wait, was
the
that
real
Jack or
reason,
was
like
that
the
props? I
main
couldn't
reason
tell.
Nina Turner lost is because she stuck up for
don't know.
Palestinians.
Oh, that's
the
Jack.
same thing that you wanted her to do, she did.
can't do
She
it.
lost,
Jack,
and you didn't help her.
man, bro. What's good, bro?
Was that it?
She had the
What's up,
guts
Brody?
to stick up for Palestinians, so they ran a freight train at her ass, and you abandoned her for it. You abandoned her for it.
Abandoned.
Because she didn't run under your fake ass moniker. You should be ashamed of yourself, and worse than that, the people that support you should be ashamed
I
supporting
want
you.
to see that corny shit.
I want to shame your supporters for supporting the likes of you. Now look, guys, I'm almost through. Let me say this.
Bring the Vaseline.
I'm not suggesting. I don't know for a fact. If Nina
Then we'll
Turner
be
would have
like,
won,
if you were not
Jimmy Dores
campaigning
of the
for Nina,
world,
you
the
were not
Steps
black.
Amaros of the world,
You
and
were in
Brianna
the
Joy
way
wasn't a fake
of the
ass
white
friend.
eyes.
Stop pretending that you down with black people. Cut the shit. Cut the fucking shit, okay? You ain't down with our issues. You're not down with our struggle. You look for every reason not to be down. Shout out to the Reset Race Podcast. Fuck out of here. Who you fooling, Brianna Joy?
Young
I
Turks.
look in your eyes. Every time I look in your eyes, I see a white girl who don't know what the fuck is going on. Acting like you don't understand the plight of black people. Talking about it theoretical.
So
This is
pause
real
that,
shit,
yo,
girl.
bro. You
Fuck you
remember what
talking
he said
about?
earlier?
Oh, where he scrambled to fix his words that he's already said.
And then you hear him here. He's like, oh, there's all this other context and it's deeper than you think. Are you getting that from what he do? He wanted this shit. I want to hear him say this shit again.
For every reason not to be down. Shout out to the Reset Race Podcast. Fuck out of here. Who you fooling, Brianna Joy? I look in your eyes. Every time I look in your eyes, I see a white girl who don't know what the fuck is going on. Acting like you don't understand the plight of black people. Talking about it theoretical. This is real shit, girl. Fuck's you talking about? This is serious. This is life or death, girl. Hell is wrong with you? You're supposed to be a grown-ass woman. Understand this shit. Stop acting like you don't understand. Well, stop pretending to understand and just say you need education. Careerist. Hey, folks,
So
I'm
this
not
is
saying
also what Nick from
this would have been
Fred
one.
Handers was talking about.
I cannot say. I can't come to you and say definitely that if it wasn't for Brianna Joy, Jimmy Dore, Steph Zamaro, David Packman not covering this race until it's over.
Zamaro, he always mispronouncing
I
names,
covered
bro.
it. Well, nobody who watches my show even lives in Ohio. Kyle.
He sounds like a dog that
backbone.
just shit on the floor and feels bad about
Fucking
it.
Crystal Ball and Saga wasn't such a backstabbing bunch.
I think it's a fit of
whatever the
rage,
fuck.
man.
Like, I'm not saying with any certainty.
That was not said for the audience or for
Right,
grifting or anything.
The
That
movement
just makes
for
him
white
look
people's
bad.
party. I'm not saying
I think you said that like
if
just
the white
like
supremacist
an
party
anger rant.
take my name off your website, or I'm gonna have more for you. We just
I think
getting
you're
started.
right about the bitter part. Man.
Delete
You're
my
right.
likeness.
Bitter and vengeful.
I supported you before you were fucking insane, okay? You little tyrant. Martian. Delete that shit. I'm not saying, folks. Seriously. Get a little angry, okay? A little angry. These motherfuckers like to throw rocks and hide their hand, then act like they didn't throw rocks, then act like I don't know what I'm talking about, then act like now, why is Tim angry? Why is he upset? Because you are in the way of our movement. Go home.
Go home. I wrote the song a long time ago.
Let me get this out.
Real long time
I'm not saying
ago.
that I'm sure that Nina Turner would have won if these people would have played ball with us. Or just shut the fuck up. You could always just shut the fuck up. You don't have to. No one is demanding that anyone have to. But if you're going to put yourself out as this person, be that person. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, it's possible it wouldn't have worked. But here's the thing, guys. We're supposed to lose together. We're supposed to lose together. Look, guys. We're supposed to lose together or win together. That's how it's supposed to work. You think if there was an MPP candidate that was for reparations, for ending the racial wealth gap, was also for Medicare for all, also for a livable wage, $15, the bare minimum, 21, 22. That's what we really for. Ending the wars.
Like, fuck him.
Ending mass incarceration.
Making up.
Wiping out student debt. You think I wouldn't support that person? Fuck yeah, I support that person. I would be like, what, she's not a Democrat? I'm not a Democrat, dumbass. And if that person won, we'd win together. And if they lost, we'd lose together. But you don't give us that same respect. You never know if a candidate's going to keep their word.
Why not earn those people's trust, Tim?
That's why there's term limits, and that's why there's elections. You never know if someone's going to do the thing they said they're going to do. You get a chance to vote them out and get rid of them. But you don't say, because that person didn't do what I wanted them to do, this person who I don't know if they're going to do what I do, I'm not supporting this person because this... No, that's not how this works at all. It never works that way in anything else.
Say, give them more adrenaline.
Imagine running a football team. We say, well, we would get a new running back, but we had a running back one time, and that running back did run so well. So now we don't run running backs. I'd be like, get your ass out of our fucking league.
My life.
You're
Uma Thurman
fucking insane and stupid. Get out. Imagine a baseball club that didn't have a
Pulp
catcher.
Fiction.
Well, we had a catcher once, but that catcher didn't catch the way we wanted, so we just stopped supporting catchers. Yeah, we'll play without catchers. Yeah. Get your nutty ass off the field. Just get out. Get out of our league. Get out.
Would support a can.
No. When the guy you put in doesn't play the position, you pull them out. You don't pull out other people
I'm assuming
who didn't play the position yet. You play them, and if they don't play the position well, you fire them or trade them.
The logic he'd throw back at you is that Bernie was running in the same race.
Play the position.
Bernie had a better position of winning.
It's illogical.
So why?
It's dumb, and it's something only privileged people who ain't got shit to worry about will come up with. Because even you're fucking stupid, ignorant as hell. I mean, you gotta be really fucking brain dead. You gotta have Slurpees for brains. You gotta have no brain cells. You got a dead battery for brain cells. Serious, real talk. Or you are a con man or
How's
woman.
this suffering? How are you not enjoying this?
An operative, an op. We're supposed to lose together.
Listen, K to the C.
You motherfuckers want to burn down the building with us.
Why, sir? Why?
You want to burn down the building, leave the building, as you leave, throw a match and burn down the building while we're still
Imagine K to C like debating
that shit is
Tim
not
Black.
cool, man.
I almost said Tim Pool.
You understand what I'm saying?
Excuse me, Tim.
That's not cool.
Listen, you don't know anything,
That's not
motherfucker.
revolution. It's murder.
Say what again?
That's not the way forward.
Say what again, motherfucker?
It's backwards. You understand what I'm saying?
This is brilliant.
I want to implore everybody from the sound of my voice who can hear my side of my voice. I'm not doing this for fun.
Out here roasting motherfuckers.
It's been a long time coming. My only regret is that I did not do this sooner. I should have done this way sooner. When Renee and Joy hit me up about the Movement for People's Party, I should have jumped on board then. But I'm jumping on board now. It stops now. Fuck off. You're
This is
cancer.
the most fun I've had with you guys in weeks. It kind of feels like movie night with the boys.
You're the enemy.
Right? All right. Tender sees where I'm coming
Game
from.
over, bitch. Time to go.
Emblem
Pack
sees
your shit.
where I'm
Let's
coming
go.
from. Pause.
We don't have room for you.
How are you not enjoying this?
This is too serious. This is our lives. This is not just my life, man. My life's almost over, man. I had my day in the sun. We're talking about my kid's life. We're talking about my grandbaby's life.
Okay to see. Looks like
I'll fight you to the death for that. Something tells me you ain't down for that fight. Because I don't care how many people I lose.
you ain't ready.
You gotta fucking go.
There's 11 minutes left. He said he was done 30 seconds ago.
It's a wrap.
Said he was done 30 seconds ago. 10 minutes left in the video.
Last thing. And I don't mean, look,
brilliant.
Brianna Joy Gray, she sent out something, and I will put it on the screen, but I'm not going to post her shit. Let me just say this. Hey, look, man. Emma Vigler and I, we've never had a conversation. I don't know Emma.
There's
I'm not
some
here to
roast
say
in
I
here.
support Emma
There's
Vigler.
some roast in here. I don't know if you motherfuckers heard it.
I'm not co-signing.
There's some
it.
fucking roast in here.
But it was very interesting when she was calling out these people that were
It's
happy
in there.
about
It's
Nina
in there.
Turner losing.
I promise. Trust
And
me.
Brianna Joy Gray jumped
the
into
plan.
it and said, now, she wasn't tagged. She just likes to grandstand like she's speaking for someone. She says, this helps a lot. Right now is the time for us to stand together, and you want to do this negative stuff. We should stand together. No! No, Brianna. The time to stand together was back in December when Nina Turner announced her candidacy. You know, back when you were on a podcast with Sam Cedar.
Honestly, I
and you were
haven't
like,
listened to a
what
lot,
good would
but when
Nina
he
do?
says
What good would she be?
people
If she
hurt the
won, she
movement
just
by
one more
not supporting
person.
Turner,
What's the big
did they
deal?
have
Yeah, that's
any
the time, Brianna Joy Gray. When you should have been like,
Plenty of
hey,
reasons
we should come together.
to not support,
See, it's real
not to
convenient
hold
now
up the bullshit
that you helped tank Nina.
system.
You petty, vindictive, soulless bat. Now you want to say we should all come together.
Plenty of people saw compromising from Nina Turner.
No, kick it.
Just
Stay
to win
with Jimmy.
an electoral
Stay
race.
with Jimmy. Stay over there.
While running in the Democratic Party.
Stay with Airhead Jimmy.
Plenty of
and
reason
his
to be grievous with
politics
that.
of hate and anger. With no real
He's got
solutions.
nothing on that front. Tim Black has nothing
his
on that front.
vacuous one-liners, his failed
When it comes
Las
to Jimmy
Vegas
fanboying and fangirling,
one-liner
when
bullshit.
it comes to Kyle
no
milk
setup,
toasting,
jokes.
it's there. I'm telling you, it's there.
That corny shit. Okay? Stay over there with that bullshit. Okay? Don't come here with us talking about we need to unite now. No, the time to unite would have been when Nina started running. What happened on the Bernie campaign, Brianna? It broke your spirit. You didn't get enough screen time.
Feels he gets to declare
Soldier soda, Jimmy
Turner
Dore.
entitled
Jimmy
to
Dore's
people
not a good
support
person to
and
be
not
alive.
have to earn that support.
Be for the people
Yeah.
or be nowhere. I think that's pretty much it. It's time to draw a line in the sand, ladies and gentlemen. We have to draw a line in the sand.
10 minutes
we have
left.
to say
10 minutes
enough
left.
is enough. It's okay to say that. Enough is enough.
All right, that's
enough
it.
of Jimmy doing his antics. Enough of this
Actually, you know what?
To vote nonsense is over. It's done.
30 more minutes.
Enough of this destroy, burn down the building with us in it. Enough of that. We vote policy over party. That includes your party, Nick.
So hilarious.
We vote people over party. That includes your party, Steph.
Latte. So.
Because this ain't just about me. And don't come at me like you're just beating up on Brianna. I'm beating up on Jimmy, Brianna, David Packman, Kyle Kalinske, Steph, all of them, and more. Name people. Throw them in. I don't give a fuck. It's bigger than them.
Yeah, you do.
Look, I'm the poorest one. Fuck you, okay? They're good. Their lives is good. Their lives are not going to materially change because Tim said mean things about them on a YouTube video. Cut this shit. I haven't looked at the comments section
No,
because
it's
I
only
don't
10
be
minutes.
thrown off by the occasional
I mean, what else will we actually talk about?
Whatever
I mean,
we're calling
what?
it these days.
Nothing else to talk about. Fucking Tim Black, bro. Come on.
It's time to draw a line in the sand, folks. That's all I'm saying. And since it seems like it's never going to be drawn, I know there are people who want me to do this. Kyle, you know you want me to do this. You don't like that I called you out and insulted you, but you know this guy got to go. You know this. You know it's got to go. Come on, man.
It's up to you whether you unblock Matt. It's up to you.
You guys got fat while everybody else starved.
You do double speed. Oh,
Okay.
that's a good idea. I did that in the beginning.
There's others I know. I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to bring you into it.
I don't even have to
But
play
I know
the
you
rest
feel
of
the
this.
same way. Oh, close enough.
Not
Yeah,
that
I'm in the
invested.
vicinity where a lot of people feel that a do this.
And I kinda like
who
troll you
commentate,
guys.
They just don't want the smoke. Well, I'm stupid like that. I want the smoke because they got to go. I was in Cleveland. I was there. I was there for a week, almost a week. I looked at Nina Turner's father's
I've been
eyes.
slipping
I
in
talked
the
to her
Tim Pool
sisters and her brothers. I saw the people. I knew what was at stake. I covered this thing from the bell to the bell. I knew the horrible politics of Shantae Brown.
Tim
I'm
Pool.
intimately acquainted with it.
You think it's James? It's
The
James's
kickbacks.
fault. The Tim Pool watcher.
It's shameful audacity.
You want the Caps back? Back again.
Dr. Cornell West says
You know I
there's going to be a
can
price to
pan
pay
you
for
anytime
those who
I want
speak
to,
truth.
right?
They have to
You know
bear
that?
the cross. It's going to be a price to pay. And I
I'm
realized
the
I had
head
to accept it.
honcho here.
I knew the job was dangerous when I took a
I
job.
am the Tim
Okay,
Black
we're going to
of
go to
this
break and come
YouTube
right back to phone
channel.
calls. I'm Tim
I'm the
Black,
guy.
real Tim Black. Say what you want, spell the name correctly. Send all your hate mail to your mama's house at TimBlackTV.com. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
Your mama's house. Oh, wait, he came back?
2 hours later. What's your name? What's your comment?
All right.
Hi, Tim. My name is Darren.
Hey, what's up, Dan? What's on your mind, brother?
I want to talk about Jimmy Dore.
What about him, bro?
I'm sorry?
What's your question, Dan? What's up, brother?
I saw a video,
That's funny.
with him at a Medicare for All rally.
Okay.
About a week ago. Talking about, like...
He's roasting his own audience,
about,
bro.
Where's CNN? Where's AOC? Where's Bernie Sanders?
I'm sorry, that's
And
funny.
he said even though Corey Bush was at the rally, he said
subscribed anymore.
She left later on, and stuff like that. And what do you think? What do you think about that?
Oh, okay, Dan. Well, give it up for Dan with a question that's easy to answer. Give it up for Dan. That's an easy question, man. I thought you was gonna ask me some shit I had to think about. Man, let me be clear about how I feel about Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore is a gaslighting imbecile. Okay, that's what he is. He's self-serving. That's what he is. There are people who have done immensely more for Medicare for All than Jimmy Dore. That he's now questioning if they support something that they've been fighting for when Jimmy Dore was just telling jokes and doing coke off of a stripper's boots in Las Vegas. That's what I think. That's what I think about Jimmy Dore. When him and Steph were doing one room comedy shows of 50 people in smoked out bars, Bernie Sanders was talking about Medicare for All and fighting for union workers. When Jimmy Dore was still taking TYT money for a fucking decade, then he caught religion and says, "Oh no, TYT is horrible. You have to do stack
reminds
cash."
me of Chef from South Park.
How you gonna work with somebody for 10 years and then talk shit about how corrupted they were? But they weren't corrupted when you worked there.
Hello there, children.
They got money in 2016. You didn't leave till 2019, right?
Hi, Chef.
So man, this is a bunch of hypocrites and people just running around following a guy who says anything. So what, you threw a Medicare for All rally, man?
Yeah, he did a full hour
So
clip.
what? It's a lot of rallies. No one's obligated to go to your fucking rally, and no one's obligated to come on your fucking channel. He's a petty dude
He's so fucking...
with an ego as big
He's so bitter.
as the Capitol. He's also a pain in the ass.
And petty. He's petty as fuck, too.
But yeah, that's an easy question to answer, man. Anything that I do is not done to say, hey, I do this, and I'm the best person that's ever been. I'm the greatest person because I gave this speech that time. Motherfucker, that's nothing that we do. Let me speak for myself. Nothing that I do will come close to what my ancestors have done and the sacrifices that they have made. Now, don't get me wrong, I try to do my thing. But the reality is, my ancestors died. Gruesome.
Me and Brian both
inhumane
agree.
deaths
Tim Black is chef
for what they believed in. So it's the epitome of arrogance. The epitome of arrogance.
Oh, now you're going to do the capitals too? Okay. No one is obligated to support Nina Turner.
And I am someone. And people need to listen to me. I'm angry. I'm a da-da-da. And all that shit. That is so performative and stupid. It's just asinine, and it's time. He leaves.
All right. Done with it. There is a logic there if he was actually here to care about that issue type thing, like strictly that issue. This is more about beating the shit out of people that you feel wronged you or whatever. That's what I think. So if he was really strictly about issues and he truly believed Nina Turner was the second coming of Jesus or whatever the fuck, then yeah, he has logically would have a gripe there of like, hey, how come you guys aren't fucking covering this person? You're letting her get cheated. Blah, 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 blah. But I don't think he's coming from that place. Pause. Anyways, move on. I enjoyed all of that. I don't know about you.
You didn't support Nina. You didn't support Nina, Jordan. You're not black enough. You didn't support Nina.
Jordan, all I'm hearing is you not support Nina Turner. That's all I'm hearing right now.
Yeah, I stole that from Amy. Amy's like, he's like, you don't have to vote for Nina. He's like, word. No one is obligated to vote for Nina.
Oh, what was the shit? Or not Nina. Again. The house review.
Yes. I got another video for you.
The longest, one of the first black leftists I've seen on YouTube, really dominating the scene. We have Nico House. How are you, sir?
Oh man, that was such a gracious introduction. I appreciate it, man. And I'm doing great, bro. I'm gonna took a nap. Y'all got some elevator.
Did he just green screen a nice house?
But I'm
That's
appreciate it. I feel like it's been it's crazy. I think even though I've been on different shows,
I'm sorry,
I haven't actually been on
for like outer space or
Fred
something.
Hampton channel. So
That
I'm
is fucking
glad
house.
to finally grace, been
Green
graced by
screen a
y'all's
nice house, bro.
invitation.
The
So
green
I'm glad to
screen.
be here, man.
Yeah, it's great to have you.
That's
So
funny as fuck,
I guess let's get right into it because our audience kind of knows what's gonna come up, So let's not bullshit our audience here. So how do we want to get into this? So lately in the indie left universe, especially what's happening on left Twitter right now, there's really been tons of debates, whether it's in good faith or in bad faith, talking about the end of Nina Turner's campaign.
Mostly in bad faith. No, mostly in good faith, I would think. That's how I feel about it. But yeah, I just feel like it's mostly in good faith, and I feel like people try to make it like it's bad faith. Like I haven't seen a single example of that. So
yeah, exactly. So there are tons of debates going on about Nina Turner's campaign, really how it failed, but also it brought up a lot of independent media figures really discussing those results as well, and many different attacks landing on many people like Nick, like Savvy, landed by Tim Black.
MSNBC.
And so we brought on Nico here to really discuss the situation as well, because he was also called out, but not by name, but by his own network. So we all know who Tim Black is really coming after. So that's why I wanted to bring Nico on here, really to give his firsthand account, because mostly throughout the entire time, he's been pretty gracious and really hasn't responded as well as probably he could have initially on. So it's great to really have him to bring him on today. So I really wanted to start from the beginning, because Nico and Tim Black were really one of the most prominent leftists back in 2016, really supporting Bernie even beforehand around 2015. So I do want to ask you, Nico, what was your guys' relationship like early on in that time period?
So whenever I first broke the news about the rigging that was taking place in Bernie's campaign, on behalf of Hillary's campaign in 2016, Tim was actually my very first on-camera interview. He invited me on. He like literally did a video like trying to find me because my DMs were like flooded at that point. And so somebody gave me his number to contact him, and I got in touch with him and did his call-in show. And ever since then, we kind of hit it off, and then he would have me on, every now and then to just talk politics, because a lot of people at that point when they heard me on Tim Black's show, that's when actually a lot of people started asking me to do a show. But he would have me on. We obviously had a common bond, like being black men in that space. Was in this space really still to this day, it's still a pretty rare thing and it's a unique thing, especially when our focus, just like FHL, isn't exclusively on black issues. However, we understand the intersectionality of all these issues within the black struggle, and that's something that Tim and I had talked about a lot. And I thought at the time that we also had an understanding of how important it was for us to stick together. We back in about 2016, 2017, where both of us were kind of getting overlooked, underappreciated type situation. We definitely leaned on each other a lot, to the point where our families became friends, and I introduced him to one of my really good friends, somebody who I consider like a second mother to me. And like I said, and we'll get into it a little bit later, but it got blown up because a lot of situations along that time period kind of like were like a red flag to me, but I kind of like ignored it. Relationships would seem to blow up, and I would be contacted by the other person, and they would be constantly telling me like, yo, I'm just trying to reconcile the situation with him. I don't know why he's acting like that. And it was like one person, then two people, then three people, then five people. And I'm like, damn, this can't all be their fault because it's all different circumstances, right? And these people don't, except for one, but most of those people didn't have prominent enough platforms to publicly challenge him. And so they would just get silenced and shunned. And a lot of people thought, well, it couldn't be Tim, so it has to be this person, and that person just wouldn't have, unfortunately, the clout to defend themselves. And then, which we'll get into in a little bit, basically later on, jealousy set in, and so here we are.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting there. Like you guys have, like you said, you guys have been friends. You had family that were really close as well. So this is pretty shocking that he would really come at you this type of way, specifically after the loss of Nina Turner. You would think at this time there'd be a lot more reflection, really a lot more solidarity during this time instead of really relentlessly leading attacks against individuals, specifically the ones who are highlighting many types of the criticisms and stuff that was going wrong in Nina's campaign as a means for Nina to actually fix it. It wasn't actually just to slander her and actually hurt her.
Yeah, it was for the same reason that like we were criticizing situations that were happening within Bernie's campaign. Like I worked on his campaign before. Our team MCSC worked alongside like high-ranking staff.
Yeah. It's green screen.
I was close to senior staff members in Bernie's campaign, both go rounds, even though I was surgeon for Tulsi, because ultimate goal was helping the left win and getting.
Just the camera angle wouldn't make sense.
And somehow, honest criticisms were taken as, oh, we don't like Nina. That's not true. Tim knows I'm a friend of Nina. Tim knows this. It's not new. Me not text. Like, but Nina made political mistakes. And at the end of the day, just like Nina, I'm an activist, right? And where Nina had, people forget, Nina had very poignant criticisms of Bernie's stance on reparations. And because of that criticism, Bernie moved on that issue. But nobody attacked Nina for it because they understood that it was in good faith. What Tim is doing, however, by attacking FHL, Savvy, Convo Couch, MCSC, he won't mention me, and we'll get into that. But like what he's doing, in my opinion, is he's chasing that neo-progressive clout. Because, not for nothing, but Tim's not that good on the issues. He doesn't know much about the shit that we talk about now. Because, like, his career, like a lot of others, was attached to a politician. And the reason that many people may have saw him trample on Tulsi to the point where it was, like, obsessive and cringe was specifically because of me. Little to nothing to do with Tulsi. It was because of me. And the fact that, so...
I already disagree with his assessment. I want that to be
Yeah, me too.
Already disagreeing with that. What it is he's jealous, and he's chasing neoliberal money. I don't know about that one.
Oh, I guess y'all can know this now because we're so far removed from the campaign. But basically, one of the senior ranking members, actually a couple of them, wanted me to be the press secretary of Bernie's campaign. Actually called me in advance and straight up asked me to apply for it. Asked me to turn down. They gave me the recommendation.
Then
another senior member gave me a recommendation because, funny enough, this is the way politics work.
What is this? Will this replace this video, Anthony? This hour and 30 infinities? Yeah.
I've been doing this for 20 years, and I make a lot of money. Fuckhead, that's old nigga, man. I'm tired of all this shit. But we ain't get on here to talk about that. I got on here.
I'm not playing that shit right now, bro. I heard about it. I'm not playing it now, though. The fucking whack 100 Jim Jones bullshit.
They were like, "Yo, we heard that Tulsi called you." And I was like, "Well, yeah." They're like, "Well, real quick, before you actually accept that, position, can you like at least apply and see what happens?" And I'm like, "Yeah." So I was actually excited to tell Tim because I thought that he would be like proud because Tim has known me like I know I'm 32, but I've known Tim since 2015, beginning of 2016. So it's like I'm still like 26, 27 years old. Like so, basically, effectively in politics, you're that young, you're a kid. And so to see where I came from,
I thought it was all
to being invited to be national press
sort
secretary,
of strategy for Bernie.
help coach people in debate. You would think that would be something he would be excited about, but actually he ended up being upset that he wasn't asked, especially because of the person who invited me to be the press secretary.
What happened?
I was just saying, I love how Nico acts like he's so fucking innocent.
I don't remember their beef. But I do remember.
Well, I don't even mean about their specific beef. I'm just saying, like in general, it's kind of like he's a fucking herd animal out there, kind of talking. Oh, look how bad he hurt me. Oh yeah, I can't believe he actually did that. We were so close. Like, dude, it's just I don't know.
Yeah, he went on. He put it. He made himself a human shield for Tulsi Gabbard during the campaign. Real. It is what it is. I made videos where he's in my comment section, and then like in the video, I'm calling him a Tulsi fanboy. It's like I hear no responses about that. I found that interesting. He did crack a joke or whatever. Like I don't think he's a bad guy. So he was fanboying. I was like, super. All right, here we go.
But like, not for nothing, I was more qualified than Tim was, and he knew this. Like, I had been involved in politics. I started the largest Bernie organization in the country. I was the president of the state.
That's the job of
all the colleges for Bernie in North Carolina. I was literally his campaign director in North Carolina while being in charge of all the colleges and my college in North Carolina. So it wasn't like I didn't have the experience, but that didn't matter. Tim felt like he deserved it.
And he did it after she dropped out.
Based off of the projection that I feel like is pretty evident in the videos that he's been releasing, like he feels like he thinks he's entitled to attention. He thinks he's entitled to people's subscribers. And he's willing to try and destroy anyone in his path to accumulate those subscribers. And it's just disingenuous and it's wrong. It's wrong. Like I don't know how to put it.
I think that's all incorrect, man.
He didn't just throw me under the bus.
Tell me
like,
more,
that
sounds all incorrect.
Live shows.
Yep. Him and Lee Camp were friends. He's thrown Lee Camp under the bus before too. He tried to convince my friend and I that Lee Camp was racist, which was weird. He tried to convince me that Jimmy was racist. So I'm like, look, I'm pretty sure that like they're white guys, right? So they got their blind spots, but like racist though, bro, like that's a pretty huge stretch, and he couldn't really tell me why. I noticed that this has become a habit with Tim, is that like when so sociopaths and narcissists like to compartmentalize people. They create divides between you and someone else, or they attempt to, so that you can never see how they're moving in regards to them, and they can't see how they're moving in regards to you. So that if there ever is a clash, right, that he has the tactical advantage. So you would never like you
just call him a sociopath.
Fight because what I thought was true about him. Jesus. And same thing with Lee. What he may have thought was true about me because of Tim. Tim gets to sit back and play both sides and come out on top. And he tried that with me and one of my close friends that I introduced him to. And he took advantage of her.
Spooky.
And that was like my last straw. And that's when I like kind of cut him off. But even when he attacked me in 2019, just for being a part of Tulsi Gabbard's campaign, I actually didn't attack him back. Just because out of respect for our friendship, our past friendship, out of respect for for his family that I still did like a lot. His family was nothing but kind and caring to me. And I just didn't want to give like these white ass neo-progressives the satisfaction of seeing two black men argue publicly, because that's what they love that shit. So one of the random podcasts that he went on, somebody was like, oh, there's not a lot of black people in that space. And then somebody brought me up and he was like, oh no, Nico's not really black. He sounds Latino, which was weird. Cause I'm like, first of all, those two things are mutually exclusive. You can still be Latino and black, but no, I'm Caribbean. I'm black, bro. Like clearly, I mean, cops in Burger King, I got jumped by 6 of them, made it perfectly clear that I am in fact black. But Tim wanted that lane because effectively, if I wasn't in it, it was just him. But I was getting more views than him, and it's not because of anything other than I was telling the truth. And I was doing it a lot. And I worked really hard. And Tim wants to, Tim doesn't want to do the work now. He just wants the results. That means he's not in it for the right reasons, which means that he's getting everything that he deserves at this point.
Yeah, so I have three
That I
questions for
agree
you just to
with.
follow up based off everything you said.
You want just
I want
wants
to
the
know why
results.
you feel that. I want to know why Tim Black
Kick
feels like
everybody's
he's
dick
entitled.
in the dirt.
You know, because I watched this live
Look
stream
what I
really
did.
yesterday,
I'm the guy.
and he
No,
feels like
I'm the
since he
guy.
was one of the longest people in the game, it feels like he should get superiority over like thought, or get more given the benefit of the doubt. So I want to know what your thoughts are on that, and also do you feel like this contributed to the deterioration of your personal relationship? Because you said that you felt when you got that opportunity to be really the press secretary, you felt.
What happened?
Tim Black is Ed, bro.
What, bro?
20 years. 20 years in this game, yo. Don't give me this subscribers, yo. Shut me out.
Felt like he would be happy for it, and it turns out he didn't. And as well as why do you feel that? How do you feel about really Tim Black using the "you're not black enough" slander? He did that to Sabby, famous. So like, how do you feel about that? Because I feel like it's pretty downright disrespectful. And as a person too has been gotten that slander of "you're not black enough," called Oreo, all this type of like crazy slander of not being black enough. That's pretty offensive to me and probably to many others who feel the same way. So what are your thoughts on those three things?
So it's interesting that Tim feels like he has more time in. So he's been part of like the radio and entertainment side for longer, but he didn't make that switch to becoming a political commentator until 2015, like 2016, actually, more specifically, because everybody saw like what was on the horizon. A lot of people trying to take advantage of that Bernie lane. So effectively, we might be like 3 months apart. We've been doing the same thing for just as long.
Franco, if you're
it's
lurking,
just
you
that
did not just come
he
in here.
feels like he
Just
is
give me what
better and
Nico
more
said
entertaining in a
verbatim
way that
and
he may
shit.
not be to a lot of
The
people,
freak,
or he
bro.
takes for granted like
God
people's
dang it.
attention because like, oh yeah, like I'm entertaining, therefore everybody should love me. It's like, but nah, like people also like political analysis with their entertainment, bro. Like if you can have both, it's cool, like. But he felt like he was funnier than Jimmy. He felt like he was funnier than Lee. He felt like I'm like, but I would tell him low key, like when we had a candid conversation, it wasn't me trying to attack him. He was asking like, what did I think was kind of causing him to dip sometime. I told him like, hey man, like you gotta pick a side. And he was like asking what I meant. And I was like, well, people go to us as authorities on these issues, and not just the issues themselves, but really like when it comes to the principle of what we do. Like, is this right or is this wrong? And people be able to break this down to me because they like to go out and then have that conversation with other people. So when he asked me, I was like very candidly, you gotta pick a side, man. Like you can't be anti-establishment sometimes, and then you see a story that you think will be popular, and so all of a sudden you sound like the neoliberals are fighting against. Because people, even if they can't articulate it, they can sense it, and it makes them a little uneasy. And it's already hard enough for us as Black men to be taken seriously. Like, not for nothing, I'm definitely the most qualified. Like, out of all these YouTubers, like these white boys out here and shit, like my resume is leaps and bounds better than any of them. I had to be the absolute best with the absolute best resume to get 1/3 of the credit, and I'm very aware of it. I don't get to be wrong. I'm sure you already figured that out. Like, this is part of the game, but this is also game.
I'm tripping, bro. Is that Tim's argument? Just said that was Tim. Wasn't Tim? He said that Tim was saying, "I'm funnier than Jimmy. I'm funnier than Lee. They don't give me my shine." And then he was like,
and then he
"To
goes,
be honest,
I'm more qualified.
Yep. And why not? Because I'm Black. That's why.
Because I'm not white. That's why. I get 1/3 of the credit, and I'm.
Am I tripping for seeing that?
Qualified.
Am I tripping for noticing that? I don't know.
That's what he said. He said I get 1/3 credit and I'm 3 times qualified.
Leaps and bounds better than any of them. I had to be the absolute best with the absolute best resume to get 1/3 of the credit, and I'm very aware of it. I don't get to be wrong. I'm sure you already figured that out. Like, this is part of the game, but this is also the game we play as Black men. And so I was thinking, real like this, Black man. Like, you can't make them easy. You can't make them distrust you. And yeah, I mean, shit. I guess he did pick us out, right? But it was unfortunate because he was kind of beginning to do that, and he started picking up again. And then when it was time to make the tough decisions, he was weighing the opinion that he was going to have based off of the landscape of the conversation, what other commentators are saying, their growth from saying whatever they were saying, instead of just saying it because it's the right thing to say. And his audience began to suffer because of that.
Bro, I'm hearing feedback
that
from you.
Was part of that was like kind of the start of the deterioration of our relationship.
You're right,
honestly,
man.
they would kind of like project weird shit onto me. Like he would say like,
"Welcome to late night YellBRo."
That would try to insinuate that I was dishonest, and then she was kind of like, "That's super weird," because he was never.
I haven't hit fully
sleepy
yet.
Because I'm one of those people who's like known for being ridiculously honest.
Or I'm just like,
we don't know at the time.
Batman's awesome.
But in 10 minutes, like I said, at that point, he had kind of burned a few of his friends, so it was kind of weird. And then both of us realized later on, oh, he's fucking projecting. He's gaslighting. That's what narcissists do. Because he was trying to cut us off from each other because
Hiding
this
under our
friend
desk.
is a very generous person who helps people out a lot. Like a lot of people in independent media, have some of their equipment and things like that because of this
Pasta's still
particular
wrecking
woman.
me.
And Tim went it all for
Food
himself.
pasta.
He was helping his
Not the
family
guy
with
pasta.
shit. Like helped him get a bunch of equipment whenever his shit
I
got
like
flooded out.
pasta.
And
Both of them.
he
Food
kind
and
of
pizza.
like I'll put like this, their relationship ended because he called her.
You know what a
Nobody's
booster is,
perfect.
right, yo, bro?
Right. So and this is somebody that.
What happened?
You know what a booster is, right?
A booster? What do you mean? Like
Boosters are like those dudes that like, let's say like no boosters like who's a fuck it, whatever, man, like you're a college star and this dude's buying he's buying everything for you.
Oh, okay. Like
He's buying you fucking
That's what
stuff.
Nico just said.
It's like that's what came to my mind. Like, so this woman's a booster and shit. Like,
Literally,
you
yeah.
buy influence by buying like the stars of the school shit, and like making them glamorous, and like you get like I don't know, like you get like a memorabilia, whatever the fuck they want in return and shit. Like they get influence. They're like, oh, this is the guy to go to if you want like a car for the weekend or whatever. That's what a college booster is.
All right. Yeah, no, I knew that. I don't know, because I heard that with like
I
sports
guess
and
they're
shit.
like used to like get good players to certain schools and shit too.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Or you could do like Louisville, get a whole prostitute ring. Yeah.
Go on.
Well, yeah, that was all done through a booster.
I introduced her to. But now I'm like heated. That's kind of like at that point is when I was like, okay, that's fine. So now I'm at the roast your ass because that was it for me. Because that, it's I can take being attacked, I can take being burned, I can that's just kind of like part of what we do. But like when I was generous enough to bring you into somebody else's life because of the unique impact that person had on me, and that's how you end it. Like then I don't have anything else to say to you but burn in hell. Like I don't really care. And that's kind of like where I left it with him. And like I said, I still don't harp on him as much as I could because I just refuse to give people the satisfaction of seeing two prominent black men go at it. However, he also just knows better. Like he knows better. That's why he mentioned MCSC. He mentioned the Convo Couch, but somehow forgot to mention my name.
I'm not on the left, Dubster. Haven't you heard?
Which is, come on, bro. Like I was the first person you were beefing with, remember? But he knows better.
Did you not
if he
get
mentioned
that
my name, it never goes well
message?
for him. Like it just wouldn't. Like not like people avoid debating me for a reason, and he used to make fun of those people for a reason. He's not. He's not.
I'm not really crapping
But
on
the
him,
fact
'cause
that he
he's-
wouldn't mention my
Nah, he's
name
not-
bolsters my point.
He's
He was
kind of
avoiding
doing
me
like
because of the guilt.
kind of
And because of the
doing
fear.
this
The
tracky
guilt
shit
of, I know
for
I'm
sure.
wrong, but also the fear of I wouldn't even be able to defend myself.
But
even
he's
if
not
he did.
going over the
So-
top like fucking Tim
Oh,
Black was.
the last thing you said about the black thing. It's
Right now, I'm
interesting
just questioning
because
logic.
everybody when you're in this space, we occupy a very unique space because like usually when you're black, everybody expects you to just cover black issues and exclusively that. But there's value to adding a black perspective to foreign policy, to healthcare, even to the COVID conversation because the lens that everybody else experiences this stuff through is different than ours. And we have just not had that perspective. And I would say that especially from the millennial and Gen Z generation, who has an even more unique perspective. And we hear that a lot. It's either you're not black enough or you're too black, right? It's always one of the two. And Tim actually he knows my damn race. He knows my, like I said, our families fucking hung out together. Like he knew. But he engaged in that trope because I'm not sure if anybody in the chat is Caribbean. But I'm Barbadian. That's what my grandma and my mom is. And Barbadians have a very, very unique background that makes us a little bit undiscernible to the average black person, like especially if you're from the South or something like that, because like a lot of them have their family. The ones that I call them the family reunion black people. Like everybody who's black knows exactly what I'm talking about. Like we don't really have that, right? I'm black, but I got freckles. My hair is weird, and my facial features are like, And I used to actually get a lot of shit from that about that when I was a kid. And Tim actually knew that because that had always been one of my insecurities. It was like, you're never black enough, or you black, and it's never anything in between. And for him to say that, like to try to question my blackness, when also Tim just knows how the fuck I get down, so I don't know why he would do that. But he did that to disparage another black man because he was worried about another black man coming into a space where he wanted to be the only black man complaining about black issues and getting all the credit for it. Like this shit's weird. First of all, it's toxic. It's counterproductive. And just the fact that he would question another person's blackness like that, like damn, he did it behind closed doors. Yeah, that'd be fucked up. But It is what it is. But for him to do it the way he
What
did
is your
it with not
favorite
just me, but
inappropriate joke?
Gabby and others, like, bro, you're not. Who could take you seriously? Who does that?
I don't
there
want
are
to say
people,
favorite.
Like, yeah, I might joke
but,
about Don Lemon. Like, sure, Don Lemon looks like his mom cuts his hair. It's kind of hard to call you
I
black.
was hanging out with a friend who I haven't seen in a long time. He's one of the funniest guys when we were in high school and shit.
Where we're at, we're basically
we were in a bar,
in the same space, and you are actively trying to push out black people.
We were talking about Robin Williams committing suicide, right? Hung himself.
That's an indictment on who
and,
he is.
I saw some videos like, hey, I told him, I'm like, yo, some people said that he
off the rails now.
was trying to do that
that's
erotic asphyxiation shit.
It really was puzzling to me too. Why
put a rope around your neck and like jerk off or some shit.
You've really laid out the really personal relations you've had with him.
He
as well
instantly
as
responded with,
I
guess he came and he went.
When I first learned about you and about Tim Black, I watched it through Jimmy Dore because you and Jimmy Dore.
I fucking laughed my dick off when that was.
You know how YouTube algorithms are when you watch a YouTuber live, whoever is on their show or suggest it, it shows up in your feed.
It's so fucked up, but that was funny.
That's how it used to be anyway.
Oh yeah, it used to be. You know, YouTube censorship now. It's crazy, but that's how I was able to find you and Tim Black as well.
Chip, what are you doing
so,
here,
so it really confuses me is that why now is he really going after you?
For
and
Americans
others,
only, Chip.
If he
Get
had
out of
those
here,
issues
bro.
before, couldn't he just DM you personally, call you personally, air out your grievances instead of Twitter call outs or something?
Yeah, it's crazy. So I'll give you a perfect example where that could have been the case, right? So during this whole healthcare argument,
Tim's out for blood.
Argument during the election.
He wants revenge.
Tulsi introduced her single payer plus plan because
he wants revenge
she's
and audience.
Running for president, and even though she may have been friends with Bernie,
gotta make it public.
To introduce her own single payer plan. He went on to lie about what her plan was. A lot of people did, but the difference between those people and Tim was that Tim knew me. I was a surrogate for Tulsi, and he also knew out of everybody in the space. Once again, I was the only one who actually has healthcare experience, and I've actually helped to craft healthcare legislation. So instead of being dishonest.
Getting those My Pillow Klobuchar body.
He could have just contacted me.
Get prop to tell me his sexiest
warmonger. Honest take. It could have persuaded other people to be a little bit more honest in how they were addressing that situation. But instead, when a lot of these white guys saw Tim double down, they jumped in. And they were wrong. They were all wrong. Like I was like reading legislation verbatim, and people like Tim were like saying I was lying. I'm like, bro, we've talked hour-long conversations about the healthcare industry because of my experience in it.
I don't know where prop
is. He just pretend like it, but this all goes back to I have to.
That reminds me of the Kurt Cobain impression of
delegitimize anything positive about Nico because then people will figure out he's more qualified at doing this than I am. That he might be better. So if we disagree, then what if they go to him instead? And and that messes up my money. And so instead of just bettering themselves,
dark humor out there,
they decide like I gotta shut you down. I mean, and that's funny enough for him to call everybody else like not really black.
It was that he made it up on the spot. Like he had no idea about it, and he just.
Exactly.
I don't think he knew about
the process of really
he just made that up on the spot like that.
Or a press secretary,
oh my god!
The process you go through to become one.
I did not see that.
I was
no pun intended. I did not see that coming.
Asked me, so I got asked. Like I had an initial screening with the people that asked me.
Wrecked me in
then
public.
I turned in a resume. Now, interestingly enough, this was so I actually. And this, by the way, this is not Bree's fault. Bree is amazing. She did exactly.
What happened was I played "Many Men" by 50 Cent in the intro,
and that's what's going to make this story
cleared the room with it.
So basically, when I was told to apply for a campaign by like literally 2 out of his top 3 advisors, I wasn't called, but Bree was hired, and the 2 people were told that I was interviewed, but I wasn't. And so my resume basically.
Are you saying Tulsi works for Russia, Dr.
establishment? So I'm a little bit more trustworthy than Simone Sanders that kind of betrayed him and stabbed him in the back and took that CNN job in the middle of his campaign. I was like, I have a podcast, and so I'm kind of like, I understand that space, so we can utilize that space by creating our own podcast and educating people on the issues as they come and interviewing people on the road, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, fine. But if prop
and not for nothing, but I'm like, I probably should hire a black person because I know y'all controversy right now.
When he gets to Hillary,
and so what happened was that they took everything that I had in my resume and then hired Bree. Because
Ego doesn't come off as petty as Tim,
and they thought that she would be more.
There's still
and of course they found out that's not true when she left.
You just gotta remember all the different types of people at MCSC.
That's basically what happened.
He's helping a lot of people.
And so
who is Tim helping?
And the person that, like I said, the person that asked me to do it was lied to and said that they did interview me, or that they did interview me, and they didn't. They never did. But I was like, whatever, it is what it is. Because I actually kind of wanted to stay and just keep doing my show at the time. We were doing so well. So yeah, it was one of those situations where I kind of knew somebody in both camps.
Still seemed like he's PR.
Tulsi actually called me like in 2017. So I knew she was running for two years. So and I kind of knew Bernie was running too, but Tulsi kind of confirmed it for me. So yeah, man, I did what I do now. I just never stopped learning. I never stopped growing. You know, I always like just try to work on my presentation. I never stopped being involved. Like this is a season where you have to be the most involved if you want those type of opportunities, not only in a campaign, but any legitimate grassroots organization. And I just never stopped. And like,
that's all I got.
People
I'm
act like it's
Nico
common. Like Bree's older than me. She looks like she's like 25, but Bree's older than me, of course. And for both of us,
Yeah,
that
I
was a
don't know
very,
what
very
that-
unique
but for
opportunity
me-
because people our age, especially when you're black, don't get hired for positions like that.
I don't.
And so you can only get those type of positions by putting in.
I'm not even
you know,
thinking
an
about it,
unbelievable amount
about
of work and being
giving
unbelievably
passes.
accurate
I'm
on a regular
just-
basis.
whatever
And
I
we did
hear-
that, and Tim was still trying to figure out who he was in this space, but there
Running
was
with what I
always
hear.
a kind of like this undertone of you're just doing this because of what you want. You're not doing it necessarily because this is
And I
what you
still
should be doing.
consider him in the
We-
meaning well
Bree
category,
quit- I mean, she used to be a
100%.
lawyer. A lot of people don't know that. Bree was a lawyer, gave it up to be an activist and a journalist, independent journalist. I was actually supposed to
doesn't
go to
mean
law
he
school. I
doesn't
got
move
a
like
full
a
ride damn near
social
law school in the country.
creature,
And
like I
I gave it up
noticed
to be an
in
activist.
other things.
Start the DNC fraud
Other
lawsuit.
areas.
Did go all the way up to the Supreme Court. And
Content
do what I do
creators
now.
to not content creators.
You got to make certain sacrifices, regardless of what what dollar amount you think you're giving up in the short term, and that's what a lot of us did. And you know, we got a lot of opportunities.
And that's like a thing I look at.
And I'm very thankful that I even had it. Like, the fact that I was even asked to join the most popular campaign in history is like, you know, you would have told 12-year-old Nico that. I'd be like, because I got held back in the 7th grade. A lot of people don't know that, but yeah, I was held back in the 7th grade. You would tell
already
me that
watched this, so I
then,
already
I'd be like,
know.
yeah, right, whatever.
Your bad parts. He's
But
not
here we
nearly
are.
as bad as
Yeah, so to
us.
ask you this question, because I think me and my audience may be a little bit confused here.
Oh, those
You know,
guys.
you have mentioned that you
really
had
fucked up.
prior altercations, really prior views
Still think
differences
Pasta's a
between
fucking
Tim Black,
sweetheart.
and you also admitted that you were also in the running for the press secretary job
Like, I
before Bree
genuinely
Joy
like the
ended
guy.
up really getting the job and doing it well.
And,
How does this necessarily relate to the relationship you
believes
had
he
with Tim
means
Black? Are
well,
you
it's just-
insinuating some type of animosity, any type
No,
of
it was
jealousy?
definitely animosity.
Sometimes people get
when I
caught
told him I
up
didn't
in
hear from him
the
again.
right.
And
They
then
see the
I actually tried to get
the
him an interview.
lengths
Not tried to. I
that
got him an interview.
quote
with
unquote
Tulsi,
like
but because
actual
she
grifters
had
and
to reschedule
actual
it, he was
creepers
salty.
would actually do. They see the lengths
Like,
these guys go to.
Super salty.
They're
Like to the point where
the
all of
only
a
way
sudden Yang
the only
even
way
didn't do
to
any
defeat
wrong.
that is to
but like everything Tulsi
strategize
did was wrong.
against
Because
it.
Yang, if people remember, gave him an interview very early.
Usually people end up
People forget that. And it's not like you go around attacking Bernie at that time. Like you couldn't even
you
like,
know,
delicately criticize Bernie at that
little
point.
compromises
So
here,
Tulsi was
little
an easy target,
compromises
but it wasn't really
there.
about attacking Tulsi.
Not really
A lot
moral
of people,
compromise,
including
they're
Anna
more
Kasperi
of
and others, began attacking
like,
Tulsi because
like
of the
they're,
fear that we like the whole
morally
MCS network would grow
ambiguous.
because of Tulsi, because of our
Where it's
proximity
not
to Tulsi's
set
campaign and how popular she was
straightforward,
getting.
unmovable.
So like it
fucking
kind of sucked. Like but
titanium
Tulsi,
steel. You're
you
not
know,
moving,
one thing I love about
bending,
her
moving this shit
is when
at all.
so
Like
whenever
a little
Huffington
bit, you're not
Post
moving it
did an
at
entire
all.
smear article about me because like, I was her lead
it's
fundraiser.
a little bit.
They had like a little link where all that shit.
A little bit wobbly and floating in the
I
wind
thought
a
like
bit.
that was gonna be like her way of like trying to break off because
And
like,
you
oh,
hope
man,
it doesn't
you're
go
in
to the
trouble.
point
And she was
where
like,
it's
oh, welcome to the
like,
party. Like, because
okay, your whole structure's
and, like,
coming
you know,
down
we laughed
now
about it when we
from
started it
slight
next time.
breezes.
But like, you know, on Bernie's campaign,
You don't want it to
unfortunately,
go
when
to
somebody
that
got smeared
level.
like that, they kicked Matt off. Like as soon as he got on. And so a lot of people could see like, oh man, like nah, they're close. We're honest. Like I feel like me, one quality that Tulsi and I both have, like we're both independent minded, regardless of whether or not people agree with us or if we even agree with each other, which doesn't always happen. Like we at least try to keep it funky like a pair of gym socks from our perspective and tell our truth. And that has a very unique appeal. That's one of the reasons we were able to grow so fast. That's one of the reasons that somebody from YouTube had to find me and tell me they were switching the entire algorithm up because of us, because of MCSC specifically. They said that the whole algorithm that happened. Anybody who was in San Francisco can vouch for this shit. Combo Couch was there too. Glenn Greenwald was actually at this event, but they said,
So odd,
yeah, they're about to
bro.
put the algorithm
It's like
because
this guy is
like you're getting way
most
too popular.
frustrating for life.
So you know, I'm just warning you now.
I'm very
Straight up
curious
now.
about why
Yeah.
he's never
Yeah.
really like
Well, so
because
I have an
remember
additional-
back when he was pushing Franco, he was also pushing Socialist MMA and Nick at the same time. He did pursue Socialist MMA, but he's always with RJ. And
I don't know anything about any of that.
I remember Socialist MMA back in the day with because I was around Nick at the time, right? That's Socialist MMA guy. And they were talking back and forth, but he never really like pushed. Socialist MMA really never teamed up with him, and he seemed to kind of go his own direction with the Fred Hampton leftists rather than teaming up. But I know that those talks were happening. You guys know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know anything.
No.
About it.
Okay. Okay. During the time there was like there's the network, and the thing is that I made for Socialist MMA, who is someone that
Yeah, I
I
like
had
him as
actually
like a
interviewed
human,
several
like, he
times
seems
on
like
my
a sweetheart
channel.
guy.
But he was actually of interest because he had I was just interested in just reaching out to the Bernie birding community anyways, right? That was why I was reaching out. But he actually had a large Twitter following, but he had not actually converted that into his YouTube views, which actually did end up happening. So he was actually attracted interest from Nico at the same time. And if you take a look at the time before Franco got picked up, right? Like the thing is that like he would tell. I remember like what's his name? Jeff was like, "What? How'd you do it? How'd you do it?" Right?
Compromising.
And Franco was like, "Yeah, just quality material." But no, Nico had actually been pushing Franco for about a week. But during the same time, he had simultaneously been pushing Socialist MMA about the same amount. So that's something he's always been interested in. But we noticed that when he had the Fred Hampton leftist on, once again here, right? Yeah, Socialist MMA is not here. He doesn't bring him on that often, and it's he seems to choose RJ more, and I wonder why that is.
Well, RJ hit him up to interview him, bro.
I'm sorry, what's that?
This is a RJ interview. RJ hit Nico up to interview him.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Socialist MMA wouldn't do that, or I think he would, but something's going on back there. Something is
during the Medicare for All march, and I saw a very similar
something's
reaction
going on in
to the way.
Very similar.
Nick
was the first guy. Nick was the original from before.
The Kyle Kalinske thing.
He kind of brought him up.
Okay, maybe that's
up in the
thing.
game. So why would
why
would he not? He should be first.
Yeah, that is that. I'm just saying, like,
I'd rather have overreactions than
RJ was trying to get information from Nico.
I'd rather see that.
Like the interview makes sense.
Cold, calculated thing. Even though it definitely could be.
The interview makes
Kyle
sense.
Thing.
Why is
why?
I think Socialist MMA should be here, and he's not there. It's consistently.
Well,
but
let's be honest, bro. Like,
I'd rather see an honest.
I wouldn't want him to be there. Let it just be a one-on-one conversation.
Cold, calculated political maneuver to fucking oust someone.
Okay.
Can I say something real quick? I just wanted to point out that it was interesting that Tim Black it was talking about a guy who was talking about view counts, criticizing about doing things for views while he himself was doing things for views. And then Tim Black, among other things, was talking about other people being petty while he was being petty. And then Nico House is talking about Tim Black, competing and thinking he's better while he meanwhile betrays that he's been thinking and competing and thinking he's better.
He said all this before. Multiple times. Like, this is nothing new for me. Like, I've seen him complain about Tim Black before.
Yeah, I heard Nico say this before.
It's all call and response. These people.
I'm seeing a pattern.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it's what's it called? It's trickle down content.
Human centipede.
Recycled stories told over and over again for drama and clicks and whatever that brings.
Yep.
Well, the truth is, I'm the best black creator on YouTube. Everybody should come to my channel right now.
You might very well be, bro.
If you're tired of Tim, all in the videos, come to YellBRo.
YellBRo's like, Tim, give me some of your followers. You don't need all those followers. You need some of your followers.
I'm gonna do backroom deals with Tim Black. Yo, listen, man.
With the hand motion.
Yeah, I just think Nico's fucking sketchy, dude. I don't know.
That's your boy.
No,
you don't like Miami? All right.
A question for you. This is probably something that's intriguing me in the audience as well. You've mentioned that, yes, Tim Black was really a good friend of yours early on, someone you worked with professionally in terms of the political universe. So the question I have, too, is that you mentioned, I probably said it 3 times already, yes, you were in consideration for the press secretary job. I wonder if you realize if there's any reason why he wasn't considered, because he mentioned that he's been one of the longest.
PP is smaller, see? One less P.
Politics like that. Like, you talking about
PP lost to P.
Bro. Like, dog, that's a you have to be able, you got to be very, very fleet-footed, rhetorically speaking, when you're talking about a campaign that's about to be attacked every single day, every single hour, like on Twitter, off of Twitter. You got to be able to keep your cool. You have to be able to have a certain suave to how you go about your business, right? Because I feel like you almost have to be a debater. like straight up. You have to be a debater, but you also have to be just a rhetorically savvy debater, so that you don't come off combative, but rather that you're just like you're just coming off matter of fact. Like I don't understand why we have to have this conversation. And Bree was brilliant at that. That's one of the reasons that I loved her as part of that campaign. Because even now, as people try to attack her, she just smiles and embarrasses them.
People's
and Tim didn't have the political experience for that. Tim didn't have the policy knowledge.
How does Jordan do it?
Me to be the national voice.
I'm doing my PBS.
Where you're talking about policies
like
that
you.
for a long time weren't even accepted in the mainstream. You have to be able to push those policies and almost be better advocate.
I don't even know I'm doing anything.
Because you're going to be hit more, especially when you're black. Because you saw how Bree was treated. Everybody sees it still. So you saw how Nina was treated, right? Like, I feel
no one
like
attacks me. That's the problem.
Right
Except
now,
for that one Crowder.
To a higher standard. And it's not that Tim would have been a bad press secretary, but he wasn't the best choice. And like he even knows that. And in fact, when he recognizes that someone is just better at him when it comes to anything, that's what makes him more frustrated. Because he doesn't choose to just better himself. Whenever I didn't know enough on foreign policy, I got better. I just read and wouldn't stop reading. Whenever I didn't, like whenever I had to figure out this stuff with election integrity, which I hadn't dealt with until 2016, I just dug in, sat in front of my computer for 6-7 hours out of the day and just read and learned and called and asked questions. That's what my entire team does. Actually, it's one of the things. That's why we're so good at what we do. Like Tim didn't want to do that. Tim wanted the results now immediately. I just
Tim's catchphrase is
Johnson. He wanted to go on tour like Jimmy. Doesn't have the audience though. He wanted kind of like a show like this.
Sucker Johnson.
I don't know if he could carry a show like that. That's a lot.
Pardon my French.
Again, it's not saying that he doesn't have the capability to do it. It's just that you do have to put in a certain amount of work because that's knowledge that you accumulate over time, deliberately and intentionally. Isn't something that you casually come across. And I just don't feel like Tim. I feel like Tim oftentimes wanted to play the entertainment guy, and then he was surprised when he wasn't being taken seriously as a political guy.
Not just microphone like goes
well
underwater.
So really, just to tie this all together, you mentioned that you had a great personal relationship with him. Then you had a disagreement and a fallout. Then you realized. Then you had a feeling that there was a sentiment of animosity and jealousy going on because you texted him, "Hey, I got this great position in the campaign."
No, I called him. We had a whole conversation about it.
Really?
Tell me this ain't
a diss track, bro. Because like everybody knows he was calling me nephew, and I used to call him uncle. Like he was like my uncle. Like that's how close we were. So like I mean,
you
hell,
ever
the
see
first
the
time
bigger rappers
bro,
where they have like a
which was like a big deal because Jimmy was like, hold on, you're the one started the Antifa lawsuit because Jimmy didn't know because there was a concerted effort to stop people from figuring out that I was like the co-founder of the lawsuit.
Money.
But like in the book, what happened to Bernie Sanders, like my picture's in it where it says like, oh no, we wouldn't be able to do this without him. So like, and Tim knew this. So this is a big deal because Jimmy doesn't book his appointment or his interviews. A lot of people know that his interns do, and Jimmy DM'd me personally. And it was like, yo, can you come
Jordan,
to the studio,
how many
like,
subs
in California? I was like, yeah.
Are you hiding
and that was
metric?
massive for me. I had never like that was my first sign of like actual recognition. And when I called him for the interview, he just never
1,200.
Texted me, never called me. Barely talked to him for like 2 months. And then he admitted he was kind of salty.
1,200,
like,
I think.
Salty? Like I really did not get it because he had gone on Jimmy's show before. He had gone on tour with Jimmy before.
In that area.
So I didn't understand what the issue was. And then that conversation was also the same conversation I told him about the press secretary shit. Because I didn't think anything of it at first, right? I'm like, oh, he's just busy, man. It's a crazy time of year for us. Then I call him and tell him about the press secretary.
That anger for when
Q-Port does what he ends up not talking to me for months and then trying to attack me.
Yeah, I don't think Q-Port's going to do that.
Like if I don't get whatever position I get, I can even like talk to the campaign and see if they would be interested in having you in whatever kind of like even as a communications director. And he just I don't know. I guess he took that as an attack on his ego, and here we are.
That's pretty interesting there. You mentioned too that you feel that he has some animosity towards Jimmy as well. Do you know what happened between them? Because me personally, I don't know because that was a long time ago and I really wasn't on the left until then.
Nothing happened between them. Literally nothing actually happened between them. Like personally. Tim all of a sudden just didn't like Jimmy. Jimmy when Jimmy first like kind of went on his
own. You are the top black creator.
Jimmy had like 20,000 subscribers.
Would you consider Tim Black
I remember
black
those
enough?
Like
based on his rap battle technique.
I mean, he blew up. But Jimmy worked hard. Jimmy's policy knowledge now compared to 2017 that's not even the same person. Like that's the difference. Jimmy put in a lot of work. Jimmy also employs people. Like he's one of the reasons like I started thinking about like this idea of like a progressive economy. I'm like, damn, but we need a more progressive like economy. I feel like libertarians have one, neoliberals have one, liberals have one, neoprogressives have one, but we don't. And I was like, damn, what he's doing is actually bigger than journalism and YouTube. And that's something we need to learn from. And Tim was only concerned with just, getting what Jimmy had, but not replicating the work that Jimmy was putting in, to be frank. Not saying that show didn't look good. Not saying that, and once again, I'm not saying it wasn't entertaining. None of that. He had some great interviews, stuff like that, but there was always something lacking. And it was just policy depth. And I tried to actually bring him. So he was actually one of the original members of the MCSC network when I created it. Because the whole reason I created it is because I knew all the censorship shit that we saw, like that we're seeing right now. I knew it was coming. I was like, yo, we have to kind of create this network and collaborate so we can ensure that we are insulated in some degree, so that we're always looking.
I got you, Jack.
And then out of nowhere, he called me like, "Oh man, yeah, bro, I just feel like you're trying to like, profit off my name." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Like, at that time, I wasn't even. If I was monetized, it's like nothing. I had like 5,000, 6,000 subscribers. So he's like, "Well,
Tim Black's a little long in the tooth, a little older. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do breakdancing.
I don't know why the fuck you would think that I need you.
Breakdancing contest.
I'm over here trying to do y'all favor because like I'm very good at seeing the play on the field when it comes to this type of stuff. And so I was trying to help insulate people then.
1,200.
I knew what we were going to deal with when we did eventually all blow up. And we did.
Almost
and
won.
as you can see, Austin Taylor doing very well. Franco doing very well. Misty and Jesse on Facts on the Ground, they're doing very well. And MCSC Network, we all right. We're doing straight. We're still victims of censorship. But
have me up to
we band
fucking
together,
sunrise.
and a lot of them are on Rockfin, for example, doing very well because we started that relationship and that network early. And Tim, for some reason, thought that was like I was trying to use him. But I'm a one-man show right now, bro. Like I don't need anybody. She's like, if anything, help like dealing with the network stuff.
Just repeating what
like
he
an emotional
just
drain sometimes, but it's worth it.
Yeah, maybe that is
just how important what we do
like
is.
A repeat.
But Tim assumed nefarious intentions. And I thought it was because of how often at the time I thought he had been burned, but then I had begun to realize it was
very white.
He sings that he couldn't believe that someone was actually genuine.
So I'm going to interrupt you for a couple seconds because I have really two questions I want to give you. And before I answer the questions, we have a couple super chats I want to be considered for those. We have one from Savvy Sabs. She says he wants to be the only one in that lane, but he doesn't want to do any work. This is a reference to Tim Black. This is one by Look, It's a Black Atheist. This is Rome. He's yelling at me, talk, motherfucker, talk. So I'll be talking now. Thanks, Rome. So my first question to you.
Is that Rome?
Guys, donate to themselves.
Yeah, Rome is in the chat right now. So let me give my first comment. So my first comment on this is that I didn't know this. I'm pretty sure most people didn't know. And based off of your claim that Tim Black was a part of MCSC Network and that he left abruptly, that is news to me. I didn't know that at first, which also brings a question.
First 2 months, yeah.
Which brings a question: what made him feel a certain way to leave and then continue to really come after, feel that way about you, and then openly criticize you after the Nina loss, making it seem like you guys were responsible for it? So that's really my first comment.
So he was part of MCSC Network in like early 2018. So it wasn't like those two things were like kind of removed from each other. But that the way he handled that,
I'll be right back, guys.
It was kind of a red flag for me. I was like, oh, all right, it's fucking weird, but whatever. Because that was like he also had burned another bridge with one of his friends, and that friend was actually trying to talk to him, and Tim would just like block him and ignore him. I'm like, what the? That's a weird way to react. Like you're a whole ass grown man, bro. Like, and like I said, those are kind of red flags. But like I was trying not to be too judgmental. Kind of everybody kind of like deals with things in their own way, whatever. So fast forward, and what was the second part of the question?
The second part is you mentioned that Tim Black has burnt bridges with people. Can you give like specific examples or stories they may have? Because that is a pretty big accusation. I do want to be fair. And
I mean, he burned him with me. He was close friends with Jimmy. Like they talked all the time back in the day. Burned him with Lee Camp. He was close friends with Lee. Lee took him on the road. Like Tim from like the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. Like they were going on the road, Midwest type shit. Lee was putting him up in a hotel. Like they were doing shows together. And with the Nina thing, it's kind of like, because so he kind of already had burned his bridge with us before the Nina campaign, to be real. But it's like he went like, oh, I gotta now take all my new threats too. So he went after y'all. He went after the combo couch. Went out. He called pasta spaghetti, which was like a weird thing. Because I'm like, well, if he doesn't mind being called pasta, why would spaghetti be an insult? I don't see. It's exactly why he's not as popular as he thinks he is, bro. Like you making insults up that don't make no damn sense.
Yeah, he's the personal attacks I didn't agree with either. Like I think he called Sabby white girl. He kept calling Nick repeatedly in many of his streams, Lil Nicky or whatever. I mean, it's very disrespectful and weird about that. So yeah, I mean,
it was unfortunate, man. It was unfortunate because that was an opportunity that Tim could have used to be honest in his career. Like because Bree was very honest and she helped campaign. His attacks on Bree were disgusting, like just despicable. I like the stuff that he was saying that I'm not even gonna repeat back out loud. I mean, they were sexist, they were creepy, they were cringy. Like that girl could be his daughter. Like not even joking. It could literally be his daughter. And the way he was speaking about her for going, he's like, oh, like I see you up there going up and pretending that you care about black people by talking to poor black people and getting their opinions on what was going on. I'm like, hold up, I thought that was journalism. I thought that's what we actually wanted to do. I thought like we get upset because enough people don't talk to black people, And like she was also helping Nina campaign, which he didn't mention. But he also lied about like people were celebrating me. I dare somebody to send me a tweet. Send me a single tweet of anyone celebrating her loss. Nobody. I looked it up. I was like, yo, for real? This is crazy. No, people were like, damn, man. I just wish you would listen to us when we talked about how bad those consultants were, because we knew our team actually knew who they were, and we're like, they're money grabbers. That's all they do.
Yes, I have a question for you, actually. This is something that's been pondering on my mind. It's not just Tim Black. There's a few others that really supported Nina Turner's campaign. But I want to know specifically in Tim Black's instance, what was his role in giving advice to not only Nina, but to her campaign in terms of what to look for, what policies to advocate for, what are the fields on the ground on Ohio's 11th congressional district? Because it does seem like he's taken the onus on himself to really kind of feels like to discipline others who he may feel.
I'm going to be honest with you. Anyone who is smart is not going to Tim for political advice. Like he just doesn't have any. I mean, real. But everybody has to remember, I told people back in the day, I'm like, Nina's probably going to run in 2024. Like, she would be crazy not to, kind of given the trajectory of her popularity. Tim doesn't understand how to do political analysis. He doesn't want to do real journalism, and we see that with TYT, we see that with Anna Kasparian, we see that with Emma Vigilant, we see that with Sam Cedar. In the Majority Report, we see that with a lot of people, and their brands were always reliant on personality, and not their analysis. And so, what he saw, he didn't just see a singular loss of one of his favorite politicians and even a friend. What he saw was his opportunity to leech off of someone else's career, go down the drain, in a period where he's already floundering for attention, right? Like, I mean, if y'all see, FHL ain't been around for that long, right? But somehow they be getting more views than Tim does on a lot of their videos, and Tim has 150,000 subscribers and a blue check, like, because people don't care what he has to say, because nobody knows who he is, and nobody knows what his principles are. So that's why he amped like that. And I'm like, bro, do you think that like going scorched earth on everybody is going to get you a job on Nina's campaign on 2024? Like, not for nothing, but I'm sure that Nina, I've criticized Nina before. Like, I've criticized Sosa before. We're still friends. It's fine. And she's probably going to learn from her mistakes like she usually does. And she's not going to hire somebody just because they were defending her to the point where it was just like, what are you doing? This doesn't make any sense for you to attack these people. Because like I said, Bree, myself, we're friends with Nina. So now it's like, now it's just uncomfortable for her, where she's going to eventually have to distance herself from Tim.
Interesting point there. To wrap this up, I want to know what your thoughts on really all of these personal attacks, and do you feel like this will really help him personally or politically in the future? Because at face value, for many of those who aren't Black, or just for those who are looking on the outside picture, they're just going to see it as another Black YouTuber attacking other Black YouTubers, and they would be probably turned off about that. So what are your
100%. No, 100%. I agree. And I just, narcissists don't think about the long term. They think in terms of instant gratification. So the 5 or 6 new premium subscribers he might have got, or patron supports he might have got, like, he's not thinking about the long term damage he's done. And like, this industry we're
Peace
in,
out, Amy.
space that we're in, has its ebbs and flows. Everybody knows when the elections come back around, the midterms are coming.
Single fan.
They're not gonna pick back up for him though.
Can't say only fan.
They're not. I've seen this game before. Everybody's gonna benefit from the
narcissism route
and people paying attention again. And then when people ask who to pay attention to, they're gonna say RJ and Rome and Savvy from Fred Hampton. They're gonna say Posse from the Combo Couch. They're gonna say Franco. They're gonna say Slow News. They're gonna say all these different places. Tim's name's not gonna come up. I don't see Tim tagging shit anymore. And, we get tagged in everything. I feel like we get tagged a lot together. If not,
once again,
but like whenever people talking about what Black journalists to listen to, I don't ever see Tim's name tagged anymore. That's not good, bro. When you were one of the first people occupying this space, but he did that. He did that himself. And as he tried to work his hardest to ostracize Black journalists and Black independent journalists, karma is once again proven to be a disloyal bitch. Like, that's what happens. You ironically ended up being, came in the first prominent Black progressive in this space, and now you're leaving as
you were born
Black
in
progressives finally getting an opportunity to not only occupy the space,
45 years old, wearing open toe sandals,
kind of a fitting in for a narcissist who just tried to screw over all his friends and those who
Fair enough point there. We had a comment. You mentioned earlier that he was a part of the MCSC network briefly. Someone put in the comments that wasn't true. So do you want to correct that?
It was. I mean, I got a lot for it. Yeah, I mean, somebody put in the comment all they want to, but it was. I don't have to lie. We had a whole conversation. Like the only reason I found out that he was uncomfortable with the shit was because our mutual friend, that no longer mutual friends now, she doesn't like him anymore. But like she had to tell me, because he wasn't man enough to approach me, that he thought I was using him. So I had to call him, which is like, bro, you're a whole grown man. So like, what I got a lot for? Like, I don't know, do they know me or something? I don't know. But no, he was part of it. We used to have our website. When I first built it, I was doing everything by myself. Like I said, I was a one-man show, just trying to put everybody on. And then, yeah, he kind of, he said, I just feel like, you're using me, man, and using my name to grow your brand, man, and da-da-da-da. I'm like, no, but okay.
Yeah.
It's
So-
like, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't. Some people don't want to accept the help, but they want, like I said, they want the results, but they don't want to accept the help. So I gotta deal with it.
Yeah, that's very true on that. I do want to know your opinion on this because on Tim Black's videos,
Reyes,
he really
People,
lambasted against Nick and Sabby and others. Really, one particular segment in that video, it kind of gave me real Whoopi Goldberg vibes in terms of like, I've been here longer,
and he's a
you
Mets
kind
fan.
of
I don't
concede
want
power to me. And he said that in reference to Nick because you all know Nick. He canvassed for Bernie back in really really 2020. That's how he really got more popular on Twitter for his activism as well. And so I don't really like this type of really move in the left right now, especially in the YouTube space of, well, you feel like you're entitled because you're there longer versus the people that are hustling at the bottom to try to really tell the truth to the people and get popular as well. So what are your thoughts on those type of slanders?
Oh man, the audacity. That's what, you know what I'm saying? Like man, I always say, if Rome was a white boy, he would have 1 million. So he would have 1 million followers on Twitter in a blue check. Because that man's out here literally giving up his last dollar to feed homeless people, damn near going homeless himself. And I know people, I know Sabby does this, and I'm sure like with her career, she could have a lot of backlash, right? I know that, like Fiorella and Pasta, this is just my personal perspective, how long I know them. Like, I don't feel like there's anybody who works harder on both ends of the spectrum when you talk about a combination of activism and their journalism. I mean, they don't sleep, bro. Like, they don't sleep. And they will still find a way to get their ass up and go to these protests and cover the homeless on Skid Row getting pushed out by cops. And you see Fiorella's literally a fucking picture of her standing in front of a shitload of cops, bro, a line of cops. Like, nah, fuck y'all, I'm not going nowhere. Like, the people are about this, put their life on the line. And then if you're black and you do, bro, and I'm sure like if you ask even in Nick or Rome, right, any black person who canvasses, bro, that shit is not easy for us. I am constantly like in a state of anxiety when I go to canvass in these neighborhoods. I'm a big ass black dude and I'm walking around white neighborhoods trying to get people to vote for this white guy. And, they could perceive me however they want to perceive me. And it just takes one phone call and I'm shy. But like the movement oftentimes, helps us get over that. I'm sure Tim has experience as a black man, but in this space, he hasn't put in anything close to the work that a lot of these cats put in. Like I said, a lot of these people became journalists as an extension of their activism. That's not Tim. Tim was an entertainer, saw a lane that he could occupy and occupied it. But it's not that should not be confused with the people. I heard Rome talking yesterday, responding to Tim saying like, how many shoes I went through. That shit's real. Like how much money was spent, money that a lot of us didn't have. Us having to take GoFundMe's to take money. People could have $5 so they couldn't get somewhere, so they were counting on us to be there and hold it down. Like for these movements. And
Dominicans have strong b-ball roots.
Journalism. And we already
right next to Haiti.
Tim doesn't have that burden. He doesn't feel obligated to be honest because nobody's ever counted on him to be honest and be real because they haven't seen him go from organizing on the streets to organizing on the internet. Like they haven't seen him do any of that. They just like take him at whatever. Okay, here's what it is. So he can be as dishonest as he is, and can brush it off. I can't do that, yo. I can't do it. My team can't do it because we when we go on camera and talk like this, eventually we're going to be back in the streets.
I've heard this pitch before.
And I just can't live with misleading them or even accidentally, right? I don't like being wrong, not because I don't like being wrong, but because I'm like, damn, yo, somebody listen to me, I got it wrong, so now they got it wrong, and it could affect their lives and their activism, et cetera, et cetera. Tim doesn't worry about shit like that because he's not organized, he's not been there, he doesn't know what the fuck it takes, how much mental and emotional labor that shit costs. And so, shout out to everybody out there who really is putting in work, and I know a lot of people who do. I know a lot of people who are. Like shout out to Bree. Like when we had our fuck censorship protest for Julian Assange in January, Bree came last minute all the way down from New York to DC to be at that event. Not to speak, just to be there.
What else does she do?
Like didn't ask for any attention. Nope, she just wanted to be there. That's the humble, that's that humble veneer that like makes up a great journalist and a great person. And like I said, unfortunately, Tim don't got that, and it seems to bother him even more.
They wanted Bree to replace me in New York.
Like myself.
But it didn't go that way.
Who I want to put it online despite money because he's never been that.
Yeah.
Okay, and we have another super chat. So
we need a
super chat from
New York is the number one market. I know they're hungry.
Probably butchered it, so sorry. The super chat says, "I knew something was up after seeing Tim's interview with Donna Brazil." Wait, he interviewed Donna Brazil?
Yeah, he did. He was kind of soft on her, man.
Okay, I'll get your comments after I finish reading. It says the way he attacks others for their criticism of his softball interview was sad. Now he shields criticism from Corey. We also have another super chat from JB, from also another member of the Fredhampton Leftists. He says there must be solidarity. If you lack solidarity, then people will leave you. So there's two questions I have. I'll let you give your comment on the Donna Brazil thing because that's something I didn't know. Me personally, I'm asking this not as to slander Tim in this moment. It's just to understand what exactly happened with the interview and the reason some people have.
I don't slander anybody. I don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, just like
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So anyway, I just want you to give your opinion on that, just to see like how other people are feeling about the interview, because that's something I haven't seen. That was a pretty while back.
Yeah.
And
So
also,
like, go ahead.
Tripping balls.
Yeah. So
right
I was
now,
gonna.
bro.
So yeah, I'll get you your comment on that. And the second part is a question I have for you. Unapologetic wrote an article really laying out everything he sees wrong in the Nina Turner campaign, and many of it were different facts. And it was really written out of a place of love, saying, "Hey, if you guys want to win this campaign, here's the reasons why it's going bad. Here's what you can do to fix it." And so that was all laid out ahead of time. Many other leftists felt the exact same way, and they were talking those different type of points. So in my eyes, and my big question to you is that if a person like Tim Black either sees those type of criticisms or even hears criticisms of Nina, why would he necessarily think it's to tank her campaign instead of using those criticisms to make it better? And if he feels like, we're not doing it in the right way, how come he couldn't really have a conversation with other leftists who may feel that certain way? And if he has that connection with the Nina campaign, you could work together to actually ensure that our campaign gets better. Because I think that part is a little bit cloudy.
So I'll answer that question first. First of all, shout out to my guy, Unapologetic. That's the guy. Go follow him on YouTube. Dude is not getting enough credit for how good he is at this shit with little to no resources. So go shout him out if you got a couple of dollars. Donate to his Patreon, donate to his GoFundMe. He's the guy, for real. Second of all, to be able to, so it's easier to take Tim's position, because to be able to have honest criticisms of a campaign, you have to also know how campaigns work. He's never been in one. He's never been close to one. He's never been on the ground. Never knocked on a single fucking door at all. So like when me and Robbie do our video where we breaking down like the Nina shit, right? Kind of similar to what Unapologetic did in his article. First thing we asked, like, okay, how much money was spent here specifically? Okay, why was only this amount of money spent on ads? What were these ads even asking for? Wow, it's just ads for fundraising. So my natural conclusion, because I've been a part of the campaign, is like, seems like somebody was just trying to get money for their coffers. Hey, real quick, Robbie, how much money was spent on consulting fees? Oh shit, 400,000. Well, how much money did the other person spend on ads versus consulting fees? The other person spent only 120,000. Well, that's and obviously her ads weren't a bunch of ads asking for money. So because of our knowledge of Bernie's camp, these particular people who came from Bernie's camp, who are a lot of the problem with Bernie's camp, our knowledge of working personally, at that point, working with Jeff Weaver, people who work with him, we could have honest criticisms. And instead of just, oh, wow, I didn't know that. That's useful information. That's crazy. So maybe we should actually be warning her rather than pretending like these problems don't exist, because that's what happened during Bernie's campaign, and look what happened, right? Whereas there could have been pressure put on Bernie to preempt a lot of what we saw happen to him. People kept telling us to shut up, and that this is the result. We have certain now. With Nina, Tim couldn't criticize because he didn't know how to. He didn't know what to look for.
If Anthony's Dominican, does he know Tim Duncan?
People have no idea.
I'm a huge fan. Give me that Dominican link.
I could comment on this right now, but let me just wait a little bit.
Maybe no pause.
Maybe there's something I'm not seeing. No, this is kind of a new or unfamiliar territory to me, and I don't like speaking on
Tim Duncan's not fucking Dominican.
People don't have that.
I know he's some island dude.
On Tulsa's campaign, people don't know.
He's not fucking Dominican.
I ended up kind of choosing her over Bernie. I wouldn't say over Bernie. Yeah, I guess over Bernie, but like I was still supporting him. Was because I did a 20-minute video criticizing Tulsi over her serious stance at the time, or her response to a criticism.
The Virgin Islands, whatever that is.
I broke it down. 20 minutes of just, nope, can't do this. You cannot do this. We hold you to a much higher standard. I don't want to hear about what Bernie's doing. I don't want to hear about these people doing. You're the foreign policy candidate. And she actually sent me a video thanking me for that video. And that's how we got close. And that's how it should be, right? I have everybody in this chat has friends. So please don't tell me the asshole friends and let your friend walk around being a dumbass.
We will watch that.
You're not a good friend then, right? You're gonna let your friend fail, then you're not a good friend. And if you have a problem when your friends are trying to constructively criticize,
let's play that right now. I'm curious. Sorry, I'm playing this real fast.
Hey guys, today I'm going to share an easy conspiracy smoothie recipe that you can make from home. Before you get started, make sure you have a blender from Wayfair. The cost is pretty pricey, but you'll need the bonus products that come with it later on for the ingredients.
Get that ninja.
Add 1 cup of pineapple grown fresh.
Yo, conspiracy smoothie time, yo. Time for conspiracy smoothie.
Banana, preferably Chiquita banana, because only the victor of the banana wars is
how they know?
Your smoothie. Next,
how did they know? How did they know?
Yogurt. Now, the brand or the type doesn't matter as long as it has the consistency of melted steel beans.
Smoothie.
Add
smoothie.
Strawberries.
I'm about to make me a smoothie
Add
for real.
A shot of adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome.
Oh shit! What the fuck is that? Fuck is that?
Finally, for our last ingredient, add 1 to 2 cups of ice imported directly from the edge of flat Earth. And it's as easy as
The
that.
edge of flat Earth.
Now, this is the perfect type of drink to serve at maybe the World Economic Forum's after party, or maybe
What
a
did
quick
you do,
breakfast
Stevie?
drink on your way to Congress. Either way, these conspiracy smoothies are a guaranteed hit.
Hell yeah.
Stevie, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why?
A lot of things.
I like that.
What is this, a recipe?
I don't know. I wouldn't suggest making it.
Oh yeah, because I was just gonna do. I had the same thing. I was like about to put it out. So
I made one. Like I made a smoothie the other day, and I just kind of just threw it in there. I didn't measure anything, but basically the same ingredients minus the adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome.
yeah, that's what I was coming up with. I have like 10 different like conspiracy recipes, like smoothies and stuff.
So that's the best part.
No, I mean you did a good job. You made a video and everything, so you can take mine.
All right. 20 minutes.
All right.
What?
We criticize you.
20 minutes left. Here we go.
So that you can be great, then you're also not a good friend. You don't really want to be great. And to a certain degree, he understands that. That's why she still has a lot of her friends that have criticized her. It's Tim who doesn't understand that, which is why he's the one in the space is getting lonelier and lonelier. And then what was the first question you asked me again? I forgot. Excuse me.
I think it was I probably forgot, but I think it was
a super chat question.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me go back to it. I think I got it.
Oh, the Donna Brazil interview. So
the Donna Brazil, exactly.
Let me just say that interview was a very professional.
They ask
interview.
about Debbie.
Would he be by like super leftist standards?
Pretty sure Debbie and Nico work together.
Yeah, but like some people did
I like Debbie.
frame as he didn't push back at all, which wasn't the case. Like, I mean, what's he gonna do? Like straight up argue with her on camera? Like it wouldn't be professional. Also, interestingly enough, that interview was done because of the Hillary Victory Fund information getting confirmed, where it was, she was laundering money through various Democratic Party apparatuses, I don't know, but around the country through different state parties. So what is it known about that? So Jordan Sheridan gets credit for breaking that story, which is weird. Tim got the interview, but he was more popular with the blue check at the time. Whatever, so I didn't care. But I was the one who broke that story. It was stolen from me by TYT because I told Jordan Sheridan. Jordan Sheridan said there was no smoking gun. I was in Jared Elizabeth Liebeck's office whenever I called him and told him. Jordan said there was no smoking gun. The next thing you know, the next day, TYT's covering my story. And no one could ever tell me exactly how they knew the Hillary Victory Fund thing was true because no one could figure it out because it was such a very specific instance.
I thought you got a warning
for
that.
Specific person
I was like,
that
what?
You wouldn't have figured it out unless you knew exactly where to look. And I happen to know the former treasurer of the North Carolina Democratic Party. And that's where he told me where to start looking at. And I figured out that story and I documented all of it. And I had an investigative team that Liz and Jared got me. And we broke that story. And Tim actually asked me what questions I wanted to ask Donna. And he asked them, in all fairness to him. And so that's one of those, once again, one of those stories where you'll see a lot of situations where like black people or women will break news and they won't give you, hell, I can't even tell you how much Robbie just breaks stuff and people with blue checks still hit you all the time. But yeah, that was one of those instances where he could have advocated loudly for me, right? As I have done for him. And even though it was cool that he asked a question, like whenever people will go around saying like taking credit for that or taking credit for my DNC fraud lawsuit or shit like that, like he could have advocated for me as loudly as I've always advocated for him. But as you can see, there was clearly always some latent jealousy of, yeah, but if people figured out how deep in this shit he is and how good at this shit he actually is, then they might go to him. And I don't ever want that to happen just in case some shit like this pops off. But eventually people, the real rise to the top and everybody else is Tim.
Okay, so I have some super chats to read right now. This is by Darren Levy. Thank you for the super chat.
Darren, what's good, Darren?
Yeah, it says, hi, Nico. Great to see you getting your due with the RT role. Congratulations.
Y'all get lost.
Do you remember Debbie Luziganen from back in the day? Whatever happened to her? Before you answer, I got another one.
I can't hear you, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he packs a lot of shit. And it's a lot of personal shit, too. You got to, like, really draw the lines, like, with him. I know he's telling a bunch of personal stories, but, like, I feel like he gets off topic a lot.
Well, I don't know exactly. Like certain things, I have no idea what he's talking about because I'm not privy to it. And he does talk fast.
Yeah.
I did turn the speed up to be fair.
True.
But the things I do recognize, yeah, it's like iffy a lot of times for me.
Yeah. It's kind of like he says a bunch of stuff so that he could slip a couple things in Like, I'm not saying he's being totally manipulative, but I'm just saying it's like that's kind of what he's doing. Like, he's saying a bunch of shit, and it's kind of hard to keep up with, to be honest. And then when you catch up to it, you're like, wait, what? Did he just say he has some girl funding the network? Like, you know what I mean? Like that type of shit.
I think this is what happens when people are in charge for a while. That you become accustomed to just people will just let you prattle on, and I actually have some of that in me as well. You get used to people letting you go off.
I won't let you pedal on, Ed.
Yeah. He also starts to cycle back to his main point, which is he's trying to get this guy to sign up for going against Tim Black. He wants RJ to be, under his wing and point and establish himself as an authority figure and as a maker and a breaker of others.
False.
Yeah.
You're wrong. No, you're on that. I'll push back. You're wrong.
Maybe
Just because you
maybe
don't
I am.
know. No, I'm
That's what I
telling
think,
you
though.
are. And I'm not even trying to
Okay.
like be like a fangirl.
No,
just
I'm
literally
eager
telling you.
I'm eager to find more. I'm eager to find out more.
Wait, what are you pushing back on, Allie?
I thought this guy.
What he just said about taking RJ under his wing, that's false. That's just factually not.
I don't think he's trying to do that.
I don't know if it's
I've
taking
literally
under his
spoken
wing,
to
but
him about it, but I mean, if you'd like me to ask, I'm not even trying to like defend him. I'm just, I don't know. Don't you want to be factual? Like, don't people?
yeah, totally. I don't even think it's taking him under his wing either. I think it's probably like maybe just buddying up to him. Like that could totally be happening.
I feel like I've seen this show before, though.
I don't know
I've seen
about
this
that.
to other people.
I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. I just meant on that specific thing. Just
Tim Black already went
How do you know that information, by the way, Ellie? How do you know that? Do you have inside information?
What?
I want to know. Do you have inside information?
What is inside information?
Oh my God.
I heard something's going on. What's up? I want to know.
What's going on? Tell me.
Someone said something's going on. Josh, was you the one who said it?
Was it Josh? No, it
Who
wasn't.
said something was going on? Now I'm very
Who
curious.
said something was going on?
Who said something was going on, Ed?
I heard something earlier. Okay, my bad.
What did you hear?
No, I heard someone say something. I mentioned something, and someone said something's also going on MCSC. I said, "Oh, really?"
Oh, they did?
Maybe I misheard. Whatever. It's all good.
Oh, I don't know. I was just literally telling you because that specific conversation. But go on, please.
I'm definitely concerned about what's going on in MCSC for sure. But that is separate from Allie. That has nothing to do with Allie. That's Nico.
Oh no, I'm not mad. I really was just like literally telling Ed just on that specific issue. Like that's not.
We're talking about Nico right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not about Allie. Nico's a shady motherfucker.
I don't know. I haven't watched too much of Nico. From what I've seen, he's hit and miss for sure. But as far as like MCSC goes, yeah, I mean like Slow News Day, definitely trust Franco, Robbie.
This is my thing though.
Nico
ready?
runs MCSC.
If MCSC is a network that looks out for everybody, you know what I mean? Then like, why is it not really feel like that? I don't know. It doesn't feel like Nico is treating everybody. Is Nico treating Convo the same as Franco? Isn't Robbie Yeager a part of MCSC?
Yeah, he is.
Is he treating him?
He talks about Robbie all the time.
Yeah, they get help.
I'm just being objective here.
I know.
He does talk
I'm
about
just
Robbie all the
saying.
time.
I'm just saying. There's definitely a tier level on this MCSC network, like Misty and A4A. I don't know. It's just like it seems like there's a certain image they're trying to get out there, like on the ground activists, but really they're not putting much like actual attention to that, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm being sporadic.
You do know. Right? Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I
yeah.
do know. I'm just being careful with my words right now.
They're talking a lot about, supporting activists, and you just don't see it.
I'm just being careful with my words right now because I don't want to say something.
All right.
It's stupid. I don't just go out there and fucking throw shit out there just to stir up the pot. So.
Okay.
I'm not talking to you, Ed. I'm just saying.
I will say.
No, either way.
I will say that. Yeah, Tim Black already went at RJ Guy and his whole crew already. I don't think towards his side of the argument. That makes sense. I would figure it'd be more of they probably asked Nico to come talk about this.
I think he wants to acquire
No.
them.
No?
No?
RJ didn't ask.
I'm
for
literally telling you no. I don't know.
Why not?
RJ didn't ask for an interview about this.
I think he's been looking at Socialist MMA for a
Hold
while.
on. RJ kid didn't ask for an interview with Nico about this topic, or they were just natural. They already had a scheduled show or something. All right, I don't even need to know. Regardless, Tim Black already went at these guys, so I don't see why would need to. Whatever.
He wants their audience. He wants to control of the progressive left media news outlets. They're strong. They have a good following. Nick has a very large Twitter. His Twitter is actually like rivals that of like fucking like MPP itself. Just one person. He's like a fourth of them, I think.
I'm just looking logic of it. That just makes sense. I don't see how it'd be like some sort of recruitment thing. They're already in.
Why is RJ getting this interview versus other people, the many other people who asked? He selects and chooses certain people, and he's had his eye.
Okay, I have to
for
object
a while.
here again. You like who? I mean, I feel well, isn't everybody that? Couldn't you say that about any creator?
He hasn't moved on it. He's made moves in that direction. Like I told you, like when he was pushing Franco, he was pushing Nick at the same time. If you go back to those videos at that time, just before we could go look at Franco's page, you know what I mean, and then look at Nico's videos, and then that time frame. If sometimes Nico deletes his own videos because he knows there's evidence in them.
Hey, are these guys aren't they already on MCSE?
Who?
I don't know.
Red Hampton Leftists.
No.
Nah.
Oh, all right.
No, they're their own
not
thing.
yet. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's why I was like,
Next
how's
time
he like?
Yeah.
They're already like on the same side or whatever. All right, my bad. They're definitely on the same side of this argument, right?
But
they
not
went at
completely
all these guys at one point, right?
That's what they're showing us.
No, we just literally watched Tim's video where he. How dare you take the name Red Hampton Leftists? How dare
And also, yeah. I also noticed that too. That's also why I mentioned Tim when I went to do the force to vote thing, because I know they love that drama shit. So that's how I know they start seeing it.
All right, whatever. I'm gonna keep playing this video. YellBRo late night.
Popped up. I have to catch it. I think I missed it. Oh no, it's right here. This is by Cordell Blissett. Thank you for the super chat as well. What's Tim's beef with white leftists while Vid was bashing them? So yeah, can you answer the first one and then probably the second one too?
Debbie kind of lost it. She had this weird thing where she like actually got mad at Ajamu Baraka because there was a black panel at this event in DC, and it was very explicitly put out there, hey, we're gonna be talking about black issues. We want everybody to feel comfortable and be able to, we want them to be able to speak candidly. So like nobody who is not black can be in here if you can, but like don't please, kind of shit, right? So she went out and said like,
Top Iron Chief.
Racist. It was a whole thing. And this other girl named her show's Cabin Talk, but basically it was two old white women acting like Karens, and then ever since then they never recovered. And Debbie was like a trust fund baby. A lot of people don't know that, so she was able to kind of like just fade back into
Whoa.
But like not for nothing, she did do great journalism. And so even with my disagreements with her on that particular issue, definitely some of her narcissistic tendencies, she did a lot of great investigative journalism. I'll give her that.
Perfectly well said there.
I thought Debbie was ostracized for doing the crisis acting shit. Like she did that like every day, and ended up getting banned on like every single platform. Right? She was doing the Vegas, it was like a country concert thing shooting. She said like, "Oh, that body's fake. That blood's fake." There, like she was doing that shit.
Debbie who?
Lusignan or something. Ain't progressive.
Oh, Debbie, man, she's fantastic. What were they saying about her?
I guess she was Karening at a sort of black event. I guess that's why they fell out, according to him. But she was straight up like kicked from like every platform, if I remember correctly. Like
Dude,
basically.
she was fantastic. I wish her stuff was still up to where people could reference that information. I mean, the work that she did on the Bernie campaign was absolutely like invaluable. Like that. I mean, she got all the receipts. She had all the information on that.
Yeah. And all of it delete, all the, at least the YouTube content, the Twitter account, all that shit fucking deleted. All right.
So I think, you forgot the other one. So the other one, there's another super chat that says, what is
What white leftists? Oh man. Well, that's a very loaded question. Shit. Man. RJ, man, you answer that question.
they was asking you, but
I mean, I feel like if you ask me, you ask Savvy, you ask like Rome. Hell, ask Rome. He ain't on Twitter again because I be reporting him. Honestly, Tim's beef with white leftists is likely the way he handles it may not be correct, but his issue with white leftists is probably part of his paranoia because that is genuine, right? You look at Anna Kasparian and what she's able to get away with, Emma Vigilant, what she's able to get away with, Sam Cedar, with everybody, like all these Vouch, bro. Vouch could be an open fucking racist pedophile, and then get invited onto Kyle and Crystal's show, and then Kyle will defend him. Like, even though he and I used to be friends, and even though I didn't really care if he invited me on the show because I didn't think that Crystal would allow it because of my former beef with the late Michael Brooks. But he knew how I felt about Vouch. I know how he felt about Vouch in actuality, but it was like it's for them. It's clout above all.
Yeah, same progressive.
Black voices and black issues and just issues of the marginalized in general. And it's like they can do no wrong, and the only thing that will ever hurt them is them coming at the wrong white guy, basically. And so the issue with it's not an issue with white leftists necessarily. It's issues with white neo-progressives. It's issues with white with these elites who pretend to be working class because that's what gets them. Like, they didn't have friends. They weren't cool. You know, like I don't know about everybody else, but I had friends before this movement. I'll have friends after the movement. I didn't get girls because of this movement. I will have girls after this movement. I probably have somebody lined up for the weekend. Like, I don't find my life to define my life through this movement when a lot of these people didn't have shit before this movement. And so it becomes a very cliquey space. And anybody who has been at a high school where it wasn't majority black or whatever, like, you know how it gets, right? Like, oftentimes, unless it's an athlete, the prom king gonna be white, prom queen gonna be probably some form of white as well. Like, this is just the way of the world. And unfortunately, Tim's paranoia in that regard was exacerbated because a lot of his
she was on the money and people got butthurt because she was right about Bernie.
Like, I mean, I feel like we should, like, dog, why the fuck can like Cenk, even though he's Turkish, like make this shit.
When it came to electoral politics,
like, bro,
and she's like,
like,
there's no point in this because it's gonna fail because they're already rigging everything. They just rigged the Bernie election right in front of us.
Bro, what if we
all that shit?
KKK?
Yeah, she's pretty on point from what I saw.
No, it's a cool color kid. It's cool, man. It's all right. No, bro, nah, not a KKK. Anything but that, because there is a real visceral react. Like, the Armenians in LA don't fucking.
I thought her falling out with people.
I know I'm friends with
was over the shooting stuff,
and they don't like her because she's a sellout.
The mass shooting,
but she can get away with that. How can Emma Vigilant get away with being a?
I feel like I was the only one watching them or something because like she was like no one heard of it.
5-6 months ago, she was demanding we replace the sex pest racist presidential candidate Joe Biden with the sex pest racist Andrew Cuomo, and they try to make light of it. In the face of these, like, are you kidding me, bro? Are you a woman?
Yeah, everybody told Debbie to go. Jimmy told her to go away.
I mean, you know, yeah, I could have said it, but I feel like
obviously Kyle told her to go away.
But like, bruh, why would you just make
and Bernie turned out to be a flop?
Went through both of them, Biden victims and Cuomo victims, by like, oh man, you know, it sucks that Cuomo's out, but he'll forever live in my bad take about him replacing Biden as a nominee. Like, what? That is your response to all of this. Not, I feel for the women, praying for them. We need to let them tell their stories. You have the platform. She has the platform and the reach and the access, by the way, to get those women and tell that story. She won't do it though. But she never missed the opportunity to use somebody's plight to get a hot take on Twitter though. And we'll still keep a lot of her platform, even when some people do criticize her, because they can just get away with things that you, me, even Bree would never be able to get away with. Hell, even Ben Dixon. Like, I hate Ben Dixon. He's a fucking dumbass. However, the immediacy of his cancellation for coming at Bree and Jimmy would not have happened if he was white, right? Because Voucher's still here.
Yeah, interesting point. To really wrap up, I do want to give you two final, really closing questions. Do you believe the personal and political relationship you have with Tim Black? Do you believe it could be repaired?
Vash has fucking
Another intriguing
fanboys.
question I want to ask you is:
Keeps his
how
audience
do you
up.
believe
Thus,
really black leftists that are starting off
he
in
becomes
this community
valuable
space,
to
like
other
Frank and
people,
leftists
whether
and
it's
others?
to
How do you
go
believe
on
we
and
should
debate
navigate
them
this space,
or bring them on as
specifically
a
when you get targeted the certain way that
guest.
we are now?
Ceasefire type
no,
guest.
that can't be repaired. When somebody shows me who they are, I don't like pretend like they're somebody else because like I don't. I got enough friends. I definitely have enough family. I don't need.
Vash did
any
the
more.
same with Tim Pool.
Like I don't. It just is what it is. But I'm not going to set myself up or my team up for somebody like that to be for him to burn me or
Played
more
nice.
importantly, burn them.
Gathered
because I
more
let
of
him
an
get too close
audience.
again.
Now he gets to
However,
go back.
the way so I've navigated this
Grow the
space
audience
by being
more.
very calculating and
play the heel
logical,
role.
and it's sometimes very cold, right? There are a lot of people that I could destroy. I could take the chance on trying to destroy right now. I could. I don't do it though. I measure their value to the movement. I see where we're at in the moment. Are they? If this beef gets started, is it too much of a distraction? Is it unnecessary? It's like there's some things that I like to call necessary distractions. So even though I did not like the way, the reason that TYT ends up getting destroyed is because they attacked Aaron Matei over the serious shit.
See, that's a
attacked
weird
Jimmy, but, like, the
statement
original
right there.
situation was because Richie called out TYT over them
destroyed,
being war
but,
mongers.
you know.
That's how that whole situation got started. But Richie, because of him being the Syrian one and talking about the actual issue, that got kind of like melted away. But if it takes that for TYT to get taken down, shit, okay, that's fine. I'm gonna still tell the story though. I'm like, look, this shouldn't have been what it should have been. All this other shit. I can still tell that story about the issues, but like I'm accepted. And there are cases right now, and some people may be watching. I don't know, but there's some people out there right now that know I'm just waiting, wishing a motherfucker would, wishing upon a star, wishing on a genie in the lamp for them to feel froggy. And if I decide it's worth a response, which I'm sure a lot of you kind of have to weigh in, weigh out, in other instances, then I will do it. But after calculating
too small
what
of a
it means
channel.
to you, the people that you're connected to, because that stuff has an effect on them potentially, and how it's going to make you look. Because once you destroy your brand, there is no coming back. And destroying your brand doesn't mean you were wrong. It's just a perception of how you handle the situation. So that's my advice: is be calculating, take the emotion out of it. You go at people and respond to people only if it's productive to do so. Don't give energy where it's just going to fall flat, and then you give them kind of more air than they deserve, and give them more of your energy when you could have been spending more of your time doing real journalism like you all do at FHL. So that would be my advice, because like when you're, especially because we're black guys and everybody kind of knows that at this point. When we respond, it's different. When we have issues and we want to call people out, it's different. It is what it is. So you gotta strike like a fucking snake. You know what I'm saying? You can't be half stepping. You can't be pussyfooting around and stuff. It has to be like you gotta have it. It needs to be, the timing has to be right. And
Who's like
I like
rappers?
the way that y'all handled the Tim Black situation. Like I love the way y'all handled it. Y'all handled it perfectly. Y'all boom boom. And I feel like he was dumb he gave y'all a lot of energy that he wasn't calculating. He was emotional. Y'all were calculating, and even in y'all criticism, y'all been very.
It's like
y'all kind of
rappers.
like kept it about the issues. I mean,
Holy
except
shit.
for Sabby kind of like, hey, you follow me, not the other way around, cuz. I love that shit. That was fucking hilarious. But you like, yeah, like sometimes you gotta let a motherfucker know what's on here. I feel you, Sag. I feel you. But nah, you gotta be calculating, man. You gotta take the emotion out of it. You gotta be calculating. You can't respond to everybody, but just know when you.
It's a rapper. They're rappers, bro.
Take him out right then and there, because otherwise he can come back to haunt you. Ask Tim. He tried to take me out and it did not work out for him. So actually,
You're fucking
it
right.
never works out.
Drake.
They don't. They, a lot
Listening
of them
to
don't
Drake
anymore.
right now.
This is true.
Okay, we
can't name them because they don't have careers anymore. Sorry.
This is fucking Drake.
Well,
I'm listening to
we have a
Drake.
super chat from Deculturation. Cedar has a contract with NBC, and Vigilant has ties to DNC through her parents, and we're supposed to believe they're independent media. So thank you for the super chat and comment.
Yeah, we broke that. Robbie Yeager broke that story, by the way. Y'all go follow Robbie. That dude does some crazy work when it comes to finance, campaign finance reform, campaign corruption. He just broke a story, I think, yesterday about Rokana. It looked like he took his money out of like defense contracts and shit like that.
That's
he actually put it into local bonds
crazy.
because of the infrastructure bill, because he had advance notice of what was going to be in it. Yeah, so it's Rokan, man, striking again, man. But that's the kind of work we need, bro. We need more of that. And all this beef shit, like, it's entertaining. Don't get it twisted. I know. I be out here like, man, I know I should be watching this super educational video over here, but bro, man, this beef over here look kind of hot. Trying to eat some of that. So I get it, but we need more of the real stuff, and we need more journalists to cover it, because the election's gonna come back around, and we're gonna have to repeat a lot of the shit we're saying right now when the elections come back around.
you just
and
advocated
we want to
the
build up
opposite.
that consistency, and the just once again the brand of, hey, yeah, we handle our business when we have to, when somebody comes at us, but we're here for journalism, and that's it. So.
It's his team.
Perfectly well said there. Well, Nico, I want to thank you for really coming on my show today, coming on for Hampton Leftist. I know you got to go pretty soon, so I do want to let you go with a couple of closing remarks and any projects you're working on in the future.
So everybody knows, I think at this point, that I am officially a part of RT. I will have my own TV show. We're working on that. It should be roughly around after the 26th is when we're gonna try to air the first episode. I'm also most likely going to be I'm getting the White House press pass, so I'm gonna be talking. Me and the Biden administration have some conversations and shit like that. But right now, in the meantime, I'm doing interviews for them and doing segments for them on my channel, and they're going to be posting them to the main RT page, so you can go follow. Actually, I'm about to interview Garland Nixon from Sputnik, and he's on the board of ACLU because Facebook banned him for posting an article about Hunter Biden from the mainstream media.
Wow.
So yeah, that's at 7:30 actually, but yeah, like I'm very, very thankful because it's really like the people have been with me since 2015. Like when I was just recording out of the back of my car, you can literally see I was homeless. You see the bags in the back of my car when I was doing this shit. You know, not unlike a lot of what you see like Rome doing with his activism right now. And I'm sure like the movement will provide for Rome, like the movement has provided for me. Because when you're doing it for the right reasons, the movement does eventually provide for you. So if you're an activist, if you're in this journalism space, just know like you're not by yourself, man. And like everybody, like RJ knows, anybody who knows me, like you hit me up, bro. I always hit you back. It might take me a couple of days because my DMs get full, but like that's because I actually like will respond to you. I'm not just entertaining people because I've been there. I know how it's been to be like how it feels to start, and I wasn't even starting whenever we got this massive censorship that started. So I try to help people navigate through this shit. I try to help people fight through this shit. I try to just kind of help people get through because like what a lot of people don't know is that this shit takes an emotional toll on you too, because you read a lot of negative news all day. And it takes an emotional toll, and you feel like you're kind of running in quicksand sometimes. But every now and then, you know, somebody could come in with a blue check, have 150,000 subscribers, but for some reason, you're the one who gets called to be on the largest, most viewed news network on YouTube. So that's awkward. Not for me, but for him. And so that's just proof, though. Like, you gotta don't just try to get the most views, bro. Don't go for instant gratification. You need to be saying the right thing at the right time when the right person is listening.
It's hard to convince me otherwise of that.
Perfectly well said there. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing you on RT, really giving journalism, and also a lot of our audience is very excited about you giving Jen Psaki the business in the White House press room when you get a chance.
So am I.
Oh yeah, we can't wait. And since you're working for RT, we can't wait for them to Russiagate you too. So look for, watch out for that.
Yeah. Oh man, it's gonna be it because I feel like that's like a lose situation for them, right? Like you know, like bro, come on, like I'm a Russian agent, bro. Like dog, I've only met one Black Russian ever in my life, and he was like he was an African refugee that ran to Russia. I'm not sure if that even counts. Like if you do that, bro, you know what I mean? People are gonna be like, why would they call him that? And then I'm like, oh, he works for RT. Well, what's RT? And then they're gonna go see all this brilliant journalism, and so now all of a sudden RT is gonna be prominent in the Black community. That's like the last thing the establishment wants, because then that incentivizes RT to bring on more Black leftists like myself. And y'all know when we get these spaces, bro, it's hard for us to let go. We're really good at this shit. We're really, really good. Now, we're not talking about Tim right now. We're talking about the Breeze of the world, and the Rones of the world, and the Arges of the world, and Savages of the world. And, you know, and Marcellus over there, you know, Marcellus is over on our network too, doing a lot of co-op work. Like a lot of people in these spaces, but we don't like letting go because it's very hard for us to get here. And the establishment don't like that shit. So they can attack us. They can attack me and call the Russian asset shit, but it's going to be a bunch of articles of people asking, why would they even call me that? And then they figure out, no, he just does really good journalism. That's why they attacking him. But that wouldn't be new. That's what happened. So, and we just, that's it. We got to be calculated and roll with the punches and take that energy and use it against the establishment.
Perfectly well said. I look forward to it as well. I want to thank Lila Catherine for the super sticker as well. I think I can't pronounce the YouTube name, but thank you for the super chat as well. It says, keep calling these fools out and keep fighting. We got another one from Deculturation. So thank you again for that. I'm actually put on the screen for everyone. So 1 second. Deculturation says, rich white, air quote, leftists have the strongest solidarity of anyone else. Cedar excused Vauch's use of the N-word because he once used it years on air while reading a quote, and Vauch was gleeful for the cover. So thank you for the explanation. Thank you for the super chat. I'm guessing you have a ton of things you want to say about that, Nico. So you want to be brief or do you want to pass on this?
Vauch just raised that, so Sam Cedar. Bomb. Too easy.
All right, well said there. I guess that wasn't as long as I thought it would be.
You know, I ain't saying
Russia Gator now, Dubster? What happened?
Yeah. Okay, so thank you for coming on, Nico. This is Nico House from the Mikasa.
Okay. Oh, very interesting. That was a diss track too, man. Like these guys are moving like rappers almost. Watch from the outside.
Yeah.
Gotta wait. Calculated. Boom. Like a snake. Bah.
We got each other's backs.
That's weird.
It's okay. Okay to have each other's backs.
Fucking
that's
lying.
cool. It's just but the whole point was I don't know, maybe that's just what I was thinking. That okay, you dress ideas regardless of where they come from for the sake of the idea itself, because we don't have time to, I don't know, strategize our way up the ladder. And what are there any compromises on the way up the ladder? What's going on there? One person's as worthy as 100 people, like that type of shit. I want to see some fucking. Where's Superman at? Someone give me Superman. Someone get him on the line. Tell him to take over YouTube. No, I just find that interesting.
I mean, I tried to acquire Anthem Leftists. I tried to make a play to acquire Nick for the Power Anthem network. It's a good network.
I don't know what that is. What network?
Power Anthem network.
Power Anthem. Oh, I might have heard of that. I don't really know.
Yeah, that was me, Franco, Israel. Dak,
that's what you guys were gonna name it. Okay.
It was called Power Anthem Network.
He didn't want to join.
Nah, he had his own thing going. I think that remember that, right? He did get the interview with Cornel West. I'm not sure if that was on his own or also, right? After the MPP thing, he never publicly met with me, but he would publicly support me like verbally, but he never actually had me on again after that. But we talked, yeah. He's still friendly with me. He said he's my friend openly, so I appreciate that. But we just never really got to hang out ever again. He's one of the very people that I followed up with him. I had him on my show twice. This was all before he really started to blow on YouTube. One day I'll load the videos. It will be interesting for us to watch one of these days.
Yeah, for sure, we could do.
Yeah.
I remember. I don't know if it's the same thing, but I remember Franco and Israel asking me to join. Hey, we should do this thing. We join together.
Yeah.
However.
Sorry.
Just coldly,
Sorry.
like, nah.
It's all good.
It wasn't I'm better thing. Is more of a nah.
Just doing other things, yeah. It's all good.
No, I wasn't really busy or anything. I'm just I don't want to do that.
You don't fuck with groups.
Yeah, I mean basically. A little insulted. MCSE has not made me an offer yet. I'm gonna say no. But God, at least throw it out there.
Honestly, dude, I don't fucking like this guy Nico one bit.
I wouldn't say I don't like him. I'd say.
Well, I would.
Definitely.
What do you know?
I know I don't like him, Ed.
Why?
Definitely
because I
something.
don't fucking like him.
Okay.
Definitely something going on in regards to like strategy, calculation. Definitely seen.
Oh yeah.
Remember he had the MPP strategy sessions? He's a very smart guy. I see him in a lot of spaces that I don't see other people. So I know that he's going harder and further than most people.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's.
For
Yeah,
what,
I remember
though?
the I watched the beginning.
He has an emperor mindset. He tries to, not trying to say that like he wants to expand. He's an expansionist, which is okay. Not that I respect that,
Well,
but yeah, he's leaving people out of it. He's leaving people behind.
When you expand and you start with 5 people and then you end up with 20 people, those 5 people are now not looked over as diligently as they should have been. It's now 20 people that are relied on. So you just don't have as much time for them. So with that mindset comes that consequence.
There's ways that can be handled.
Is it being handled?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe there's sub managers, trying to manage things.
All right.
Remember, the thing is that Nico, right? He put a lot of trust in his people. He gave them a lot, so it's like he really earned their loyalty, and that's to be respected as well. They're a very powerful team. I don't agree with everything they're doing, but they have to be respected and the way they move together as a unit, right or wrong.
What are they doing with that? What are they doing? The question is, what are they doing with that trust? They have a long leash.
Just reposting Stevie's video.
Is Nico as the boss? The question is, as the boss of the business who runs it, is he taking care of what he needs to take care of? That's the question.
Hinkle.
Well, one thing you can see is that like people who are more established, like Kim Iverson, even though she's part of the network, are quite silent and do not attend these things, and that's interesting as well, right? People who have their own ability are not present because they don't see it as giving to them, I guess, to participate, and it's not worth it for her. Or something happened.
I don't know enough information, but my thing is to look at characters. Definitely more than what's on the server. It seems like that. More than what's on regards to, like, he basically spelled it out for us in regards to calculating.
Yeah, he names his current allies, right? Lee Camp, Jimmy Dore, right? Combo Couch, Robbie Yeager, right? Those are his allies.
Yeah, like I said it in one of the DM groups. This all looks like Game of Thrones to me. Fucking houses.
I know, let's get off my nuts.
Houses versus houses. No one makes a diss track about YellBRo though. Problem I have here. Where is my fucking
man, bro? YellBro's the man.
I want a petty argument.
I agree though, man. There's more on the surface. Much more on the surface. Or below the surface, rather.
Yo, I could be listening to a Jay-Z album right now, but I was like, nah, fuck that. I would rather check out YellBRo.
Well, you fucked up then. You better go listen to the fucking king, bro. You better go listen to Hover. Alright. I'll play this. It's only 3 minutes long. Only a little bit more and I'm probably out of here. Gotta figure out what I want to play. The assign, Michael.
Not Falcon.
Oh, yeah. I think someone only sent that for because that girl's on there. The MVP girl. Hey, Ed.
Nothing.
Tender, quit hating, bro. Stop hating on Jay-Z, bro. Don't worry, I'll wreck you tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Anyways, all right. So what we have here is fact checking for dummies from Coffee and Nuance. I believe Jesse recommended. We gonna play it. Here we go.
Probably. No, decaffeinated coffee is not made from dirt. Yeah. This is a fact check from USA Today.
What is
the
dirt?
claim? Decaffeinated coffee is made from the dirt of the coffee plant.
That's deep, Oikonen.
Who thinks this? Do you think this? There's no way that you think this because you're watching my video. And I cannot believe that someone with such a low IQ video would be able to find my content. So, this is insane, but yeah, This was posted somewhere and it was shared 150 times on a Facebook group. Oh my God. Well, that's something important to fact
Otherwise,
check.
you're getting wrecked tonight.
So I think that many of these quick, stupid fact checks are done because the journalists that write the stories are lazy, or they might have a deadline that they have to, just pump out these stories. But perhaps they're trying to build up just a number of fact checks so that when you go to the USA Today, you look at their fact check, you go, oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, of course that's true. Oh, of course that's true. And then you'll be more likely to believe other stories like this one. You'll just take their word for it because, the USA Today did tell you that decaffeinated coffee isn't made from dirt. And you'll be sure to believe this one because you know for sure that Fauci's mom is not Mother Teresa. And you'll be sure to believe this one without any critical thought because you know that Bill Gates wasn't arrested by the military, so you just take their word for everything else that they do. Now, I'm not making any claims about those last 3 stories I showed you. I don't know if they're true or not. But I do believe that the USA Today just cranks out the fact checks, a whole bunch of them, so you go, oh yeah, of course they're right on this, they're right on this, they're right on this. And then when they have a story that might be controversial, you will agree with them because they have a track record of being correct. And that's a good way to get a bunch of hashes in the win column, is you check if decaffeinated coffee is made from dirt. But I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on this? I'd love to hear them. If you enjoyed this video, there are links that you can...
Okay, so... I guess a simple appeal to authority. It's pretty basic. Right? You've been right on all these other things, so then you say something that could be a little more wobbly of an idea. People might take your word for it. That's kind of the thing that I like my channel, like I try to fight against by saying like, hey, or even like a Ryan Christensen who says question everything, question me. Right? I'll be a little more woo-woo existential about it. Hey, heal everything. Who's shaving? Who is shaving right now? Damn it. Nah, I'm joking. Right. What is that? Ed?
Yo.
Edward?
Yo.
What are you, shaving?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Mute yourself when you do that.
My bad.
Anyways, yeah. I like my woo-woo existential version of it where it's like, first we must understand we don't know about plenty of things. Especially like outside of ourselves. Approach it. Take care of the idea. Like, brand new. Like it's not something you just write off in a half second. You gotta imagine like it's your food for the week. You can't just fucking lick it and then throw it to the side. Say, hey, oh, eat all the frosting. Nah, man, you ain't gonna have any more food after that. Fucking clean your plate now. Which is part of the problem I was having, that idea that Nico was, as far as like strategy, calculations, spots, and pick your spots of who to dress in. Now it should be about the idea. Like, if there's an idea that fucking pulls you in, go for it. Follow your fucking bliss. Otherwise, you're kind of crossing yourself over something that isn't you. Sort of future venture, which isn't even. And it'll apply to something like this with fact checking, or appeals to authority, right? You don't want to miss out on ideas, but just because you take it for granted. I have definitely made that mistake, and I probably still do make that mistake. Right? I might look past something because I might be focused on something. Damn, you miss out on something interesting. Looked at it a so you care about it. Right? Unless they're Marvel movies, you just look past those. Right to D. Those you can just look past. Trust me. I know these things. Alright, so that's an interesting. I could have made that into an actual video. Alright. Now I'm gonna do something else. Here. Something that interests me. Alright. Billionaire bunkers. Out of super prepping, off-grid living. Maybe. History of USA genocide, slave. Hyper-capitalism. Whoa. Hyper now. Now it's hyper. This is the thing about symbolism. I'm gonna be real. I'd want to do that with much more, I'll say engagement. Maybe like more people where it's not so late at night. I do when there's like more people around fucking. Everyone like symbols.
What
he
really means is we're not important, you guys.
Well, it's like symbols are so malleable to where everyone's be looking at the same symbol, the same aesthetic of a symbol, but all coming up with different conclusions about it. And it's like that's kind of cool to look at. So I'd be like, that's like a group activity. This thing about something I didn't even really know about. The guy who essentially snitched on Chelsea Manning, right? Chelsea Manning was getting away with it. Guy.
Adrian
Mamo?
Lima?
Right?
Or
Adrian.
Mamo, yeah.
Yeah. Basically, like, snitched on her. For like, it's like on the surface, at least in this report, it's like for like, what was the reason behind that? There wasn't really. Like,
again, I've heard multiple things, and this video will probably cover it, but the explanation I heard from his perspective was his participation in speaking with someone that apparently, like, maybe she contacted him on something that wasn't secure. So by the very nature that she'd communicated to him about something that was the leak in a classified data, he was then somewhat culpable, I guess, or somehow. Like, I don't know. That's just the excuse I've heard for like his perspective. I honestly don't know.
I can't play this because this is fucking Australian, Australia ABC News and shit. They're gonna for it. But
is anyone else even here? Stevie.
YouTube's always watching.
Oh, okay.
I just told you.
What's up, Tenderlungs?
Shit, just chilling. Been taking that good break, man. It's been nice. Just chilling.
Hey, Tenderlungs, what do you think about Jay-Z? No, I'm kidding.
Jack?
Oh, I think he's hella homo.
I'm kidding.
Do
I'm
not
kidding,
start.
dude.
Not start.
So was I. So was I.
Let me stay in my sleepy state for a bit. Don't wake me up, okay? Don't wake up the dragon, okay? Don't wake up the dragon.
I know, I don't. Yeah. Not tonight. Not tonight.
But yeah.
Who sucks worse than Jay-Z?
Who?
I don't know.
Nobody.
Lil Kim.
Stevie, who's your favorite musician?
Oh, Lil Kim.
That'll
Yeah,
answer
Lil
the
Kim.
question. How about that?
Kid Rock.
Kid Rock.
Well,
yeah.
Kid Rock. I mean, yeah, that's a culture vulture. That's the original culture vulture was Kid Rock. Well, no. Well, pretty fucking close, man. Him and
pretty close.
House of Pain.
What about like Run DMC?
YouTube, do you see what these guys are doing
They're
to me?
black.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Third base was
wondering.
even third base wasn't culture vultures because third base, like like they really were part of the culture. No, it was like House of Pain and shit. All the ones that start off rapping and then go rock, like that's culture vulture, baby. MGK, like all those motherfuckers, they're all culture vultures.
I see this shit, Jesse. You see what they do to me, Jesse?
Of course, all of them. If you go from rapping to heavy metal, you a piece of shit culture vulture. That's all there is to it. There's no other explanation. Like that's all. That's just what it is. Water's wet. You a fucking culture vulture. That's what it is.
All right.
You can't go from fucking rap to rock, man. You just can't do it. Like.
Let me explain this. Let me explain.
I think I could.
And so
I totally think I could, but it'd be very hard.
They both did it.
You can't. No, well, they're bootlickers. Like, no, that's culture vulture shit. Yeah, Run DMC's like, yeah, they did. Man, everyone called them fucking sellouts when they made Walk This Way. What do you mean? Yeah, the hood didn't like that. The hood did not like Walk This Way. Like, no. That was not for us. That was we went for NWA and 2 Live Crew and shit. Not no fucking Walk This Way. That's that soft shit. That's that gay shit.
Live Crew is dope, man.
I know. Big
Okay.
booty hoes, come with it. Yeah, hell yeah, 2 Live Crew is dope. That was my first fucking rap tape when I was a kid. I got that shit like third, fourth grade.
Band of the USA? Yeah.
No, nasty as they want to be, baby. I had nasty as they want to be. That's the one that got them banned. Nasty as they want to be is the one that got them sent to fucking court.
True.
I had the original. That was the one.
Right.
Nasty as they want to be, man. That shit's classic.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you're right.
All right.
Oh, I know. No one could test me on my rap. Like, good luck. You better bring a lunch. You want to fucking test me on some rap shit.
I just want to make this one point with this. I can't play the video. It'll get fucking yeet. Care of that. But the dude or Chelsea Manning was messaging this guy, right, Llama or whatever, and he's basically putting it in question mark form. Like, hey, what would happen if a person working in U.S. intelligence had access to whatever it was, like 400,000 cables from, or 250,000 cables from blah, 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 blah. So that dude wasn't really that culpable. Like, I don't know if he was that culpable.
Yeah, true. Yeah, because
Chelsea Manning?
Yeah.
And that dude still snitched. No, not Chelsea Manning. The person that Chelsea Manning was talking to. This guy snitched on it.
The dude killed himself because of guilt. So I mean, you could be onto something.
The thing with Chelsea Manning, though, is the only reason she did that shit was because the military mistreated her. Like, she's a bootlegger, man. She only did that out of spite. Like, that was like a hurt girl thing. Like, Chelsea Manning just acted like a girl that got hurt. Like, that's all it was. That was the equivalent of keying the government's car. When she did those leaks, it was the equivalent of keying the military's car. That's the only reason she did it. There's not a shadow of a doubt in my mind. Like, the only reason she did that shit was because they were treating her bad for being trans. That's it. That's why I don't have any respect for Chelsea Manning. I have a little bit of respect for Assange, because at least he's doing his time. He ain't saying shit. I mean, he's saying shit, but he's doing his time. And Chelsea Manning, like, she want to act like a hero. You ain't no hero, bitch. Like, you only did that shit because the government was mistreating you. That's it. If they wouldn't have been fucking with you, you'd still be there. She a bootlegger. I can't fuck with Chelsea Manning at all. That's a bootlegger.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know all the specifics, but I feel like there's a reason why she's free.
Yeah, she's a bootlegger. No, that's what it was. Like she already said that they were mistreating her. She already came out and said that. I don't need all the evidence. I don't need much evidence. I'm gonna figure you out with the little evidence. I'm gonna figure it out. I don't need a lot of evidence.
I'm pretty sure.
If she was actually like a threat, wouldn't she either still be in prison or dead?
Of course. Of course. That's why I don't fuck with Cornel West. Because if he was real, he'd be dead.
And it, like, the thing was, when I saw her and talking about the squad and shit, that's when it kind of like blew my mind. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, that's when I knew. That's when I knew. Yeah, that's when I was like, oh, so you just did that out of spite. Because they didn't like you being gay and trans. Like, that's all it was. That's all it was, 100%. There's not a shadow.
I hope to God she doesn't campaign for AOC or something like that.
Maybe
that would just like.
She'll do all that. What do you mean?
Give it time. Give it time.
Oh my God, dude! If it happens, that's like the final. Anyone who's got questions after that should just like.
She's already there. She's already there, Jack. You're tripping. She's already there. Chelsea Manning is like a Kyle Kalinske or something. Like she's worse than a Kyle Kalinske. No, she's a straight up bootlicker, man. I'm telling you, man. I seen this bitch. I heard this bitch. I know how that bitch get down, man. That bitch a bootlicker.
Jesus.
Fuck Chelsea Manning. That's all I gotta say. Fuck Chelsea Manning.
Wow.
She get no respect. No respect from me. None. Zero.
But how do you really feel?
Yeah.
I
Don't hold back on that. Don't hold back on that. You can be frank with this.
I know. Don't test me.
Kid,
I'll
dude.
probably think of some worse shit to say. Don't test me. Cause no, that bitch ain't real. She's
Yeah,
fake.
but it was really disappointing to see that. It's like, okay, like she released all this like super critical information, you know, today, and then to see, I mean, it's just a matter of time. It feels like, I mean, all these people that maybe I was misguided in the first place for thinking that they were quality people, but I don't know.
I forget if she was on Katie Halper or something when I see it. I heard all her shit. I said, "This bitch."
I saw her on with Brianna, and Brianna's eyes like went like.
That was probably
like,
the one.
Brianna was dying.
That was the
like
one.
even it was so bad that even Brianna was like,
That was
"Oh
the
my
one, Jack.
fucking god!"
No,
yeah,
that
dude,
was
that's
the one,
I saw
Jack.
too. Yeah,
That was the one. And I was like, "This bitch has been fake from day one. There ain't a real bone in this bitch's body." That was immediately. That's what I thought. This bitch is all plastic. She all fake. No, don't trust her. I'm telling you.
I'll question everyone, but I don't. And there's more to the story.
She still works for the CIA right now, man. That bitch is still working for the CIA right now today.
Could be.
I mean, I'd have to see some proof to believe that part. But
yeah.
again, like your take's gonna be higher than mine. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Proof don't matter to me.
I'm
you
not
guys
saying
need
there's anything
proof.
wrong with
yeah,
it.
I don't need no proof. Yeah, I don't never need proof.
I'm saying for me personally. Yeah. Well, no,
I could say that her narrative definitely isn't helping us.
And I would say this to her
reinforcing
face.
the squad is not helping anyone.
I wish she was in the Discord right now so she could hear it from the horse's mouth.
I
will say it right to her face.
I'd have questions about that. Like, because the excuses I
No,
heard
I'm
that she gave to Brianna were right from the media. I mean, it was the same talking.
But check it out. It's someone like me that exposes you because I talk big shit and it throws you off your fucking game. So you're gonna fuck up and like say the wrong thing all the time. I love it. I fuck everyone up. When you talk big shit, like people fuck up. I love it. I would fuck up Chelsea Manning hella fast because I'll make her mad. That's when she'll say some stupid shit and get caught up.
Like, I can't imagine what her experience was in prison, like what kind of shit she had to go through, but whatever it was, got her mind right.
No, she did. She
got like the Clockwork Orange treatment,
No, it ain't like that. You do it yourself. You do that shit yourself, man. She went to the hole. She probably had the PC up, first of all, because she's transsexual. And she's soft. Like, she's just soft. Like, she is the kind of person that would get taken advantage of. So she was probably in solitaire the whole goddamn time. And if you've been in solitaire like that, then yeah, hell yeah, you don't want to go back to prison. Like, solitaire's a motherfucker. You get out an hour a day, 1 hour a day, maybe 2 if you're lucky. Like, yeah, that'll break you quick. So, I mean, it is what it is, but I don't think she had, like, no one had to recruit her ass. Like, she's like, nope, this solitaire shit's some bullshit. Like, I'm going full-blown live when I get out.
Exactly.
And that's what happened. But I think she was already lit. That's my point. Like, no, she's already a bootlicker. She was already in the fucking military. She was already down with the military. She was down with all that shit. She stopped being down with it. She didn't stop being down with it until they're fucking targeting her for being trans. That's it. From her own mouth.
Yeah, I didn't know about that.
She said that
I didn't know
herself.
that she went through that, and then she came out with the information.
No, I followed this bitch. I've been following the news my whole fucking life. So, no, I know this bitch. I don't just say things, jump to conclusions. No, I watch this bitch just like I watch Colin or anyone else. No, I see how this bitch moves. I heard this bitch say that she didn't like how she was being treated in the military. I put 2 and 2 together because that's math. And I can do basic math. It ain't that hard,
That makes more sense then. Because I was under the impression like she came out with that stuff and then later on she came out. But if it's the other way around, then yeah, that
hell no. She looked gay anyway. Fuck no. You can't hide. No, she was flaming gay anyway. Like, you can't hide it. When you see her picture when she was in the military, you're like, that is a gay ass motherfucker right there. When I seen her when she was still a man, that's a gay ass motherfucker right there. So no, she couldn't. You can't hide that you're gay. How are you gonna hide that?
I don't know. I hid my gay for a long time.
But you're not gay. Are you really gay?
Like halfway.
Because that's the thing I do too. I ain't gonna get into this one. I think bisexual. I don't even believe in it. I really don't. I really don't even believe it, but that's a whole other thing.
I don't agree with that. I mean, I think it exists
I'll
because,
have the debate. I will have that debate. I don't think it's real, and I will have that debate.
Dude,
but it's gonna get real. This debate is
Let's
really,
hear it
really
then,
real.
because let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Okay.
I'd like to hear it. I mean, if anybody
you
else
are not
opposes
doing
it,
this to me
I'm
right
not
now.
I'm
I
not
am
ready.
leaving
It's
soon.
like,
You are
know,
not held to me.
Tenderlungs, debates sometimes get a little heated. This one will get heated. I know it will. So I need to write it out and try to say it in ways that aren't going to be so inflammatory, because this shit is going to catch on fire, and I know it, because it always does. But I think I'm right. Like, I think my logic is pretty fucking sound. I just got to figure out how to say it. Because, Stevie, I think you're going to be the first one to come at my head. So I need to figure out how to word it. So because you're going to be the one. It's going to be Stevie. It's going to be the one to come at me. I think
I
everyone
like
else
you,
might
but
be able to get on
if
board.
I think you're saying some bullshit, I'm going to say it.
It's going to sound like some bullshit at first. That's why I need to work on it.
But I will definitely hear you out. I'll definitely hear you out, for sure.
Because it's not some bullshit, but it's going to sound like some bullshit when it hits your ears. Like, I know what it is, so I got to work on it. No matter what it's going to sound
Stevie,
like.
Tenderlungs has got a paper due for you on.
I know it's going to
like a
sound like shit
presentation.
no matter what. I don't know how I'm going to put it. I'm going to have to tell Jack to warm up and see what he says I should say.
I'm probably not going to like this.
I don't think you might not like it either. Yes, you might not like it either. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't like this one. It'll be a good stand-up sketch, too. If I can convince you guys, I know I could take this shit to the road. That's what I know. I'll take this one to the road.
This is fascinating. I mean, I can't wait, because, I mean, this is...
Does it involve unicorns or like something out of left field that we're just not thinking about?
No, Jordan's gonna like it because it has to do with psychology. It's all psychology. That's all it is.
Don't put my name on this. Don't put my name on this. If you're gonna have people coming out your head, don't put me on this. Don't say YellBRo approves.
You guys probably hear it, man. It's some psychology. I'm not just coming up with these positions willy nilly. I didn't give this shit some thought. I just gotta word it right because I'm real blunt. So it's gonna piss some people off. So I gotta figure it out. I like pissing people off. That's why too.
All right. I am gonna go to sleep now. I'm fucking tired. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Now go to sleep. Just as this is about to happen, hey, I had mad at you, but this is gonna be fantastic, bro. Are you sure?
Yeah, have a good night.
He said he ain't doing it now. He said he's gonna write it out or some shit.
We'll make sure to take it, put it on the stream too, just so people can be entertained and hear this wild ass shit.
It ain't going down now. He said he's gonna write some shit out first.
I promise you that. It's gonna get a little spicy. I promise. I promise you that.
All right.
Especially in 2021. Yeah, especially in 2021, the year of the fucking LGBTQYZ, fucking all that shit. Oh yeah, this shit about to get crazy.
All right, so
be ready. Tune in
out.
next weekend. Hey, tune in next Saturday. Motherfuckers, be ready. Pack a lunch.
Write it out.
Pack a lunch.
Proofread it a couple times. Go up.
Tenderlungs presents a
Practice on Jack,
production.
and then have it ready for next weekend.
And what if I just lay it out so smooth that all I do is just say my piece and it's over? You guys are like, yeah, you're right. Tenderlungs is right.
Tenderlungs about to lay out, YellBRo's theory of trans of
Jesse.
He said, YellBRo co-signed ahead of time that he's gonna defend
Jesse,
it.
I did not co-sign anything.
Yeah, you can't co-sign me. You should though, because
Really.
Everyone co-sign me right now. This is gonna bite everyone in the ass.
Hear this.
Can't be canceled.
Emblem.
That shit doesn't exist. Canceling is not real. It's a myth. You'll never cancel me.
Got my viewers turn against me.
I am a myth.
Well, you can cancel me. Stevie can cancel me, but the world ain't never gonna cancel me.
I'm not gonna cancel you. I'm not gonna cancel you.
Oh shit.
All right.
No, I don't think
you guys
will.
have a good night. You guys have a good night. I'm out of here.
You too have a good night. Have a beautiful night.
All right.
All right,
Bye,
guys.
Jordan.
Night, Jordan.
Good night. All right, and to the YouTube crowd, thanks for hanging out, chilling. I did not co-sign anything. Emblem, Jesse. Lie on me, like, don't lie on me, bro. Don't do it, guys. Really, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, helping out victims of Africom, helping out Cohen Daly, the Australian boy. Also, don't forget to support, share, and donate to Stevie, aka Redneck Economics. You just heard her. The sweet southern belle. Going to chop Tenderlong's head off in an argument. And also support Sleepy J, aka Sleepy Josh. He's on the ones and twos on Slow News. Donate to him. And with all that said, give this video a thumbs down.
Say you wanna get in, and then you wanna get out. When you get the money to buy yourself a car.